Chapter 14:08 Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. Chapter 14:08 Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. A warm current flowed in Yi Yuan's abdomen. His divine sea was currently in the midst of slowly expanding. This was the fifth weeping spirit fruit that he swallowed. He finally found the opportunity to break through. At this time, he was currently breaking through the bottleneck, further expanding the divine sea. Yi Yuan's divine sea exuded an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life. It was as if it came from ancient times. The weeping spirit fruit's strength was being continuously refined by the chaos heaven-span cannon, pouring into his divine sea. Finally, the divine sea started expanding outwards, forcefully expanding the sea of Yi Yuan's Dantian area by a great deal. With this expansion, the divine sea became empty all at once. Then, Yi Yuan started to frantically absorb the outside world's spiritual energy, pouring it into the divine sea. No idea how long had said either. Everything quietened down. This chaos heaven-span cannon truly seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. The divine essence inside your divine sea is getting thicker and thicker, almost becoming a starchy paste already. The thickness of this divine essence may be rated as invincible within the same realm. Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Other people's divine sea was akin to a vast ocean, but the divine essence inside Yi Yuan's divine sea was extremely thick, already almost turning into a lump of paste. This was also to say that when the realm was the same, the thickness of Yi Yuan's divine essence was what others were unable to match. Yi Yuan said, in a blink, already cultivated to grand completion, first level. It looks like the mission for the period of time next is to create the Chaos Heaven-span Cannon's second level. It's just that so many years have said, I still don't have any leads at all. These few years, Yi Yuan had always been trying to create the Chaos Heaven-span Cannon's second level, but had ended without any fruits. Yi Yuan knew that the higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of creating this cultivation method. In particular, the Chaos Heaven-span Cannon, this cultivation method, had once triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon. The difficulty was even more conceivable. The more profound the comprehensive, the clearer one needed to be about heavenly Tao and overall understanding. This absolutely took time and effort. Yi Yuan's grotto profound realm was not yet perfected. His understanding of heavenly Tao was still stagnated at the comprehension of the lesser heaven-span mountain and was naturally unable to create the second level. Now, Yi Yuan already cultivated to grotto profound to the grand completion. The biggest goal of the next step was to create the Chaos Heaven-span Cannon's second level. You should go out to experience and temper. Shutting yourself in the room to make a cart, this second-level cultivation method probably isn't so easy to create. Dustless suggested him. Yi Yuan nodded and said, indeed. After coming to the 100 Cities smelting trial, too much time was on close seclusion cultivation. It's precisely because of that I would go and take part in the 100 Cities smelting trial this time. The battle with Jinyu, I still gained quite a lot. Dustless nodded and said, Amen. It's good that you have this idea. But there's something that you still have to take heed of. Yi Yuan said curiously, Senior, please say. Dustless said, the soul-suppressing pearl can protect Mu Ling Xue, that La S's spiritual consciousness from extinguish. Plus-ing. But it doesn't mean that it can let her spiritual consciousness forever not extinguish. Plus my state, you're also aware. I could only recover some power by borrowing those evil spirit strengths. But I'm still too far away from my peak state. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said with a frown, Senior, why didn't you tell me this in the past? Dustless smiled and said, What can you do if I tell you? To you, the biggest task is to cultivate. Some things I'll naturally tell you when the time comes. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said solemnly, Then what should I do now? Dustless said, Go find myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones. The impurities of evil spirits are too many, unable to support my maintaining this S's spiritual consciousness for a long time. Myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones are a good tool to nourish the divine soul and can help me restore my strength further. As long as my divine soul recovers to 2-star, I can preserve this girl's divine soul from extinguish. Plusing for 10,000 years. Yi Yuan's heart sunk, and he said, only 10,000 years. Yi Yuan knew that the cultivation in the future will probably easily require several hundred or thousands of years. 10,000 years' time was really not considered very long. Dustless nodded and said, once a person dies, the spiritual consciousness dissipating is nature's maxim, maintaining her spiritual consciousness from extinguish. Plusing goes against the heavens to begin with. Unless one can reach Tao ancestor, that kind of height, otherwise body can ensure that her spiritual consciousness won't dissipate at all. Your current strength can barely enter the martial arts world to experience and temper and search for myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones in the martial arts world. Your stay in the past, telling you this kind of thing won't have any use apart from interfering with your cultivation. Yi Yuan admitted that if Dustless told him this news earlier, it would indeed have affected his cultivation. More haste, less talk. Yi Yuan knew that Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness could not be imperishable and would be bound to be overly eager for success. The impact on his future would probably be very great. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Senior, I'll go to the academy to accept missions right now and enter the martial arts world. Yi Yuan knew that the academy's intercourt students could accept missions and go out to train. Somewhere like W.A.N. Ji-song, appointed as a region's city lord. However, W.A.N. Ji-song, they all did not have confidence in themselves or had no courage to enter the martial arts world. Powerhouses who truly had strength would enter the martial arts world to train, completing the missions provided by the academy. And the Immortal Grove world was one of the martial arts worlds. The Heavenspan world had existed for D knows how many billions of years. The powerhouses ACCU, Mulat were goodness knows how many. One had to know that being able to cultivate to the Divine Lord realm, one could hew open an inner world, going a step further to derive a small world. That was the martial arts world. Hence, the Heavenspan world had many spatial rifts that were all connected to martial arts worlds. Those ownerless martial arts worlds were the perfect places for Heavenspan world powerhouses to explore and seek treasures. Because each martial arts world had its own unique aspect. It might give birth to natural treasures unavailable in the Heavenspan world. Some far-back era martial arts worlds, it might be left behind by a heavenly emperor, even a transcendent heavenly emperor. Inside might contain the cultivation methods and supreme treasures left behind by these major powers. Once obtained by people with heaven-defying destiny, they could even leap over the Dragon Gate. Apart from this, martial arts world still had something that everyone coveted, the Tao fruit. Powerhouses above Divine Lord realm would condense a Tao fruit belonging to them. They would normally hide the Tao fruit in their own small world to nurture. Once an explorer obtained the Tao fruit, that was truly soaring to the skies in one move. Just like Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang, he ascended to Heavenly Emperor one step ahead of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove because he obtained a Heavenly Emperor Tao fruit. Of course, martial arts worlds also contained enormous dangers. A single mishap, and one would perish, their Tao disappearing. Firstly, deity realm powerhouses also existed in martial arts worlds. Some are even very powerful. Secondly, there were also some danger zones in martial arts worlds, such as the Immortal Grove world's Fall Mountain Range. Quite a number of martial artists never came out again after venturing in. Dustless said, No rush. I know that you're worried about that, Lias. Yes, but I have a score in my heart. There's probably still some time before you break through to Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. But before going to a martial arts world, Cultivate Sword Dao laws to grand completion, first layered heaven first, thoroughly completing this sundering stars move. 1. I also don't understand why the previous paragraph says not perfected, but this paragraph says already reached grand completion. Think author made a mistake somewhere. Chapter 1409 Grudge. Chapter 1409 Grudge at Yi Yuan's residence. Thundercry's face was rather awkward. When in the mystic realm, he still flared up and solemnly vowed to Qin Tian, to have the Qin family give an account. Who knew that now? It was all talk and no action. No more follow-up. Yi Yuan, you made great contributions to Wu Ming Academy and the capital city. These are the rewards that City Lord gave you. Thundercry said. The Academy's rewards were not ungenerous. 150,000 points, plus 50 tier 2 low-grade divine pills, plus a profound divine artifact battle armor. The 100,000 points awarded to Yi Yuan previously were already pretty much depleted by him. These 150,000 points, to Yi Yuan, it was as if delivering charcoal in the snow. And a profound divine artifact battle armor could even have the effect of defending against the attack of heaven glimpsed deity realm powerhouses. Except, Yi Yuan was not so easy to fool, and said with a faint smile, I didn't expect that the Qin family's ability is actually so great. Doing this sort of thing and actually still made teacher Thundercry run into a wall. Thundercry did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so smart, actually seeing through the whole thing so quickly. He was originally still planning on fighting a quick battle to end things fast and slip away after giving Yi Yuan these rewards. Looking at it now, he could not avoid it. Since Yi Yuan exposed it, Thundercry had nothing to hide either. Heaving a sigh, he said, the Qin family is one of Wu Ming capital city's oldest families. A Wu Ming capital city's city lord had even once emerged from that family before. The Qin family's forces span every corner of the entire Wu Ming capital city. Even if City Lord, His Excellency, wants to touch them, he would also have to weigh it over. Yi Yuan smiled and said, so that's how it is. Thank you, Teacher Thundercry, for making a trip. Thundercry froze. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would rebuke him in a fit of rage, saying that he failed to act. He did not think that Yi Yuan just casually brushed it off. This Yi Yuan was really different from the rest. Thundercry let out a long sigh. If Yi Yuan kept on pressing, he would not know how to answer instead. Oh, too courteous. Hope that you don't have any thoughts and just cultivate well. After all, this Wu Ming capital city, it's still City Lord, His Excellency, who calls the shots. Thundercry said with an Embark. Said smile. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, Yi Yuan understands. After some time, I plan on going out to train and won't disappoint Teacher Thundercry. Thundercry's expression could not help changing when he heard that and said, going out to train? You just broke through to Grand Completion Grotto, profound not long. It's not too late to go out and train after breaking through to the Heaven Glimpsed Deity realm. Going out to train right now is too dangerous. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Teacher Thundercry, rest assured. Yi Yuan has a score in his heart. When Thundercry saw that Yi Yuan's mind was made up, and also recalling his outstanding strength, he could only nod and said, all right, you be careful yourself then. These are 3 heavenly thunder swift talismans that I refined. It's a great deal faster than your sword maneuvering flight speed. Perhaps it will be of aid to you. Thundercry took out 3 yellow talismans and said them to Yi Yuan. A powerful lightning attribute, law, aura, hit him head-on. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but he still accepted the heavenly thunder swift talismans and said with clasped hands, then I'll have to thank Teacher Thundercry. After Thundercry left, Yi Yuan's face turned sullen. He felt that this matter was probably not so simple. The Qin family's forces in Wu Ming capital city were deeply entrenched. This point, Yi Yuan acknowledged it. But was this kind of deep-rootedness capable of making a divine lord realm powerhouse compromise? Yi Yuan felt that Wu Ming city lord was probably not coming to terms with the Qin family, but was not willing to punish them. It looked like there was quite a bit of connection between Wu Ming's city lord and the Qin family. For him to send these over, looks like he wants to pacify you, make you live together in harmony with the Qin family. It looks like he doesn't want to offend both sides, Dustless said. Yi Yuan said, the Qin family isn't to be offended, but what's not to be offended about me? I helped him obtain the 4-star divine pill, and he didn't even show his face. Looks like in his eyes, I'm just an insignificant student. Sending these seems fair. Actually, he's siding with the Qin family there. Dustless could not help being stifled and said, what you said is right. If this Wu Ming city lord targets you, you'll be in danger. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, this Wu Ming city lord really disappoints me. Now, I really love and hate this Wu Ming capital city. After all, Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars was comprehended in Wu Ming Academy. It was also considered receiving Wu Ming Academy's grace. But Wu Ming City Lord's way of doing things made Yi Yuan rather disappointed. Yi Yuan comprehended Sundering Stars and contributed Sundering Stars to the Wu Ming Academy without holding back in the slightest, and also radiated splendor in the 100 Cities smelting trial. One could say that his repayment to the Wu Ming Academy was already far more than what should be demanded. Just a 4-star divine pill was worth several cities. But in the end, what in exchange for was such an outcome? Dustless said, you'd best be a little more careful in the future. Don't get into a conflict with the Qin family anymore. Otherwise, what kind of attitude Wu Ming city lord has his hard to say? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, it's naturally well if they don't come and provoke me. If they really provoke me, Yi Yuan, have never feared anyone before. Yi Yuan stayed for 5 years in the Sword Tomb's 5th level. 5 years later, Sundering Stars was finally completed. Close to 20 years' time from start to finish, Yi Yuan finally completed the Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Art's 1st level sword move. Presently, when Yi Yuan deployed Sundering Stars, this move, with the Chaos Heaven Span Cannon at full power, he had the confidence to have a showdown with newly advanced Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Although there was a tremendous gulf between Heaven Glimpse powerhouses and Grotto Profound martial artists, when Yi Yuan was at late-stage Grotto Profound, his strength already swept across those in the same rank. Now, his realm and martial technique both had an all-around improvement. It was sufficient to make up for this enormous chasm. At least, he had the power to fight. Coming out of the Sword Tomb, Yi Yuan went straight to the Merit Hall. This was the place where Wu Ming Academy students received missions. It was also Yi Yuan's first time coming over. That inner court disciple in charge of missions clearly knew Yi Yuan and said with a laugh, yo, what wind blew our 100 Cities #1 person here? Junior apprentice brother, Yi hasn't entered the inner court yet. Could it be that you're already planning on receiving missions? Yi Yuan smiled and said, senior apprentice brother, I plan on going out to train for a bit. Is there a list of missions for me to take a look first? That student's expression changed, and he said solemnly, Junior apprentice brother, you plans on going out to train? The danger of that kind of mission is very high. Even if intercourt students go, the rate of death is also extremely high. I know that junior apprentice brother's strength is quite strong, but shouldn't you go out to train after being promoted to the intercourt first? Yi Yuan saw that the other party's concern did not seem to be false, and he could not help feeling touched. Yi Yuan's prestige in the inner court was also extremely high, not just in the outer court. After all, he helped Wu Ming capital city seize the champions. P with his power alone, and even shave their mortal foe, Zhuxiang capital city, bald, making everyone hold their heads up high. Before long, Yi Yuan would even release splendor in the inner court. Such a promising junior apprentice brother, everyone was naturally willing to get closer. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, thanks for senior apprentice brother's concern. But cultivating for a long time in the academy, I feel like I've already reached a bottleneck period. When training, I'll be more careful. Chapter 1410 Sky, Foothill World. Chapter 1410 Sky, Foothill World. All right then. There are 5 jade pillars over there, representing the difficulty of the missions from low to high. You can go and check it out yourself. After examining them, come to me to register will do. That intercourt student saw that Yi Yuan's attitude was firm and could only agree. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother." On one side of the Merit Hall's great hall, 5 jade pillars were placed from low to high. Yi Yuan arrived in front of the jade pillars and poured divine essence into the first jade pillar. The jade pillar immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. A whole bunch of information entered Yi Yuan's mind. Breath Rain World, Divine Lord ranks Small World. Highest level powerhouse, Grotto Profound Deity Realm. Dangerous places, Western Fame Valley, Heavenly Melody Mountain. Basic missions, Black Yun Metal, Splendid Flora Fruit. Difficulty, 1 star. Completing a mission 1 could obtain 800 points. Advanced missions, Divine Lord Profound Treasure left behind by Breath, Rain Divine Lord. Difficulty, 2 stars. Completing a mission 1 could obtain 1,500 points. On it was a detailed description of the Breath Rain world, including the local customs, topography, and so on, very detailed. Information after information filtered through in Yi Yuan's mind very quickly. Yi Yuan discovered that the information on the 1-star jade pillar was actually not that hard. With his current strength, he could at least protect himself. The strongest powerhouses in these worlds were mostly just Grotto Profound Realm. Yi Yuan's strength could virtually sweep across. Of course, only he, this Grotto Profound martial artist, dared to say sweep across this kind of words. The Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone was a very rarely seen natural treasure. It would not appear in every small world. But if someone discovered Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones in a small world, it would definitely be listed as one of the missions. It was just too bad that the 1-star Jade Pillar did not have news about Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones. Hence, Yi Yuan came to the 2-star Jade Pillar to check. The worlds recorded on the 2-star Jade Pillar was clearly much more dangerous than on the 1-star Jade Pillar. Quite a number of world's highest level powerhouses were all Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. Of course, the danger level was not just according to the highest level powerhouse. Each small world situation was different. The situation very complicated. Some people training suck. You bed inside without even figuring out the situation. Yi Yuan skimmed over the 2-star Jade Pillar and still did not find news about the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. His heart could not help sinking. He was not afraid of danger. What he feared was not being able to find the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. As long as there was news about Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones, even if it was a dragon's lair or tiger's den, he would also brave it. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and started investigating the information on the 3-star Jade Pillar. He secretly praised. On this 3-star Jade Pillar, there must be information about the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Information entered his eyes. Sky Foothill World, Celestial Deity, rank Small World. Highest level powerhouse, Origin Deity Realm. Dangerous places, unclear. Basic missions, Myriad Longevity, Heavenly Soul Stone, 9 Melody Psychic Immortal Fruit, Purple Sand Gold, difficulty, 3 stars. Completing a mission, 1 could obtain 100,000 points. Advanced missions, Celestial Deity, Tao, Fruit, difficulty, 4 stars. Completing a mission, 1 could obtain 300,000 points. That was it. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan found that intercourt student. Senior apprentice brother, I want to choose the number 8 mission on the 3-star Jade Pillar. Yi Yuan said. That student was stupefied, somewhat doubting if his ears heard wrongly or not. Junior apprentice brother Yi, this is a 3-star mission. Are you mistaken? This 3-star mission, as long one of the missions was completed, 1 could get 100,000 points. The difficulty and level of danger could be seen. It was on a completely different level than the 1-star and 2-star missions previously. Yi Yuan was merely a Grotto Profound Realm martial artist. Wanting to challenge such a high difficulty mission as soon as he came up, his astonishment could be imagined. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "That's right, this is it. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother to give me the coordinates of the Sky Foothill world." Junior apprentice brother Yi, it's your first time taking part in a training mission. You might not know the difficulty of 3-star missions. This number 8 mission, over 5,000 students have done it in the past. The majority of them were all middle stage, heaven glimpse, late stage, even grand completion powerhouses. But the ones who came back in the end were less than 10%. Among the 10%, those able to complete the mission were even fewer. That student was warm-hearted too, worried that Yi Yuan did not know the danger, and urged earnestly with good intentions. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother, for cautioning. I'll be careful." That student opened his mouth, but did not say anything. This junior apprentice brother, Yi never seemed to do things according to the convention. Missions that other people avoided like the plague, he was eager to go. More importantly, Yi Yuan was too weak currently. Even if Yi Yuan's strength was superior, Farserpa Sing's same-rank martial artist, his realm was too low after all. He did not even enter the inner court and want to challenge a 3-star mission. Wasn't this somewhat overestimating his own ability? All right, since junior apprentice brother Yi insists on going, then you'll have to be more careful. Entering a small world to train, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Missions and whatnot are second. That student reminded him again. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That is, of course. I don't wish to court death too." That student nodded and said, "The number 8 missions information is already stored in your academy token. You can go back and study it well. But you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath right now to absolutely not reveal the mission's information for others to know." Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, swearing a heavenly Tao oath on the spot. Each small world was a treasure trove and also a precious resource of Wu Meng capital city. They naturally did not allow it to be leaked out. Watching Yi Yuan leave, that student's face revealed a puzzled look and muttered, "This junior apprentice brother, Yi really exceeds all expectations. It's just that this 3-star mission is a little too dangerous. He's my Wu Meng Academy's future. Hope that he'll be fine." Right at this time, another figure walked in. That student's expression changed, and he hurriedly saluted and said, "I pay respects to Elder Qin." He was secretly alarmed. Elder Qin Tianing was one of the few existences whose status was second only to the academy head. Normally, he was in close seclusion and rarely appeared. Why did he suddenly show up today, and even came to the merit hall? He suddenly thought of the Yi Yuan who just left, and could not help becoming fearful in his heart. Elder Qin wouldn't be here aiming for Yi Yuan, right? Qin Tianing snorted lightly, considered to have acknowledged it, and said coolly, "What mission did Yi Yuan draw just now?" That student's expression changed, and he said awkwardly, "Elder Qin, the missions that students draw are strictly confidential. This isn't complying with the rules." Qin Tianing's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "This old man is an elder association's member. Is it confidential even for me? If you don't wish to stay in the academy, just say it straight. This old man will send you out tomorrow." That student's expression changed, and he said fearfully, "Elder Qin is mistaken. The mission that Yi Yuan drew was the number 8 mission on the 3-star Jade Pillar. The coordinates are..." Qin Tianing nodded slightly and said, "Amen, that's more like it. You don't think too much. This matter was personally ordered by City Lord, His Excellency. If you let a third person know, the consequences, you know it." Chapter 14:11 Heavenly Tao Rejection. 14:11 Heavenly Tao Rejection. Qin Tian, have you thought it over? This mission that Yi Yuan chose isn't simple. It said that the strongest person in that Sky Foothill World Sky Foothill Divine Palace is a grand completion origin deity powerhouse. Once you're outside or it. 1. Ties exposed, you'll suffer endless pursuit. Inside a Wu Meng Academy's secret room, Qin Tianing and Qin Tian sat opposite each other. Qin Tianing warned Qin Tian with a solemn look. When Qin Tianing learned that what Yi Yuan was carrying out was the Sky Foothill World mission, he got a shock too. The difficulty of the Sky Foothill World's mission, he was aware. The mortality rate was very high. Yi Yuan, a newcomer, actually challenged such a dangerous world. It was seriously out of his expectations. Along with it, he also became somewhat worried about Qin Tian's safety. Qin Tian was the Qin family's #1 genius, the only candidate for the next family head. If some accident happened to him, the Qin family could not bear it. However, Qin Tian had a decisive appearance, as he said calmly. Yi Yuan already became my mental demon. Not killing him, I may never be able to step into the Divine Lord realm in this life. Qin Tianing was deeply aware of the terror of mental demons and said with a nod, "It's too bad that origin deity realms can't enter the Sky Foothill world. Otherwise, they're ident. 1. Ties will be revealed very quickly and suffer the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's pursuit. Entering the Sky Foothill world, everything can only be up to you." Qin Tian nodded and said, "I have a score in my heart. Yi Yuan's greatest reliance is that late-stage 2-star evil spirit and sword maneuvering flight. After entering the Sky Foothill world, there isn't the Heavenspan world's spatial suppression, and I can fly too. At that time, all the things he relies on don't exist at all in front of me. However, I want to kill him. I'll kill him." Although Qin Tian hated Yi Yuan, but was not a reckless person. If there isn't absolute certainty, he would not take this risk. After all, in Qin Tian's view, his life was much more valuable than Yi Yuan's. He, Qin Tian, was an existence who would step into Divine Lord realm in the future, while Yi Yuan was destined to be a wisp of a deceased soul under his sword. At Sky Foothill World's borders, above the void, a majestic world-locking gate slowly manifested itself. A tiny figure shuttled out of the world-locking gate, stopping above the vast sea. I really didn't expect that the Heavenspan world still has stable wind needle, this kind of divine artifact capable of moving freely in a spatial storm. Back then, if I were to have such a magic treasure, why would I be injured so miserably? The one who came through the world-locking gate was precisely Yi Yuan. Before he came, he got 2 divine artifacts called Stable Wind Needle from a teacher in the Academy's Artifact Refining Hall. Using this stable wind needle to shuttle back and forth in a spatial storm, one could actually S-H-I plus ELD against those violent spatial turbulent flows, letting him arrive at the opposite short safe and sound. This involuntarily made Yi Yuan recall the scene of escaping by a hair's breadth in the spatial storm back then. If he had this stable wind needle in his hands back then, it would not be to the extent of being so miserable either. The Heavenspan world's artifact refining methods are what the small world's people cannot imagine. But stable wind needle, this thing, is strictly controlled in the hands of capital cities, this level of forces. Once discovered in the outside world, they will immediately be sentenced to capital punishment. The stable wind needle is just a one-time consumable. You'll only be given 2 when you're carrying out the mission to avoid it falling into outsiders' hands, Dustless said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like I need to get more of those divine artifacts. Otherwise, it will really be quite troublesome to want to search for the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone in the future." While talking, a series of air bubbles suddenly emerged in the ocean. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus several hundred fish-shaped monsters came out of the water, pouncing crazily towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His aura surged, rippling out. Poo, poo, poo. Those fish-shaped monsters' bodies directly exploded into clouds of blood mist under this terrifying undulation. Mere Tier 9 demonic beasts also dare to attack me, really overestimating your own ability, Yi Yuan said disdainfully. But right at this time, another 3 fish-shaped monsters came out of the water. These 3 auras were clearly much stronger compared to those previously. It was shockingly a rank 1 divine beast. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. H. Plus 3 streaks of sword light burst forth without any signs, akin to a squall, shredding those 3 monsters into pieces without the slightest sluggishness. "Senior, what's going on? I didn't provoke them, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Yi Yuan was just standing there quietly and did not provoke anyone. But these fierce beasts unleashed attacks at him without heed for their lives. This made Yi Yuan very perplexed. Back then, when those fiend race powerhouses entered the Immortal Grove world, they suffered Immortal Grove Heavenly Tao's repulsion. Now you're the outsider to the Sky Foothill world. Those fierce beasts' intelligence has yet to be unlocked. Their actions are entirely based on instincts and are the most sensitive to external forces, Dustless said. Yi Yuan felt his head swell, and he said, "Doesn't that mean that I'll be exposed very easily?" Dustless nodded and said, "That's right. The aura on your body is incongruous with Sky Foothill World's Heavenly Tao. Deity realm powerhouses can identify it very easily. Furthermore, the stronger the attacks you exhibit, the stronger the Heavenly Tao suppression. If not because of this mission's death rate naturally wouldn't be so high either." Yi Yuan fell silent. He had really never considered this problem before. But now, it became a very troublesome matter. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, this kind of precious natural treasure, would probably be monopolized by the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. No matter how careful he was, it was also impossible to avoid their investigation. Those trial takers who entered in the past were all late-stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. There were even powerhouses at Qin Tian's level, but their auras were too obvious. Once they clashed with the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's powerhouses, it was basically no return. Hence, that was why this mission was designated as a 3-star difficulty mission. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Senior, could it be that there's no way?" Dustless shook his head and said, "Forget about you. Even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove enters a small world. He'd be rejected by Heavenly Tao too, unless you can obtain the Sky Foothill World's Tao fruit. Or you could be like with the Immortal Grove world, obtaining the Sky Foothill World's Heavenly Tao's recognition." Yi Yuan could not help losing all hope when he heard that. This way, wanting to obtain the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone was really bleak. Yi Yuan fell silent, falling into hard thinking. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, giving rise to enlightenment in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly vanished. Plussing above the sea. When he appeared again, he already arrived in an enormous forest. Yi Yuan searched for an open space, sat down cross-legged, and started revolving the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, communicating with the lesser Heavenspan mountain. No idea how long had passed. Said either, Yi Yuan's body suddenly emitted a sacred aura. The world-suppressing steel flew straight out of Yi Yuan's body, suspending above his head. A pale white light halo poured down, enveloping Yi Yuan's body. Seeing this scene, Dustless's entire body involuntarily shuddered, his gaze revealing astonishment. This kid is really too talented. To be able to achieve this step, there's probably only him alone since time immemorial, right? Said Dustless, who was shocked to the core. Chapter 1412 by Chun. 1412 by Chun. After a long time, the milky white light halo dissipated. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his eyes revealing a look of excitement. It really worked. The current Yi Yuan already completely could not feel the Sky Foothill Heavenly Tao's rejection any longer. How did you think of it? To actually think of using the lesser Heavenspan mountain to imitate the Sky Foothill Heavenly Tao's aura? Dustless exclaimed. Small world are created by martial artists. Their Heavenly Tao is naturally born from the Heavenspan world's Heavenly Tao too. Since that's the case, the parent body imitating the child body's aura shouldn't be hard. Therefore, I tried communicating with the lesser Heavenspan mountain. Didn't expect that it really worked, Yi Yuan said with an excited look. Dustless was speechless. This boy would frequently have some whimsical ideas. Even he was endlessly amazed. This time, it clearly succeeded again until it shocked him. With the lesser Heavenspan mountain protecting him, however vast this Sky Foothill world, it was free for him to roam. Even if origin deity realm powerhouses stood in front of him, They could not recognize him either. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. The deity realm powerhouse aura on his body gradually faded away. Very soon, the martial Dao aura on Yi Yuan's body completely disappeared, looking just like an ordinary person. Yi Yuan was confident that unless he encountered origin deity realm powerhouses, otherwise, body could see through him. Want to integrate into this world? It was better to be more low profile. Actually, the Sky Foothill world information grasped by Wu Meng Academy was not much. What Yi Yuan understood was very limited too. Hence, he must first understand this world before he could know how to obtain the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. Finus. Plusing with this, Yi Yuan took a step and directly disappeared from where he stood. In the forest, Yi Yuan seemed to be strolling idly in a courtyard. In reality, his speed was swift to the extreme. Taking a step out, it was 1,000 miles away. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly paused, stopping. Arriving at the Sky Foothill world, his divine sense recovered to an extremely terrifying range again and already detected several figures ahead. At the same time, Yi Yuan even detected that a deity realm fierce beast was currently coming in his direction. The fierce beast is in that direction. Teacher Mo Yun, this time, I can definitely personally capture that fierce beast and tame it. Don't intervene today. A young voice sounded out. Ho. Mo Yun naturally believes in young Lord Bai Chen's strength. You just feel free to act. Not reaching the final juncture, I won't intervene, Mo Yun said with a light laugh. He knew that this young Lord Bai Chen enjoyed success at a young age and was very proud. Suffering major losses under the hands of this fierce beast repeatedly, he was very pent up. However, young Lord Bai Chen's talent was indeed astonishing. Plusing. In less than a year's time, young Lord Bai Chen already became much stronger under this fierce beast stimulation. Although he was still not that fierce beast's match yet currently, defeating it alone was already something sooner or later. Teacher Mo Yun, this time, you absolutely mustn't be like last time, repelling it when I only suffered a bit of injury. Otherwise, I'll really fall out. Bai Chen said unhappily. Haha, young Lord Reste, sure, I definitely won't this time. Unless it concerns life and death, I absolutely won't take action. Mo Yun laughed and said, Come on, young Lord. You can definitely defeat that fierce beast this time. Young Lord is mighty. Young Lord is mighty. Several accompanying martial artists were all cheering Bai Chen on. Bai Chen smiled proudly and rushed over in the fierce beast's direction. Roar! When Bai Chen rushed over, the fierce beast was currently roaring madly in Yi Yuan's direction, the commotion extremely terrifying. Originally, the dense woods blocked the view. Only when Bai Chen came near did he discover that there was a young man standing there, and the fierce beast was currently baring its fangs and brandis. Plusing its claws, summing a posture about to pounce at Yi Yuan. Don't move. Leave this guy to me. Bai Chen shouted loudly, his figure DOS. Plusing towards that fierce beast like lightning. That was a lion-type fierce beast. Yi Yuan did not recognize it. Although this species of fierce beast was extremely strong, it was not civilized and did not belong to the category of the demon race. Bai Chen had an imposing momentum, brandished a divine artifact-heavy spear, and clashed together with the fierce beast. The moment he got started, Bai Chen thoroughly suppressed the fierce beast. With this, he pressed on relentlessly, one spear following another, fighting until the fierce beast fell back repeatedly. When Bai Chen saw this, he had an even more excited look, growing in bravery as he fought. While at this time, Mo Yun and the rest also said through the dense forest and arrived here. When they discovered Yi Yuan, they all could not help being stunned. Before this, they all sensed two powerful auras. They were precisely from Bai Chen and the fierce beast. Apart from these two, they completely did not sense other people's auras. Did not expect that there was actually still a person here, an ordinary person. Mo Yun's gaze sized up Yi Yuan. But no matter how he sized up, Yi Yuan was an ordinary person. Boom! Right at this time, a heavy spear of Bai Chen's knocked the fierce beast over. When those followers saw this scene, they immediately applauded. Good, young Lord Bai Chen, beautifully done. Continue, young lord. Kill it. When these people saw that Yi Yuan was just an ordinary person, they directly ignored him. Reckon that this guy was long frightened silly by the fierce beast, right? Only Mo Yun's brows furrowed, slightly, seemingly pondering about something. Bai Chen's attack succeeding, he gave even less of a chance for the fierce beast to catch its breath. One spear followed another, very quickly beating the fierce beast until it did not have the strength to retaliate. Boom! Bai Chen gasped heavily for air, pounding the heavy spear on the ground. A golden collar appeared in his hands at no idea when. Summit. Bai Chen muttered words under his breath, then threw the collar. The collar slipped onto the fierce beast's neck. The fierce beast already did not have the strength to resist and could only helplessly watch Bai Chen's action, with its eyes revealing a look of despair. Leave it to you guys. Bai Chen roared loudly to the entourage, but he then turned to Yi Yuan, patted his shoulders, and said with a smile, Kid, scared silly, right? Just now, if this young master, I, came a bit later, you'd have become a meal in this guy's belly. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Many thanks for young Lord Bai Chen's life-saving grace. It was just that he had a calm and collected appearance. How was it all like being scared silly? But Yi Yuan did not say much, going along with things. Bai Chen did not put on much air, waved his hands, and said, No need, just a simple matter not worth mentioning. But your guts are really plucky. This wilderness forest is full of danger. Even deity realm powerhouses don't dare to easily set foot inside. You actually dared to come here by yourself. Yi Yuan smiled and did not dispute further. Bai Chen put away the fierce beast and was in a great mood, saying to Yi Yuan again, Forget this. This young lord's mood today is pretty good. I'll bring you out together. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, Then I'll have to thank young Lord Bai Chen very much. Haha, you kid are really lucky, running into young Lord Bai Chen coming out to train today. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have bones left. When you exit the wilderness forest, you have to thank young Lord Bai Chen properly. It's also young Lord Bai Chen who is kind-hearted. If it were others, they wouldn't even be bothered with you. Those followers all came in front of Yi Yuan to poke fun, all feeling that Yi Yuan survived by a fluke. Chapter 14:13 Pa est Serbier 1413 Pascals. S. Serbier Bai Chen rode the lion mirage beast, looking awe-inspiring and very pleased. Yi Yuan already got to know from Bai Chen that this lion-shaped fierce beast's name was called Lion Mirage Beast. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was very curious too. That collar seemed to have considerable magical powers. Latching onto that Lion Mirage Beast's neck, that guy submitted. Young Lord Bai Chen, I wonder what kind of wondrous object this collar is. Yi Yuan asked. Bai Chen smiled and said, This is an imperial spirit circle. It's also normal for you mortals to not have heard of it before. This is a high-grade spirit divine artifact. As long as I drip blood for it to acknowledge as master, then put it onto the neck of a fierce beast, it can suppress rank 1 deity realm fierce beasts and let it submit to me. Of course, the prerequisite is that I must beat it until it doesn't have the strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan secretly marveled. He did not expect that this sky foothill world actually had such impressive artifact refining means. Seeing Yi Yuan's curious appearance, Bai Chen smiled and said, Want to come up and experience it? Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, This thing is too formidable. I'd better not ride. This kid looked like a pale-faced scholar. Your guts are also too small. This Lion Mirage beast is already subdued and won't attack people. A follower mocked him. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not explain. Not that he did not want to sit, but he did not dare to sit. If he were to sit on it, how could this Lion Mirage beast still move? The reason why Bai Chen was able to easily bring down the Lion Mirage beast was all because of Yi Yuan's intimidation. Currently, Yi Yuan's body simulated the aura of sky foothills heavenly Tao. Those fierce beasts would not be averse to him like before. Hence, they could also sense the terror on Yi Yuan's body. The demon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body was incomparably inobly. Furthermore, the power was extremely formidable. That lion mirage beast bearing its fangs and brandis. Plussing its claws at that time was not scaring Yi Yuan, but being afraid of Yi Yuan. It was just that when Bai Chun saw it, he thought that the lion mirage beast wanted to attack Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took Bai Chen's strength into his sights. Although he recently entered the grotto profound deity realm, and his spear art was not bad as well, wanting to deal with this lion mirage beast, it was still a little lacking. But by the side, Mo Yun was constantly on heightened vigilance constantly. The rest did not have any suspicions about Yi Yuan, but he kept feeling that this Yi Yuan was problematic. It was just that where was the problem? He could not pinpoint it either. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus suddenly, over a dozen figures dashed out of the dense forest, surrounding Bai Chun and company. Bai Chun, I waited for this chance for a very long time. Today is your death date. A young figure divided everyone and said this with a wild laugh. Bai Chen's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Bai Chong, what's the meaning of this? Bai Chong smiled hideously and said, what's the meaning? My strength is more powerful than you. Age is older than yours. Why is it that you're the young lord? While I have to become a dog under you. I'm unwilling. I want to become the young lord and rule the White Knight's sacred palace in the future. Mo Yun reproached furiously. Bai Chong, are you crazy? For this, you recruited the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people? You have to know that they are our White Knight's Sacred Palace's mortal enemy. Bai Chong sneered coldly and said, so what? As long as I can get the position of the young lord, what does it matter what means I use? Behind Bai Chong, a middle-aged man looked at Mo Yun and said with a laugh, Mo Yun, didn't expect it, right? Haha, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Kill Bai Chun, then join our Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. With your strength, you'll be put in an important position. Mo Yun ignored him but glared at Yi Yuan and said, your Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's spy. Otherwise, such a vast wilderness forest. How did you guys find us? Bai Chen's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. You actually repaid kindness with ingratitude. Bai Chen pointed at Yi Yuan and said with bitter resentment, Humph, I've observed him for very long already. He isn't some ordinary person at all, but a hidden expert. On his body, there's probably an aura-concealing divine artifact. Mo Yun said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not expect Mo Yun to suddenly point the spearhead at him. He said with a guileless look, I'm really not a spy. You all should be able to testify for me, right? Who Yi Yuan asked was Bai Chong. He instantly felt that he was being wronged. Currently, this sort of situation, Bai Chen's side was a certain death situation. Mo Yin was merely half-step Heaven Glimpse realm. The others were mostly initial stage grotto, profound strength. While opposite, that man's strength was more or less the same as Mo Yun's. Apart from him, the other over dozen people were all grotto, profound realm powerhouse. Quite a few among them were even middle stage, even late stage existences. The overall strength was significantly stronger than this side. But Bai Chong smiled coldly and said, Mo Yun, you're right. He was sent by us to investigate your whereabouts. When Bai Chong saw Bai Chen's side having internal strife, he was naturally happy to see them fight in the nest. He did not mind sowing discord. Sure enough, when Bai Chun and Mo Yun heard this, their faces changed, glaring at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, I really misjudged you. If I had long known it would be like this, I'd have let the lion mirage beast eat you. Bai Chun said angrily. Mo Yun said in a cold voice, Young lord, no need to talk rubbish with him anymore. Kill him. Done talking, Mo Yun lifted his hand, and it was a palm with boundless might. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man opposite and Bai Chong both revealed delighted faint smiles. Boom! The outrageously shocking palm struck right onto Yi Yuan's chest. However, Yi Yuan stood there without moving an inch, forcefully receiving this palm. Everyone's eye, L, has popped out, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yi Yuan was completely fine. How is this possible? The middle-aged man muttered. Mo Yun's strength, he was still aware. This palm, even he did not dare to forcefully receive it. This young man actually forcefully withstood this palm. Yi Yuan was wearing Wu Meng Academy's profound divine artifact battle armor. This degree of attack naturally could not threaten him. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Actually, I'm just Serbi and really didn't have the intention of getting involved in your struggle for the position of young lord. All right, in order to express my innocence, I won't take part in your fight. This will do, right?" Finished talking, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and really retreated to one side. With this, it was Bai Chong's side's turn to lose composure. This young man was a little too unfathomable, right? The expression of the middle-aged man opposite turned stern. Suddenly recalling something, he whispered in Bai Chong's ear, "They are definitely putting on an act, wanting to scare us away. No need to care about him. The most important thing is to kill Bai Chun." Bai Chong's expression turned austere, nodded his head, and said in a solemn voice, "Attack. Whoever kills Bai Chun will be heavily rewarded." "Kill." Those doze-over people shouted loudly, "Russ. H.I." Plussing over towards Bai Chun in a swarm. Mo Yun's expression changed and was just about to take action when the middle-aged man's figure already arrived. "Your opponent is me. Bai Chun is dead for sure today. Stop putting up a last-ditch fight," the middle-aged man said with a hideous grin. Bai Chun's few followers protected Bai Chun in the center tightly and faced the besieging of over a dozen grotto profound powerhouses. Very soon, they were running low in strength. When Mo Yun saw this, he could not help becoming greatly anxious. Yi Yuan stood tall and upright at one side. Suddenly, he let out a sigh and said, "Sure enough, I still can't look on." Chapter 14:14, Playing Cat and Mouse. 14:14, Playing Cat and Mouse. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Several dozen sword lights tore across the sky, lighting up breathtakingly. Bai Chun only felt a blur before his eyes, and his long spear pierced right through his opponent's chest without the slightest hindrance. Bai Chun had yet to have time to rejoice when he discovered that fresh blood sprayed off the other party's body. Then he broke off into several pieces. The other party opened his eyes wide, not understanding how he died towards the end. Bai Chun opened his eyes wide too, similarly not understanding how his opponent died. Very clearly, it had nothing to do with his spear at all. Not just Bai Chun, his several followers were stunned in place too. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The autumn rain's sacred palaces, powerhouses were all diced into pieces, deader than dead. What happened just now? S so strong. T2 strong. This is a true expert. Bai Chun's followers all drew a cold breath, gazes looking towards Yi Yuan in horror. That expression, there was surprise, gratefulness, but even more, it was fear. In a blink of an eye, annihilated over a dozen grotto profound deity realm powerhouses. Among them, even included a half-step Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. This kind of strength, they did not dare to imagine it at all. Even if a Heaven Glimpse powerhouse was here, he probably could not do it so neat and tidily either, right? Those were over a dozen deity realm powerhouses. He actually killed them like chopping melons and vegetables. Mo Yun's face was white as a sheet, the muscles on his body H.I. plus veering endlessly because of fear. What did he do previously? Slammed a palm at Yi Yuan? Was he tired of living? Wanting to seek death? That autumn rain sacred palace's middle-aged man's strength was similar to his, but the former was exterminated by Yi Yuan without even reacting in time. He absolutely would not last an additional half a breath time in front of him either. The shock that this opening move of Yi Yuan brought was too intense. Mo Yun sucked in a breath deeply, forcefully suppressing the horror in his heart, and bowed to Yi Yuan and said, "Mo Yun has wronged your excellency previously, resulting in doing a foolish thing. Many thanks to your excellency for disregarding my former suspicions and saving our lives. Mo Yun is aware that I'm guilty. Your Excellency, please punies. H. Plus it's just that. Your Excellency, please let young Lord Bai Chen off. Bai Chen's entire body trembled, hurriedly saying, Your Excellency, Teacher Mo Yun was just anxious to protect his student. Your Excellency, please give him a way out. Bai Chun is willing to pay any price. Mo Yun watched him grow up all the way, like a master and like a father. The two people's relations. H.I. Plus P was extremely good, letting Bai Chun helplessly watch Mo Yun be killed. He could not do it. Mo Yun's expression changed, and he said, Young Lord, don't need to plead. Mo Yun offended His Excellency and has committed a capital offense. For His Excellency to make a move and save us is already magnanimous and broad-minded. Young Lord, don't need to plead for Mo Yun. Yi Yuan looked at this master and disciple, two people, and could not help feeling somewhat funny, but was also rather touched. This Bai Chun was pure in nature, very much to his liking. Otherwise, he would not have made a move earlier as well. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, If you guys keep arguing here, that fellow is going to escape. Mo Yun's expression changed. It was only now he detected that Bai Chong did not die yet and already escaped like a wisp of smoke. Yi Yuan making a move just now, Bai Chong was scared silly too, directly freezing there. Now, seeing Mo Yun master and disciple having small talk with Yi Yuan, how could he still care about so much hurriedly escaping? Mo Yun gave a cold snort, his figure flying out like lightning. His strength was much greater than Bai Chong's. But Bai Chong took the lead and already flew out far away. Mo Yun actually could not catch up for some time. Bai Chen's expression changed. If Bai Chong were to run, there would be no end of future troubles. In his anxiety, he could not refrain from begging Yi Yuan, Your Excellency. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Waving a hand, a sword slashed out. This sword, everybody saw it clearly. Bai Chun and his followers' expressions were white as paper, being deeply shocked by this sword. They were still singing their own praises previously, feeling that they saved Yi Yuan's life. Actually, he was completely disdainful to take action. Bai Chun suddenly understood why the Lion Mirage Beast was so subdued this time, being brought down by him with 2 or 3 hits. It was completely in fear of Yi Yuan. The swift and fierce sword light streaked across the horizon as if splitting the entire sky into 2 halves. Wrapped in an outrageous momentum, this streak of sword light arrived first despite launching later, cutting off Bai Chong's path in virtually a blink. Bai Chong was currently sprinting crazily when suddenly, an earth-shaking sword light cut right across ahead, scaring his pants off. How could he still run? With this delay, Mo Yun's figure was like lightning, finally catching up. Bai Chong was scared by this sword's shocking presence until his legs turned soft. How could he still be Mo Yun's match? He immediately had his divine sea sealed by Mo Yun and carried back like a chicken. When Bai Chen saw this, he heaved a great sigh in relief and said gratefully, Many thanks, Your Excellency, for taking action. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, All right, this matter is done. I should go too. Don't need to see me off. Yi Yuan waved his hand and was about to leave. Bai Chen's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, Your Excellency. Amen? Is there still anything else? Bai Chen said, I wonder where Your Excellency is going. Yi Yuan said coolly, wandering around the world, without any permanent residence. Bai Chen was delighted the moment he heard. It turned out that Lord Yi Yuan was a reclusive expert. He did not expect that his luck was so good to actually run into him. Otherwise, the one dead today would probably be him. Since Your Excellency doesn't have a play to go, why not go to the White Knight's sacred palace to be a guest? How about that? For Your Excellency's life-saving grace, Bai Chun has nothing to repay with. Please allow me to carry out the hospitality of Ghost. Bai Chun looked at Yi Yuan and said with hopeful eyes. Yi Yuan naturally did not really want to leave. He just played a little cat and mouse trick, that was all. He had long seen through that this Bai Chen's ident. 1. Tai was probably not ordinary in the Sky Foothill world. Furthermore, the faction that Bai Chun was at was called White Knight's Sacred Palace, while the Sky Foothill world's supreme ruler was the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. There might be some connection between the two. Entering the White Knight's Sacred Palace, he might be able to inquire about the myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones information. It was just that. Yi Yuan also knew that the trial takers who entered the Sky Foothill world over the years were quite a number too, all aiming for these few items. If Yi Yuan's goal was too obvious, it would probably arouse people's suspicions. Hence, this matter still needed gradual planning. Yi Yuan deliberately fell silent for a moment and said with a nod, "All right then. I'm unoccupied. No harm in going to do a little sightseeing either." Bai Chun was overjoyed the moment he heard and repeatedly said, "Great. Many thanks, Your Excellency, for giving face." At this time, Mo Yin escorted Bai Chun and rushed over, directly pressing until he knelt on the ground. Bai Chen's face fell, and he said furiously, "Bai Chun, I've always treated you as a biological elder brother and was incomparably respectful towards you from young. Even if you were dissatisfied with me, I wouldn't fuss about anything either. But you actually colluded with the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people and did this kind of thing today. It really chills this younger brother's heart." Bai Chun hugged Bai Chen's thigh and said, "My good younger brother, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. I was muddle-headed for a moment. I beg you to let me off." Bai Chun said with a cold smile, "I know that you all say that I'm weak and incompetent in private, unworthy of this position of young lord. But I'm not stupid. This kind of explanation, you go say to Royal Father." Chapter 1415 by Chen's Hope. 1415 by Chen's Hope. Young Lord is back. Young Lord, you finally came back. Things are bad. Upon reaching the White Knight's Sacred Palace, a steward-looking old man came up to greet them. Bai Chen's expression changed, and he said, "Uncle Ji, what happened?" Uncle Ji had a heartbroken look as he said weepingly, Master, he is almost on his last legs." This news was akin to a bolt out of the blue, making everyone's expression change drastically. Bai Chun grabbed Uncle Ji and asked, "I was only gone for half a year. What in the world happened?" Suddenly, the Bai Chun by the side started laughing crazily. "Ha! This old fellow is finally going to die. He deserves death. Ha ha bang." A buzz went off in Bai Chen's head. He gave Bai Chun a kick in an uncontrollable rage, kicking him to the ground. "Treacherous villain. You! What in the world did you do to Royal Father?" Bai Chun getting hit by the kick, his mouth was full of fresh blood. But he did not care at all and still laughed crazily as he said, "This miserable old fool. I'm so outstanding. Why doesn't he pick me? Not picking me, he deserves to die. Deserves to die. Ha!" Bai Chun's entire person fell into a state of madness. The long-suppressed discontentment in his heart all erupted in this instant. Bai Chen's palm was raised in the air, but kept failing to find it in him to land it. He wished to kill this elder brother with a palm, but he could not do it. "Ha ha, kill me. Let me tell you, the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's powerhouses are already on the way. If you kill me, all of you have to be buried in death with me. Now, your only way out is to let me go and let me succeed the position of Palace Lord." Bai Chun said arrogantly. One sentence made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom of the valley. And Mo Yun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "You treacherous villain, truly devoid of all conscience. A person like you becoming the Palace Lord, the White Knight's Sacred Palace will be ruined in your hands sooner or later. Palace Lord was quite prescient to not choose you to be the young lord. Humph! Bai Chun becoming the Palace Lord will let the White Knight's Sacred Palace to a bad end. You see, this coward, doesn't even dare to kill me. Ha ha ha! My good younger brother, you kill me. Kill! You Swiss! H!" Plus Bai Chun's arrogant voice abruptly ceased, fresh blood splattering all over Bai Chen's face. Bai Chen's expression changed, his gaze looking over toward Yi Yuan in surprise. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you keep dawdling, your royal father will be dead." Bai Chen's expression changed and could not be bothered to wipe the fresh blood on his face, sprinting over towards the palace. All don't be in a daze anymore. Go in and take a look, see if he could be of any help or not. Yi Yuan did not care about everyone's shocked gazes. Lifting his foot, he headed towards the depths of the palace too. Mo Yun suddenly startled awake and followed after too. When Yi Yuan saw the already dying White Knight Palace Lord, he knew that he was already deeply poisoned and a goner. Poison entering the heart. Even if he could refine a 2-star divine pill right now, it could not save the White Knight Palace Lord either. As expected, before long, news of the Palace Lord's demise came from the depths of the palace. Mo Yun arranged a quiet place for Yi Yuan, and he took up his quarters in peace. While at this time, a battle of airs was currently playing out in the White Knight's sacred palace. The White Knight Palace Lord did not just have Bai Chong and Bai Chun, 2 sons. Bai Chun still had quite a few older brothers. Now, the Palace Lord had said the various factions were starting to become restless and eager to take action. Bai Chun was the Palace Lord's youngest son. Appointing him as the young lord originally had many people refusing to accept. It was just that Bai Chun indeed lived up to expectations, breaking through to the deity realm at a young age. Plus, there was the old Palace Lord holding down the fort. That was why Body dared to gossip. It was just too bad that Bai Chun had not completely grown up yet, and the old Palace Lord was harmed by Bai Chun. This made the others see hope. In Mo Yun, the urgent matter on hand is to resist the outside enemy. Bai Chun is still young and normally isn't in charge of the palace's affairs too. It's hard to convince the SES, making him lead everyone to go and resist the enemy. Isn't it courting our doom? Yeah, currently, in this sort of situation, we should choose a son with high prestige and commands universal respect to succeed the position of Palace Lord. The autumn rain sacred palace's people are about to reach soon. Young Lord's bit of strength, could it be letting him lead us to go and fight with them? A group of people was trying to get a word in. In short, they were questioning that Bai Chun was young and unable to take on big responsibilities. Confronted by a great enemy, it was just nice to become the excuse for them to force an abdication. And Mo Yun gave a cold snort and said, "The Palace Lord appointed the young lord in order to succeed him. Young Lord Bai Chun succeeding the position of Palace Lord is right and proper. The old Palace Lord's corpse has yet to turn cold, and you all did such a thing. The old Palace Lord will die with everlasting regret. That's not right. It's a matter of expediency. Right now, it's extraordinary times. There naturally needs to be extraordinary measures. Bai Chen's strength and prestige are insufficient to convince the SES no matter what. How can he succeed the position of Palace Lord?" An elder came forward to refute. Want to talk about high prestige and commanding universal respect? I feel that it still belongs to Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiao. The old palace is not around anymore. In the entire White Knight's sacred palace, his strength is the strongest. The sacred palace's aspects, it's also him who understands them best. Since everybody is currently debating endlessly, in my view, let Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiao temporarily act in the position of Palace Lord. What does everyone think? Suddenly, an elder's words broke the balance of the scene. Everyone did not expect that a Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiao actually charged out halfway. It was just that they calmed down and thought about it. This current sort of situation, there was really no one more suitable than Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao was currently sitting on the seat of honor, both eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly in a daze. When he suddenly heard this, he got a shock too and hurriedly said, "No way, no way. The White Knight's sacred palace's tradition has always been Palace Lord Pa S. Sing to young lord. Where's the logic of Palace Lord Pa S. Sing to Deputy Palace Lord? If I really become the Palace Lord, everybody will feel that I'm scheming to usurp the throne, and it will be even harder to convince the SES. Don't mention this matter again. How about this? Since everybody can't come to a conclusion, let's discuss it again tomorrow. As for the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's activities, I've already arranged people to keep an eye on it. There still aren't any movements for the time being. That's it for today. The palace lord was already deceased. Bai Xiao was currently the person with the highest prestige and respect in the entire White Knight Sacred Palace. His strength was also the strongest. His words won the group of elders' favorable impression even more. Very soon, inside the great hall was stark empty. There was only Mo Yun, master and disciple, two people, left in the hall. Bai Chen's entire person was battered out of his senses. He did not say a word from start to end. His thoughts were not on contending for the seat of palace lord at all. The blow that the death of the old palace lord had on him was tremendous. He still had not come back to his senses currently. Seeing Bai Chen's dejected and disheartened appearance, Mo Yun was burning with anxiety too. Young lord, if you carry on like this, the position of palace lord will be gone. Mo Yun said anxiously. Bai Chen looked at Mo Yun with a pair of listless eyes and said, "Gone then gone." What they said was right. I'm not suited to be this palace lord at all. Mo Yun sucked in a deep breath and said solemnly, "Young lord, you think properly. How much did the old palace lord worry over the White Knight Sacred Palace? In order to let you be the young lord, how much did he rack his brain? Could it be that you're going to hand over his life's effort to people on a silver platter, then be swallowed up by the autumn rain Sacred Palace? You're the old palace lord's favorite successor. Could it be that you're really going to let him die with everlasting regrets?" Bai Chen's entire body trembled. His eyes finally had an additional trace of light. But he dimmed down again very quickly and said, "But under these current circumstances, we already don't have a trace of hope anymore." When Mo Yun saw Bai Chen finally pull it together a little, a ray of hope finally ignited in his heart. He plucked his spirits up and said, "No, we still have hope." Bai Chen's eyes revealed a hint of puzzlement and said, "Still have hope? You look, right now in this place, there's only you and me left." Mo Yun said, "Go find Lord Yi Yuan. He's our last hope." Chapter 14:16, 9 Melody Psychic Immortal Fruy. 14:16, 9 Melody Psychic Immortal Fruy. Lord Yi Yuan? He, although his strength is powerful, it doesn't reach Heaven Glimpse realm either, right? Bai Chen said with some doubt. In this struggle for the position of Palace Lord, without Heaven Glimpse realm strength, it was impossible to speak any further. The old Palace Lord's death was too sudden and had yet to hand over authority to Bai Chen in time. Hence, there was not a single Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse currently standing on his side. The only one that he could rely on now was Mo Yun. In the wilderness forest, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was indeed incredible. But the realm that he exhibited was only grand completion grotto profound. One could only say that his sword Dao law's comprehension was exceedingly high. But facing genuine heavenly Dao powerhouses, it was still inadequate to look at. In front of Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses, grotto profound martial artists were not enough to look at all. Mo Yun said, "I don't know, but I have a feeling that this Lord Yi Yuan isn't as simple as he seems on the surface. Perhaps he was sent by heaven to save us. Young lord, I know that the old palace lord's death is a huge blow to you, but you must pull it together right now. The old palace lord is already no longer around. If even his foundation is lost, we'd really have no face to face him in the future." Bai Chen's expression became stern, finally forcefully rousing his spirit. "Okay, I'll go and find Lord Yi Yuan. What should I do?" Mo Yun said without the slightest hesitation, "Acknowledge him as your master." Bai Chen was stunned and said, "Acknowledge him as my master? Then what about you?" Mo Yun smiled and said, "I already don't have anything that I can teach you. But Lord Yi Yuan is different. His understanding of Tao is far above mine. If you can acknowledge him as your master, your future is limitless." At the place Yi Yuan was staying at, Bai Chen's entire person appeared rather overcautious. "Lord Yi Yuan, I wonder if your rest yesterday was still well?" Bai Chen rubbed the sweat on the palm of his hands, seeming somewhat nervous and uneasy. "Still all right. Didn't have time to speak to you yesterday either. My condolences," Yi Yuan said. Hearing these words, Bai Chen's heart became sour, nearly shedding tears. But, upon thinking of teacher Mo Yun's instructions, he forcefully suppressed the grief in his heart and forced a smile as he said, "Many thanks, Lord Yi Yuan." Originally wanted to invite Lord Yi Yuan to be a guest. Didn't expect that the family suddenly suffered a sudden turn of events. Truly sorry. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Whatever you have, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush." Bai Chen's bit of shrewdness was not enough to look it in front of Yi Yuan at all. He was seen through by Yi Yuan with one glance. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. He discovered that the things teacher Mo Yun taught were of no use at all. With this, sorrow hit him, and Bai Chen knelt down with a thud. "Lord Yi Yuan, Bai Chen is already forced into a dead end. Your Excellency, please take pity and save me. This 9-melody psychic immortal fruit was given me by Father. Originally, it was intended to help me break through to the heaven glimpse deity realm. Now, I'm giving it to your Excellency. I beg your Excellency to accept me as a disciple and help me ascend to the position of Palace Lord." Bai Chen said indignantly. Yi Yuan maintained composure on the surface, but in his heart, a series of great waves was stirred up. One of the missions, the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit, he did not expect that it appeared in front of him so easily. As long as he agreed, he could bring it back to hand in the missions. According to the records of the mission, the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit was a heaven and earth spiritual fruit. Grand completion grotto, profound, realm martial artists just had to consume it, and they would have a 30% chance of directly breaking through to the heaven glimpse realm. Half-step heaven glimpse martial artists consuming, there was a 60% chance to break through to heaven glimpse realm. To those powerhouses stuck at this checkpoint, unable to break through, it was undoubtedly a miracle elixir. Using it to refine a 2-star divine pill, the effects were even more terrifying. It was just that to Yi Yuan, his goal was not the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. No matter how good this thing was, he did not care either. Yi Yuan received the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and played for a bit, and said with a smile, "Actually, you're not suitable to be the Palace Lord. Why is there a need to intentionally get involved in a messy situation?" Bai Chen was weak and indecisive, his personality too simple. His strength was not powerful also. Becoming the palace, he would be toyed to death by people sooner or later. This point, Yi Yuan had long understood it. Bai Chen, this kind of person, if it were Yi Yuan, he would have long killed him with a palm, but Bai Chen kept refusing to deal the blow. Such weak and indecisiveness, it was hard to take on major responsibilities. Bai Chen gritted his teeth and said, I can learn." Teacher Mo Yun said, "Even though your Excellency is young, your mind is even more mature than his. Furthermore, your martial Tao comprehensions are exceedingly deep, making me acknowledge you as master no matter what. If you don't agree, we'll back out of this struggle for the position of Palace Lord and go far away henceforth and not come back." Yi Yuan paced around, seemingly thinking. Bai Chen's current mood was like a well where 7 buckets were drawn up and 8 dropped down. Suddenly, Yi Yuan put away the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and said coolly, "I'll help you take care of this first." Bai Chen was stunned, then immediately revealed a look of wild elation and kowtowed toward Yi Yuan. Disciple Bai Chen pays respect to master. Yi Yuan took out a small bottle and threw it to Bai Chen, saying, "These things, just take it as master acknowledging gifts." Bai Chen was rather puzzled. He did not recognize these medicinal pills. "Master, then, I wonder what this disciple should do next." Bai Chen consulted. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Go keep vigil for your father properly. Tomorrow, what should be done should still be done." Bai Chen left Yi Yuan's residence with a perplexed look and found Mo Yun. Yi Yuan's words left him at a loss. How is it? Did Lord Yi Yuan agree? Mo Yun immediately went up to ask when he saw Bai Chen. Bai Chen nodded his head woodenly and said, "Agreed." Mo Yun could not help being overjoyed the moment he heard and said, "Excellent. I indeed didn't see it wrongly. He definitely has a way to save us. How is it? What instructions did he have?" Bai Chun repeated Yi Yuan's words with a puzzled expression and said, "Teacher Mo Yun, what do you think Master Yi Yuan meant?" Mo Yun was even more overjoyed the moment he heard and said, This child, seriously? Lord Yi Yuan not saying anything means that he already has a well-thought-out plan. Tomorrow's discussion, let's just care about showing up. Leave the rest to him." Bai Chun was still somewhat only half understood it. Mo Yun let out a sigh and asked, "That nine-melody psychic immortal fruit, he accepted it?" Bai Chun nodded and said, "Yeah. He even gave me a large bottle of medicinal pills as a master-disciple acknowledgement gift." As he said, Bai Chun took out the medicinal pills Yi Yuan gave. Mo Yun received the medicinal pills and examined it in detail. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. This, Bai Chun had a blank look as he said, "What is it, Teacher Mo Yun? Do these medicinal pills have anything wrong?" Mo Yun looked at him with a complicated expression and only said after a long time, "These medicinal pills, if I didn't see wrongly, it should be called Divine Essence Pill. It's just that these medicinal pills grade is extremely high. It should reach divine grade. Divine grade medicinal pills. The legendary divine grade medicinal pills?" Bai Chun said in shock. Due to the limitations of heavenly Tao, inside ordinary small worlds, it was totally impossible to refine divine-grade medicinal pills. But the Sky Foothill world continuously had Heavenspan world's powerhouses entering to train and was not completely ignorant about Heavenspan world's medicinal pills. Divine-grade middle grade, that was the legendary grade. Mo Yin nodded his head deeply and said with a complicated expression, "Many years ago, the old palace lord had once killed a trial taker who came from the outside world and obtained this kind of medicinal pills from him." One in turmoil. Chapter 14:17, I disagree. 14:17, I disagree. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. His gaze revealed a look of astonishment. "I am possible. How can Master Yi Yuan possibly be an outside trial taker? I completely couldn't perceive it at all. Trial takers were not some secret among the Sky Foothill world's upper echelons. With Bai Chen's status, he had clearly heard before. Mo Yun sucked in a deep breath and said, "I won't see wrongly. These medicinal pills are extremely similar to the medicinal pills on that trial taker's body. It's just that the medicinal properties are much stronger than that." Bai Chen's eyes revealed an extremely complicated look. Clearly, his inner heart was also struggling fiercely. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace had once issued a strict order. Upon discovering trial takers, kill them without amnesty. Now what should they do? This trial taker was the life savior of these master and disciple. Then what should we do? Go to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace and report him? No way. Absolutely not. Master Yi Yuan is my life savior. I can't do this kind of repaying kindness with an ingrate. 1. Toot action. Bai Chun directly denied the idea of going to report Yi Yuan, but he also did not know what he should do and fell into a dilemma for a moment. Mo Yun said in a solemn voice, "These trial takers treat our Sky Foothill world as a breeding ground, taking whatever they please, and is the enemy of all of us Sky Foothill martial artists. How can this kind of person be indulged?" Bai Chen's expression flickered incessantly, falling silent. Finally, he still said, "I, Bai Chun, would rather be reviled for generation after generation and also not be willing to be a person who repays kindness with ingrate. 1. Master Yi Yuan agreed to help me under this sort of circuit stances. If I betray him instead, what's the difference from a pig or a dog? Teacher Mo Yun, if you disagree with my decision, I won't force you either. You can go and report Master Yi Yuan, but I'll live and die together with him." Mo Yin did not expect that his disciple would actually say these words. A conflicted look appeared on his face, and he finally still heaved a sigh and said, "All right then, who asked you and me to be as close as father and son? Since you've already decided, I'll walk this path with you until it's dark." Bai Chun did not know that his every action was all under Yi Yuan's surveillance, and his decision saved his own life too. With Yi Yuan's cautiousness, how could he possibly make this kind of low-level mistake? Him deliberately doing so was actually giving Bai Chan a chance to choose. If he helped Bai Chan sit on the seat of Palace Lord, and he opened his mouth to ask for the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone in the future, Bai Chan would definitely suspect, since he was going to expose his ident. 1. Tai sooner or later, might as well let Bai Chan know earlier. If Bai Chan betrayed him, he would kill Bai Chan without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan's objective of coming to the Sky Foothill world was very simple. It was for the sake of the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. That was Mu Lingshue's life-saving object. Yi Yuan absolutely would not allow any accidents, even if he was not willing to kill Bai Chan. Fortunately, Bai Chan chose to stand on his side. In the White Knight's Sacred Palace's Great Hall, Bai Xiu sat on the seat of honor, his brows tightly knitted. I've just received the news. A large group of Autumn Rain Sacred Palace powerhouses has already entered the White Knight's Sacred Palace's sphere of influence. There are probably still a few days, and they'll reach here. Most likely, we must come up with a conclusion today. The moment these words came out, the expressions on everyone's faces were all different. Some were worried, some were afraid, some were angry. The truest face of human nature could probably only be seen at this time as well. Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency, I think there isn't anything to discuss. This position of Palace Lord, regardless of which son takes it, it's not suitable. Best for you to take over the position of Palace Lord, said an elder. The moment these words came out, somebody immediately concurred. Yeah, facing a formidable foe. Although the young masters are all pretty good, they don't enjoy high prestige and command universal respect like Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency. There's nothing to discuss, so it's decided like this. Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency's strength is the most powerful, prestige the highest. Only with you coming forward can it lead us to resist the powerful enemy. This position of Palace Lord accepted, said another person. There were a total of 8 elders present. They were all Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses. The moment they spoke, there were already 3 elders who agreed. The remainder, each and every one of their faces, all revealed looks of struggle. But they were leaning toward Bai Xiu as well. What are you all still waiting for? Could it be waiting for our White Knight Sacred Palace to be exterminated? Then you all will choose the new Palace Lord? Said the elder who spoke first earlier. Everyone's expression changed. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. All right, I agree. I agree too. I agree. The elders all expressed their attitudes one after another, all agreeing for Bai Xiu to take over the seat of Palace Lord. Bai Xiu was wildly elated in his heart, but on the surface he put on a difficult expression and said, How can this do? The White Knight's Sacred Palace was established by the previous generation Palace Lord single-handedly and brought to greater heights in the hands of the old Palace Lord. What capabilities do I, Bai Xiu, have to dare succeed the position of Palace Lord? My Lord Deputy Palace Lord, stop declining it. You're surnamed Bai too, and are brothers in arms with the old Palace Lord. Why can't you be the Palace Lord? Keep declining, and the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace will slaughter to the doorstep. Yeah, Deputy Palace Lord, just agree. The few elders were anxious too, all urging Bai Xiu to succeed the position of Palace Lord. Although Bai Xiu was also surnamed Bai, he was not a blood relative of the old Palace Lord. In terms of blood lineage, it was naturally the few sons who were the most orthodox. It was just that at this time, there was already no one who cared about what they thought. Bai Xiu heaved a long sigh and said, Since that's the case, then Bai Xiu will make the best of things and take over the position of Palace Lord. But I'll declare it first. I'm only temporarily acting in the position of Palace Lord. When they grow up, we'll choose a young master with the greatest prestige to succeed the position of Palace Lord again. The moment these words came out, the elders' faces all revealed looks of relief. Palace Lord, Your Excellency truly understands the principles of right and wrong to actually consider so thoroughly. Then this matter is decided. Today, we'll announce to the entire White Knight's Sacred Palace in the name of the Elders Association Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu will take over the position of Palace Lord," said the elder. The other few elders also nodded slightly, clearly very satisfied with Bai Xiu's attitude. Bai Xiu smiled and said, "All right, then that's it for today. First, facing a formidable enemy, I must go and arrange for some things. This matter of announcing to the world will have to trouble the elders." "I disagree." Right at this time, the Yi Yuan, who remained silent all along, finally spoke up. The elders looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool, not recognizing this guy at all. A guy without the slightest divine essence undulation on his body actually dared to talk drivel here? Where did this crackpot come from? To actually dare act wildly in the Elders' Ace Association? How can the matters that the Elders' Ace Association decided be what you can disagree? That elder who had always endorsed Bai Xiu immediately spoke up to berate. Under this current situation, Bai Chun had long already been marginalized. Although he came to the Elders' Ace Association in, nobody would care about his opinion at all. As for who he brought, there was naturally even less who paid attention. Moreover, Yi Yuan looked just like a mortal. Too unremarkable. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to look at him. He just looked toward Bai Xiu and said with a faint smile, "Hey, your acting is pretty good, but it ends here. I don't agree with you becoming the Palace Lord." Chapter 14:18 Domineering Subjugation. 14:18 Domineering Subjugation. The group of elders had baffled looks, exchanging glances. Who is this? He had a problem with his brain, right? Who the H.E.L. were you? You said disagree, and we would follow your words? What has it got to do with you? Bai Chun, manage the men under you properly. I know that you have grievances in your heart, but you have to put the interests of the whole above all else. Right now isn't the time to throw tantrums. Yeah, where did this brat pop out from? To actually dare talk drivel here. The group of elders all turned the spearhead at Bai Chun. After all, they could not see through Yi Yuan's depths at all, and even thought that Yi Yuan was deliberately sent by Bai Chun to cause trouble. Bai Chun said coolly, "Forgot to introduce to everyone, this is my newly acknowledged master. In the future, he shall also be the White Knight, Sacred Palace's Grand Elder." His words, in my opinion. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces all changed. Nonsense. Bai Chun, if you're so unbridled again, then don't blame us, this bunch of old fellows, for not caring about the old Palace Lord's old sentiments, and chase you out of the White Knight's Sacred Palace. The elder who endorsed Bai Xiu reproached Bai Chun. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Elder Bai Rong, right? Is your brain damaged? You and Bai Xiu, two people acting out a carefully staged choreographed dance, and still want to chase the young lord appointed by the old Palace Lord out of the White Knight's Sacred Palace?" Bai Rong's expression turned sullen, and he said, "Ignorant child, keep talking nonsense. Do you believe this old man will tear your mouth or not?" But Yi Yuan ignored him and said to the other elders, "I'll only ask everyone one sentence. Is Bai Chun the most qualified to succeed the position of Palace Lord as the successor that the old Palace Lord appointed?" The various elders exchanged glances. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "That's of course. According to the White Knight's Sacred Palace's rules, the young lord is the first-in-line successor. It's just that elder still wanted to carry on speaking, but he was directly interrupted by Yi Yuan. Good that there's that. You all not letting him be the Palace Lord is nothing more than feeling that he's still young and his strength is insufficient to convince the public. Yes?" The elders nodded their heads slightly, not having any objections about this. Facing a great enemy, letting a young man still wet behind his ears go and preside over the overall situation, this was no different from courting death. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll now support Bai Chun up onto the position of Palace Lord in the name of Bai Chun's master. Those who are unconvinced, come and battle." It was as simple and crude. Whatever schemes and intrigues were all paper tigers in front of absolute strength. It was just that Yi Yuan's words and other people's views were a total joke. Because Yi Yuan looked just like an ordinary person. Even Bai Chun's palms were sweating too. Baishio was a late-stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses, much stronger than Master Yi Yuan. But he forcefully calmed down. He did not wish to lose face for his master at this time. Baishio's eyes narrowed slightly. The pressure of Heaven Glimpse realm slowly released, and he said in a solemn voice, "Your meaning is that you want to challenge me?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Not you, it's you all. Those who are not convinced, attacking together will do too." Wildly arrogant, ignorant, insolent. Yi Yuan's arrogance finally aroused the elder's wrath. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't talk C-R-A-P anymore, attack." Baishio slowly walked down and said with a cold smile, "If you can beat me, what's wrong with letting Bai Chan inherit the position of Palace Lord?" With the old Palace Lord not being around any longer, Baishio was the White Knight Sacred Palace's #1 person. If not for so, he would not dare to usurp this position of Palace Lord either. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You? Too weak. Don't blame me for not giving you guys a chance. Attack together. All of the elders, attack together." What a conceited and ignorant brat. This old man is going to measure just how much you weight today. This old man has lived to a ripe old age. It's still my first time seeing such a wildly arrogant person. Fine, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, forget it, a farce. Since you're seeking death yourself, this old man will send you on your way too. 8 great elders stepped out of the ranks one after another, standing together with Baishio. 9 mighty Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouses standing together. How shocking was the imposing momentum. Bai Chen's heart almost leaped to his throat. He completely did not think that Master Yi Yuan was actually arrogant to such a degree, wanting to challenge 9 great Heaven Glimpse powerhouses with his power alone. A grotto, profound deity realm martial artist challenging 9 great Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouses. This was crazy, right? Yesterday, Yi Yuan made him ignore everything. But he did not think that Yi Yuan used this kind of method to let him ascend to the position of Palace Lord. Although the effect of this approach was immediate, the prerequisite was that Yi Yuan had to defeat them. Bai Chan could not resist exchanging a glance with Mo Yun, discovering that Mo Yun also had an inexplicably stunned appearance at this time. It was just that things already developed to such a degree, it was impossible for them to go and stop it anymore. There were still a few of the old Palace Lord's sons present, all using gloating expressions to look at Bai Chun. No idea where Bai Chun found such a living treasure either. This was the tempo of playing himself to death. Yi Yuan alone faced 9 great Heaven Glimpse powerhouses but stood firm as a rock. The 9 people's auras completely could not affect Yi Yuan. "Kid, you're seeking death yourself. Don't blame us for being ruthless," Bai Rong said with a hideous grin. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Attack then, don't talk nonsense anymore." Wildly arrogant, Bai Rong was furious. His aura instantly soared to the peak, Russ. H.I. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. The others did not hold back either, all displaying divine abilities. A terrifying power shook until the entire Great Hall was quaking. Every one of them, especially Baishio, each suppressed a stomach full of anger. It was just that it was inappropriate for Baishio to flare up. Now that Yi Yuan was seeking death, he did not hold back even more. The moment he made his move, it was the fiercest killing move. Under the besiegement of 9 great experts, Yi Yuan was weak like an insignificant ant. Except, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of making a move. He still stood with his hands behind his back. It looked like he was waiting for death. Master Yi Yuan. Bai Chen's expression changed drastically, suddenly standing up, wanting to rush over, but was held back by Mo Yun. "Got to be joking, Russ." H.I. Plussing over at this time, Bai Chun would be blasted into smithereens too. It was indeed a farce. What the 9 great elders were thinking in their hearts at this time was all this. But right at this time, a gust of sinister wind howled. Beside Yi Yuan, a figure appeared since no idea when. The moment he appeared, the temperature in the entire Great Hall plummeted by a few degrees. Ever since cultivating the ghost, Tao 100 runes, Guiyun seemed to become even gloomier and colder. It was only to see him mutter under his breath, drawing a bizarre rune on his hand, and saying indifferently, "Ghost Tao 100 runes. Nether Ghost Claw." Suddenly, a surge of terrifying aura came from underground. A dark, enormous claw seemed to have extended out from the netherworld. The 9 great elders' bodies were all in midair. But seeing this, their expressions changed greatly. An aura of death hit head-on. After the enormous claw extended out, it seemed to have grown eyes, clawing over towards the 9 great elders. The few people revealed a look of great shock. How could they still care about Yi Yuan? They slammed all their attacks at the Ghost Claw. Boom! The Ghost Claw directly smacked those attacks down. Poo, poo, poo. At virtually the same time, the 9 great elders spewed fresh blood wildly one after another, being smacked down onto the ground by this Ghost Claw's power. Chapter 1419, Taking the Initiative to Meet the Attack. 1419, Taking the Initiative to Meet the Attack as so strong. Bai Chan drew a mouthful of cold air, being stunned by the Nether Ghost Claw's power. One claw bringing down 9 great Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouses. This strength was simply too heaven-defying. That is a late-stage Heaven Glimpse Ghost Tao powerhouse, right? Such a powerhouse. Why would he follow this guy? Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiao and this Ghost Tao powerhouse's strength is more or less the same, but he was actually defeated so badly. The aura of that Ghost Claw just now was too terrifying. I felt that my soul was taken away. Just what the H-E-L? I was that. When a few young masters saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. Gui Yun's appearance was seriously too astonish. H-I plussing, mowing down 9 great Heaven Glimpse powerhouses in one move. The key was that this kind of powerful Ghost Tao powerhouse actually submitted under Yi Yuan's rule. Each and every one of them was incredibly envious. If they had a hired thug like this, wouldn't becoming the palace lord be a cinch? In the end, a large fist was the absolute principle. Whatever legitimacy, whatever schemes and intrigues, one could only submit in the face of absolute strength. Yi Yuan looked at the 9 great elders in a sorry plight and said coolly, "I wonder if now, young Lord Bai Chan has the qualifications to succeed the position of Palace Lord or not." The 9 great elders' faces were all incomparably ugly, but Body said anything. "If you all are not talking, I'll take it as you guys agreed. Bai Chun, sit on the seat that belongs to you in the first place." Yi Yuan said coolly. At this time, Bai Chun started trembling all over because of agitation. Even after Yi Yuan yelled out, he still stood there in a daze, at a loss on what to do. Mo Yin was incomparably joyful too. Giving him a pat on the back, he said with a smile, "Go on. What are you still in a daze for?" Only then did Bai Chun suddenly wake up fully, walking step by step over toward that seat belonging to the palace lord. "Hang on." Bai Xiao struggled to stand up as he stopped. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him indifferently and said, "Why? You still have objections?" Bai Xiao said in a solemn voice, "Bai Chun, this guy's origins are unclear. Your act of simply acknowledging a master, are you going to push the White Knight's sacred palace into an abyss of eternal doom?" At this time, Mo Yun spoke up. "Lord Yi Yuan is a reclusive powerhouse. As for the thing that you're worrying about, that's impossible. Bai Chong, that treacherous villain, colluded with the Autumn Rain's sacred palace, wanting to besiege young Lord Bai Chun in the wilderness forest. Lord Yi Yuan annihilated over a dozen deity realm powerhouses, including Wu Xan, with one sword, only then rescuing us. It's precisely because Lord Yi Yuan's strength is formidable that I let young Lord Bai Chan acknowledge him as master, assisting young Lord Bai Chan to defend the foreign enemy together." When Bai Xiao and the 8 great elders heard this, their expressions changed once more. They still thought that Yi Yuan's might was entirely dependent on this Ghost Tao powerhouse. They did not expect that his own strength was actually so formidable too. More importantly, they actually could not fathom Yi Yuan's depths. Wu Xi in strength, they were naturally very clear. It was evenly matched with Mo Yun. One sword annihilating over a dozen deity realm powerhouses. Even they could not do it too. With this, no one had objections anymore. No matter how the Autumn Rain's sacred palace used a ruse of inflicting self-injury in order to win the confidence of the enemy, it was also impossible to give away the lives of over a dozen deity realm powerhouses in vain. Although the sacred palace's grotto profound powerhouses were quite a few, over a dozen grotto profound powerhouses was already a force that could not be ignored. No matter how foolish the Autumn Rain's sacred palace's palace lord was, he would not do this kind of thing either. If body has objections, then I'll invite the Elders' Association to announce to the world. Young Lord Bai Chun will take over the position of Palace Lord from this day forth. Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu, I wonder if you still have objections? Yi Yuan used a very indifferent gaze to look at Bai Xiu. No idea why, Bai Xiu involuntarily shuddered. I have no objections. Young Lord Bai Chun taking over as Palace Lord is right and proper to begin with. Bai Chun said with some unwillingness. Even Bai Xiu had no objections. The others naturally had no objections too. Just like this, Bai Chun successfully became the White Knight Sacred Palace's new Palace Lord. The matter was urgent. The Elders' Association announced to the world on that day, proclaiming that young Lord Bai Chun succeeded the position of Palace Lord. Having come this far, the struggle to become the Palace Lord finally settled down. Master Yi Yuan, what should my next step be? Although he became the Palace Lord, Bai Chun had no plans at all. Right away, he fought Yi Yuan to inquire about the plan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're the Palace Lord. What should be done? You need to have a score in your heart. I can help you be the Palace Lord, but I can't possibly help you for life. Those old fellows are all not to be trifled with. If you don't grow up as soon as possible, you'll be eaten by them until not even bone residue is left." Bai Chen's expression changed, suddenly recalling Yi Yuan's ident. One time, he would eventually leave one day. It was impossible to keep on helping him by his side. Once Yi Yuan left, what he would be facing was a horde of savage beasts. Mo Yun's expression turned slightly grim too, and he said, "Palace Lord, what Lord Yi Yuan said makes sense. In the past, you had the old Palace Lord protecting you, so the others don't dare to do anything to you. But now, everything can only rely on yourself." Bai Chen's expression flickered incessantly, and he said, rather jittery, "But Yi Yuan said, just go do what you want to do. With me around, you could be unrestrained. What you have to do is to grow up within the shortest time." Bai Chen's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with a strange gaze. Meeting Yi Yuan's calm gaze, not knowing why, Bai Chen's originally fluid tiered thoughts calmed down a lot suddenly. Teacher Mo Yun, summon all of the White Knight Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses. Tomorrow morning, set off for the frontiers. We'll take the initiative to meet the attack. I'm going to let the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people know that our White Knight Sacred Palace is not easy to bully," Bai Chun said in a solemn voice. At this moment, Bai Chen's body inexplicably had an additional trace of domineeringness. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help smiling slightly. It seemed like a series of setbacks finally made this greenhouse flower grow up. At this time, Yi Yuan threw out a small medicinal bottle and said, "Take this thing. The effect shouldn't be inferior to the 9-melody, psychic, immortal fruit. In the Elders' Association, we need our own elder too." Mo Yun's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with great surprise, and looked at the medicinal pill in his hands again. Lord Yi Yuan, Mo Yun is forever in debt. At this time, the excitement in Mo Yun's heart truly could not be greater. He was stuck at half-step Heaven Glimpse realm for no idea how many years already, but kept being unable to break through this hurdle. The 9-melody psychic immortal fruit, this sort of thing, was too precious. Not everybody could obtain it. The old Palace Lord also only had that one in his hands. It was left to Bai Chun, and now Yi Yuan casually gave him a medicinal pill that could break through this heavenly chasm. How could he not be agitated? This medicinal pill was called Jade Dragon Heaven Glimpse Pill, a pill formula in Dustless's hands. When Yi Yuan was practicing medicinal pills, he casually refined it. This medicinal pill was a pinnacle most existence among Tier 1 medicinal pills, capable of increasing the chances of a martial artist breakthrough. This was especially true for half-step Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. They already had a certain understanding of Heaven Glimpse realm. Consuming the Jade Dragon Heaven Glimpse pill, the effects were naturally greatly increased. As long as Mo Yun's talent was not too poor, breaking through to Heaven Glimpse should not be an issue. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Presumably, you guys also know I'm not devoid of desires or requests by helping you all. Just take this as a bit of repayment." Mo Yun and Bai Chun trembled all over, their gazes revealing a complicated look. Chapter 14:20 With me around, you could be capricious. 14:20 With me around, you could be capricious. Above the sky, several dozen figures whistled past, with a shocking commotion. With so many deity realm powerhouses moving out at the same time, this was absolutely an extremely rare situation in the Sky Foothill world. The mortals were all guessing that some earth-shaking major incident must have happened, and that was why there were so many major figures moving out at the same time. Deity realm powerhouses traveled 10,000 miles in a twinkle. 3 days later, the White Knight's Sacred Palace and the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses finally met on a narrow path. The person in the front ranks of the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace was an old geezer. Seeing the White Knight's Sacred Palace's people, he could not help being surprised. He already got the news that the White Knight Palace Lord by Yehai was poisoned and died. Hence, he brought a large group of experts and charged over. It was just that he did not expect that the White Knight's Sacred Palace's people actually dared to charge right out. He swept a glance through the crowd and said with a big laugh, "Where's Bai Yehai, that old thing? Why didn't he come? He didn't dare to come. So he sent you, a little child, here to court death? Ha ha." Bai Chun was angered until he was trembling all over. He pointed at the other party and said furiously, "Hua Tianyang, you're shameless." This Hua Tianyang was precisely the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's palace lord, a grand completion Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse. And the White Knight's Sacred Palace's internal strife was precisely plotted by him single-handedly. This sowing discord strategy could not be said to not be ruthless, directly making the White Knight Palace Lord by Yehai perished, his Tao disappearing. Right now, the White Knight's Sacred Palace was a host of dragons without a head. They were about to borrow this opportunity to thoroughly wipe out the White Knight's Sacred Palace. Bai Chun was still not mature enough in the end. With this anger, it thoroughly gave the whole thing away. When the 8 great elders behind him saw the situation, they all secretly shook their heads. At this time, they should be putting on a false show of strength and let Hua Tianyang be unable to make a decision. Only then would they have hopes of scaring away the other party and win a chance to eke out a meager existence. The moment Hua Tianyang heard, he laughed even more arrogantly and said, "My good nephew, looks like you have already become the palace lord. It's just too bad that you as the palace lord can only be until today." Bai Chun said furiously, "Hua Tianyang, don't be impudent. Today, even if we fight it out till the fish dies and net tears, I'll also make you pay a blood price." Hua Tianyang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Till the fish dies and net tears? Ha ha ha. Even if the fish dies, the net won't tear. Bai Yehai is not around. Just based on you guys, this bunch of stragglers and stray soldiers also want to fight out to the death? Today, your White Knight's Sacred Palace will be struck off the books from the Sky Foothill world." Hua Tianyang was in high spirits currently, full of domineeringness. The moment Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse realm released, the White Knight's Sacred Palace's powerhouses all changed countenance. Under this pressure, Bai Chen's complexion became deathly pale, and he unconsciously looked over towards Yi Yuan there. However, Yi Yuan was expressionless, as if he was in a daze, not giving him any hints at all. He resolved his heart and mustered up all of his strength to resist this pressure. His gaze suddenly focused toward Bai Xiao. He said, "Bai Xiao, if I die in battle today, you'll be the Lord of White Knight. I hope that you'll lead everybody to keep fighting regardless of death. Even if one last person is left, don't shrink back either." Bai Xiao's entire body trembled, not expecting that Bai Chen would actually say such words. At this moment, Bai Chen's image in his heart was magnified infinitely. Originally, he was only forced to acknowledge this palace lord because he was afraid of Yi Yuan. But now, Bai Chen's gust actually stimulated him until his hot blood boiled. In reality, although Yi Yuan defeated them, Bai Xiao did not think that Gue Yun could defeat Hu Tianyang. At most, it was also just adding a little confidence to them. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up too, his gaze revealing an approving look. Who knew how many hearts this sentence would buy over for Bai Chen? This kid was also not absolutely without merit, huh? Bai Xiao's eyes were actually slightly wet. Gritting his teeth, he cupped his fists and said, "Rest assured, Palace Lord, Bai Xiao will definitely fight to the bitter end. Bai Rong, if I die, you'll be the Lord of White Knight. We'll fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back." Bai Rong's entire body trembled too and said, "Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back." The resounding slogan shocked the entire world. The moral on the White Knight's sacred palace's side rose unprecedentedly. Seeing this scene, Hu Tianyang's expression changed slightly too. He did not expect that this brat still wet behind the ears actually had such magical powers to actually be able to trigger the fresh blood of that bunch of old fellows which had long turned cold. An army burning with righteous indignation was bound to win. Under this sort of circumstance, even if he won today, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory too. The generals disregarding their lives, the soldiers not fearing death. This battle was not easy to win, except when the arrow was on the notch, it must fly. He did not believe, with his grand completion heaven glimpse strength, these guys could still flip the heavens. However, before he could react, Bai Chen raised his long spear and stabbed over towards him brazenly. "Kill!" Bai Chen gave a fierce cry, carrying indomitable, imposing momentum, and charged over toward Hu Tianyang. At this moment, a hint of understanding was actually born in his heart. His spear art achieved a breakthrough at this moment. Except, no matter how he broke through, he still could not stand up to a single blow in front of Hu Tianyang. "Palace Lord, you mustn't." Bai Xiao completely did not think that Bai Chen actually charged straight at Hu Tianyang. This move did not hold back. Bai Chen went harboring the resolve of certain death. The words earlier were not in order to inspire the morale. He was really going to show his determination with death, stimulating everyone's fighting spirits. One Bai Chen had no influence on the battle situation, but the moment he died, the situation would be completely different. At this moment, he actually gained admiration towards his palace lord and also truly acknowledged him in his heart. It was just too bad. He was already too late. Hu Tianyang naturally understood this logic too. His brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Seeking death." Hu Tianyang raised a pair of fleshy palms and smacked over toward Bai Chen. A palm move of a grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse. What kind of power was that? A hint of a liberated faint smile actually revealed at the corners of Bai Chen's mouth. But right at this time, a dark black, enormous claw extended out from the void. Bai Chen's spear had yet to stab out and was bounced back by a Ma's sieve force. Boom! Hu Tianyang's palm collided together solidly with the enormous claw, kicking up a wave of Ma's sieve undulation, evenly matched. Hu Tianyang's expression suddenly changed, staring fixedly at Gue Yun, akin to being confronted by a formidable enemy. It actually stopped it. Truly inconceivable. When Bai Xiao saw this scene, his gaze was full of disbelief. A late-stage heaven glimpse ghost Dao powerhouse actually blocked the all-out attack of a grand completion heaven glimpse? Only at this time did he know that Yi Yuan showed mercy to them that day. Otherwise, not a single one of them could live. It's so strong. What's that black ghost claw? Why would it have such a terrifying strength? That ghost owl powerhouse has such formidable strength to actually be able to fight to a draw with the palace lord. The autumn rain's sacred palace that sighed. Each and every one of them also cried out sounds of exclamations all around, being utterly stunned by this scene. The originally almost guaranteed battle had a sudden turn of events. In the White Knight's sacred palace this side, seeing this scene, each and every one of them was greatly roused. Tianyang was like a huge mountain, pressing on their hearts, making them unable to gasp for air. Now, this huge mountain was actually held up by someone. I've said it before that with me around. You can be capricious. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. Yi Yuan already arrived behind him at no idea when. Chapter 1421, Writing a Myth. 1421, Writing a Myth. What are you still in a daze for? Why, I said earlier, you forgot it all. Yi Yuan said coolly. Bai Xiao and the rest trembled all over and cried out fiercely, "Kill! Fight to the end, and absolutely not shrink back." The rest were inexplicably stimulated too, pouncing over together. Everyone came harboring the resolve to die, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had the ability to resist the grand completion heaven glimpse Tianyang. The hot blood was still there, but they did not need to die. At this time, Guo Yin already clashed fervently together with Tianyang. The Nether Ghost Claw was extremely powerful. Matching up against Tianyang, it did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Master Yi Yuan, thank you, Bai Chan said, gratefully from the bottom of his heart, having barely escaped with his life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What you just did was pretty good." Bai Chun was like a child who was being praised, excited until he did not quite know what to do. He smiled bashfully and said, "Oh, really?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Giving a peach, repaying with a plum. You treated them with a sincere heart, so they will naturally support you too. However, in the martial artist world, strength is forever the kingly way." Bai Chen's gaze revealed a determined look as he nodded and said, "Master, I got it. If we can defeat the Autumn Rain's sacred palace in this battle, this disciple will definitely cultivate hard." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's no if, we'll definitely win." Truly shameless boasting. I wonder if you'll still be so conceited if you know that you're going to die. Bai Chan was suddenly startled. It turned out that an expert from the Autumn Rain's sacred palace already arrived, not far from them, since no idea when. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression. He just said coolly, "Conceited? Very sorry, I have never been conceited." Bai Chan said worriedly, "Master, he's Autumn Rain's sacred palace's 9th elder, Lanjiru, initial stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. We already don't have Heaven Glimpse powerhouse on our side." At this time, both sides were in a tangled melee, but the Autumn Rain's sacred palace's Heaven Glimpse powerhouses had one more person. Lanjiru could not find an opponent. He thought of coming to kill Bai Chun and Yi Yuan at the first moment. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You retreat to one side." Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, and he said disbelievingly, "Master, you want to deal with him alone? He's a Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. Come in. Quickly come in. Everybody, deal with Lanjiru together." Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop Bai Chan and said coolly, "No need. You go and help the others. Leave this guy to me." Bai Chen's expression changed, not knowing where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Grotto Profound Deity Realm fighting Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm one-on-one. Was this a joke? Lanjiru looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, "Arrogant fellow, you think that by bringing along a ghost Dao powerhouse by your side, you're invincible? If I didn't guess wrongly, you should only be Grotto Profound Realm, right?" He discerned from Bai Chen's reaction that Yi Yuan was definitely a Grotto Profound Deity Realm. Reckoned that he carried some strength-concealing divine artifact on him. That was why he could not see through his depths. Except this Grotto Profound Deity Realm was so conceited to actually dare go one-on-one with him. What a joke. Yi Yuan slowly pulled out the evil extermination sword and said with a calm look, "So what? Lanjiru laughed loudly and said, "So what? In front of heaven glimpsed deity realm. Grotto, profound deity realms are ant-like existences. Since ancient times, there has never been an instance of grotto, profound realm defeating heaven glimpsed deity realm. Do you think that you're writing a myth?" Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "Is that so? Then I'll write a myth." Lan Jiru had yet to retort back in time, and Yi Yuan already moved. Sundering stars. The cutting edge of the sword drew a beautiful half-moon, bringing along a heaven-shocking sword Dao law, and chopping down towards Lan Jiru. This sword move was swift to the extreme, not giving Lan Jiru any time to react at all. Although Lan Jiru was alarmed, he did not panic. Since he could not dodge, then raise the sword to block. How strong could a mere grotto profound martial artist sword be? But when this sword's light landed on his sword, an overwhelming force instantly spread to his whole body from the sword body. Clank! Lan Jiru's body was akin to a cannonball, being dropped by Yi Yuan rapidly from the air. Boom! Lan Jiru's body was smashed heavily into the ground. SMAs. Plussing out a deep pit. When Bai Chun saw this scene, his eyes were almost popping out. This was also a little too powerful, right? Was Master Yi Yuan really a grotto profound deity realm? Bai Chun suddenly felt that his understanding was completely being subverted. Are my eyes King failing? Is Lord Yi Yuan really a grotto profound martial artist, actually bringing down Lan Jiru with a sword? No mistake. The strength that Lord Yi Yuan used earlier was grotto profound deity realm and did not Serpa. This realm. A grotto profound martial artist is actually able to overpower a heaven glimpse powerhouse. This is too inconceivable. A myth. This is absolutely a myth. Since time immemorial, there has never been a grotto profound martial artist capable of leaping realms to overcome heaven glimpse powerhouses. Lord Yi Yuan, he actually did it. This scene was overly shocking, even alarming the crowd who were currently in tangled warfare. Especially those grotto profound deity realm martial artists. The White Knight's sacred palace's side occupied a considerable advantage. This point was naturally credited to Yi Yuan, slaying over a dozen of the Autumn Rain's sacred palace's grotto profound powerhouses with one sword. Not just the Sky Foothill world, even the Heavenspan world, there were totally no grotto profound martial artists capable of overcoming Heaven Glimpse powerhouses too. Even Jinyu, that kind of genius with extremely deep comprehensions into sword Dao laws, could not do this either. Between Heaven Glimpse deity realm and grotto profound deity realm, these two major realms, there was an insurmountable chasm. Heaven Glimpse powerhouse could completely rely on the suppression of realm and forcefully crush grotto profound martial artists. In the Sky Foothill world, this kind of place, it was even less likely for a situation of jumping realms to battle to happen. But now this mythology actually appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Swuz. Plus Lan Jiru sprang out from the ground and flew high in the sky once more, facing off with Yi Yuan. Damn in it, you despicable person, to actually dare ambush. Plus Lan Jiru cursed. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he taunted, "Ambush, is it?" Lan Jiru's expression was incomparably ugly. Regardless of whether he admitted it or not, that sword move earlier had indeed posed a great threat to him. If not for his timely block, that sword could have taken his life. Until now, his arm was still numb. The power of that sword move was too terrifying. He was completely unable to imagine a grotto profound deity realm martial artist actually could unleash such a terrifying sword move. Clearly seemed to be an ordinary and insignificant slash, but transmitting onto his sword, it was actually able to produce such a tremendous force. This guy's utilization of the power of laws had simply reached the acme of perfection. Humph! Don't you get OCKY? This seat admits that your strength is pretty good. It's just too bad that you're still only a grotto profound martial artist in the end. Such a formidable martial technique. You probably can't unleash more than a few sword moves, right? Your outcome is just death in the end. Lan Jiru shouted fiercely, raising his sword and attacking. Spirit devouring 9 swords. Sundering stars. A heaven glimpse deity realm. A grotto profound deity realm. 2 silhouettes clash together in the midst of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. Chapter 1422 Complete Version Sundering Stars. 1422 Complete Version Sundering Stars. 2 figures were like phantoms, intertwining each other in the air, emitting a series of horrifying sound waves. Regardless of whether it was the White Knight's Sacred Palace's martial artists or the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's powerhouses, they were all made uneasy by the great battle here. Hua Tianyang's expression was even more incomparably ugly. Just what kind of a freak did the White Knight's Sacred Palace find? Grotto Profound Deity Realm fighting fiercely with Heaven Glimpse Realm. And this battle was actually evenly matched? Really a sheer fantasy. On Lan Jiru's side, the more he fought, the more alarmed he got. He simply did not dare to believe that such a horrifying attack, Yi Yuan was actually able to unleash it move after move. Those who did not know would even think that Yi Yuan was a Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. However, Yi Yuan was clearly just a grand completion grotto profound martial artist. He did not even reach half-step Heaven Glimpse. This guy in front of him completely ran counter to common sense. Yi Yuan's chopping strike was overwhelming, making Lan Jiru want to vomit blood several times. Facing a grotto profound realm martial artist, he was actually being suppressed all round. I want to see just what your limit is. I don't believe that you, a grotto profound realm martial artist, can really release this kind of martial technique limitlessly. Lan Jiru was beaten by Yi Yuan until he had no strength to retaliate. He also resolved his heart to continue dawdling with Yi Yuan. Of course, he seemed to not have better ideas too. Under this sort of circumstance, the only thing that he could do was to wait for Yi Yuan's divine essence to run out. At that time, it would be the chance for his counterattack. Bai Chun was excited until his face flushed red. He knew that Master Yi Yuan was very strong, but did not think that he could be strong to such an extent. This battle, Yi Yuan would most certainly win. Suddenly, he raised his long spear and said sternly, "Kill, kill, kill. Blood debts need to be paid in blood. Today, we'll make the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's vermins come without returning." Done talking, Bai Chun brought along an indomitable, imposing momentum and joined the tangled warfare. His spear art broke through before this. Now, his strength had increased greatly. Facing off against the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's grotto profound powerhouses, he did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Under this sort of circumstance, the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's declining trend gradually manifested. Due to low-end combat power being lacking, the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's grotto profound martial artists often had to face 2, even 3 opponents. In Hua Tianyang's original plans, although the manpower on their side was low, the high-end combat power was very adequate. The White Knight's Sacred Palace missing by Yehai, their side would be able to directly crush with a high-end combat power. In front of Heaven Glimpse deity realms, those grotto profound had no place to show their abilities at all. But now, he was hindered by Gue Yun, unable to make time at all. This way, both parties' combat power became much more balanced. What was even more Nable was that Yi Yuan actually tied down the only additional Heaven Glimpse powerhouse, Lan Jiru. The White Knight's Sacred Palace's advantage in numbers became increasingly evident. Bai Chun joining the group battles, he had an appearance that feared no death, charging ahead crazily. He hated Hua Tianyang to the extreme. When fighting at this time, it was really without regard for his life. The others being infected by him. Each and every one of them also became greatly roused in spirit, killing until the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace threw away their helmet and coat of mail. Very soon, casualties started appearing on the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's side. Hua Tianyang was burning with anxiety, but could not do anything to Gue Yun at all. The nether ghost claw was truly incomparably powerful. No matter how hard he attacked, it was to no avail. Gui Yun's ghost, Dao 100 runes, was already cultivated to the 3rd rune. Although his realm had yet to break through, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Jumping realms to battle was not a big deal to him. After all, this ghost, Dao 100 runes, was the ghost Dao's first-rate secret art. Hua Tianyong never thought that the battle situation would actually play out to this kind of situation. How could he still think about swallowing up the White Knight Sacred Palace now? He only wanted to quickly get away now. But the White Knight Sacred Palace's people were all crazed with fighting. Each and every one of them was like being injected with stimulants, pestering incessantly, not giving them the chance to get out all. Retreating at this time was too dangerous. They were bound to suffer heavy losses. Boom! Right at this time, a violent explosion sound came from the other side. Hua Tianyang's expression turned austere. Finding time to sneak a glance, he could not help being greatly astonished in his heart. Longeru was bathed in blood from head to toe, in a sorry plight, fresh blood spraying wildly from his mouth. Clearly, he almost could not hold on anymore. In contrast, Yi Yuan raised his long sword and rushed over again. Hua Tianyang was incomparably shocked in his heart. How could a grotto, profound deity, realm martial artist possibly be tough to such a degree? Looking at it, Longeru was going to fall in Yi Yuan's hands sooner or later. At the start, his thinking was the same as Longeru's, feeling that Yi Yuan could only persist for a little while. That kind of swift and fierce martial technique, it was impossible to release limitlessly. But a long time had already passed, and Yi Yuan had released no idea how many sword moves and still did not show signs of his divine essence being depleted. Could it be that this guy's divine essence was limitless? At this very moment, Hua Tianyang already wanted to beat a retreat in his heart. Carry on hesitating, the situation would probably be even worse. Longeru looked at Yi Yuan, who was walking over slowly. His expression flickered incessantly. Could it be that your divine essence is endless? How? How can it be like this? Longeru's voice was filled with helplessness and despair. The existence of this guy in front of him completely subverted his understanding of this world. Everything was completely different from common sense. Now, he smelled the smell of death. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "A dead person doesn't need to know so much." Longeru's expression was ugly to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he said fiercely, "I don't believe that a grotto profound can really defy the heavens." Soul-devouring 9, sword's 9th sword. Soul-devouring blood slaughter. Suddenly, fresh blood surged within Longeru's body. It rose up crazily. Hua Tianyang's expression changed. Longeru was actually being forced to this extent. This soul-devouring blood slaughter was sacrificing one's life as the price, obtaining a large increase in strength within a short time. Although the power was extremely terrifying, when this move was used until the end, he himself would also kick the bucket. Longeru was going for mutual destruction here. Bai Chun rallied a spear vigorously, directly penetrating the chest of an opposing grotto profound powerhouse. Right at this time, he sensed a powerful to the extreme aura. Turning back to look, his expression could not help changing drastically. Not good. Master Yi Yuan is in danger. Bai Chen's expression changed as he said, "What a powerful aura." Longeru was merely a newly entered initial stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouse before this. The aura now already rose to the peak of initial stage Heaven Glimpse. This guy is going for mutual destruction, wanting to drag Lord Yi Yuan down before his death too. DAM in it. What a powerful sword. Lord Yi Yuan is in danger. When the White Knight's Sacred Palace martial artists, who were just finest, plussing off the battle, saw this scene, each and every one of their expressions changed greatly. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with an indifferent look and said nonchalantly, "Boring game. Since that's the case, I'll use the complete version Sundering Stars to send you on your way then." Yi Yuan's sword slowly raised up. An ordinary and bland sword, The surroundings did not have the least bit of undulations. The people around them could not even perceive any aura from this act of Yi Yuan. No one could feel any undulations of the power of laws. My sword, it's actually out of control. Mine too. It's trembling. At this time, the swords in the hands of all people who use swords actually had a feeling of getting out of control. Chapter 14:23 Teaching Disciple. 14:23 Teaching Disciple. Yi Yuan's wrist shook, waving his sword down. Whose? H. Plus, without any grand divine essence undulations, only a soft tearing through the air sound. Lan Jiru's body suddenly turned stiff, and that steadily rising aura suddenly stopped. Yi Yuan slowly put away his sword, his breathing appearing rather disorderly. The expenditure for this move was really quite big for him. What happened? The fight ended just like this? Yeah, I only saw Lord Yi Yuan wave a sword and it's done. What move is this? Why isn't there any undulations at all? Poo work. Just as the people had dumbstruck faces, Lan Jiru's body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Soul-devouring blood slaughter. This move had yet to be used, and he already died thoroughly. The shock in Hua Tianyan's heart could not be any greater. Lan Jiru, who used soul-devouring blood slaughter, was actually killed by Yi Yuan with a sword just like this. The truth and falsehood of that sword just now, even he, this grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse, did not see through. Outsiders looking over, it was just a casual wave, ordinary and bland. Everyone only heard the sound of tearing through the air, and then Lan Jiru exploded. Retreat. Hua Tianyang made a prompt decision, his aura suddenly erupting, forcing back the nether ghost claw a bit, his figure fleeing into the distance like lightning. As soon as he ran, how could the others still have the idea of continuing to fight? All were eager to escape, but everyone's strength was more or less the same. So how could one on a run be that easy? Therefore, the originally tangled melee became a pursuit. The White Knight's Sacred Palace's powerhouses became more courageous as they fought, while the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses fled as they fought. In an instant, they chased out 100,000 miles away. The Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses perished one after another. So much so that during the process of the pursuit, Bai Xiu had a grand display of invincible might fineness. Plussing off a heaven glimpse deity realm elder the opposite side. With this, the White Knight's Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses felt greatly roused in spirits, marching straight in all the way, hunting down frenziedly. Along the way, Yi Yuan followed the group of people unhurriedly. All the way until they killed to the borders of the two great sacred palaces did Yi Yuan call out in a clear voice, "All right, stop here." Only then did the White Knight's Sacred Palace's group of powerhouses stop with a feeling of longing for more. Master Yi Yuan, why not chase further? Isn't it good for us to follow up a victory with pursuit and destroy the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace in one fell swoop? Avenging Father? Bai Chun said puzzledly. Yi Yuan smiled, but did not speak. And Mo Yin spoke up. Palace Lord. Lord Yi Yuan's meaning is, don't pursue a desperate foe. Hua Tianyang is a grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse in the end. For us to really push him into a dead end, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine. Bai Chen's expression changed, discovering that Gue Yun had long disappeared already. Most likely, the expenditure of this battle to him was rather huge too. Understand. Bai Chen nodded his head and said seriously. This fight initially was in the midst of a hopeless situation, but concluded with a flawless victory, exceeding everyone's expectations. Currently, everyone was dancing for joy, like they were crazy. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. They knew that this victory was entirely Yi Yuan reversing the hopeless situation alone. Without Yi Yuan, the current White Knight's Sacred Palace would probably already be utterly destroyed. Lord Yi Yuan is truly a G-O-D-like figure, to actually be able to slay a Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse with Grotto Profound realm. This is an earth-shaking battle achievement, completely subverting our understanding. That last sword move was simply a marvelous work of art. This Heaven Glimpse deity realm martial artist actually completely could not see through it at all. Everyone chimed in one after another, feeling deeply incredulous at Yi Yuan's miraculous battle achievement. The complete version Sundering Stars was a sword move that condensed Sword Dao laws to the extreme. Not that it did not have any trace of divine essence undulation, but all of Yi Yuan's divine essence was compressed into an extremely small range. Condensed but not scattered. This move seemed ordinary. Actually, it was a move that applied Sword Dao laws to the limits. The burden of this move on Yi Yuan was huge too. With his thick divine essence, he could pretty much only release one sword move. Once this sword move failed, he would not have the strength to fight again. The great battle ceasing, the White Knight's sacred palace was in jubilation. Through this battle, Bai Chun established an exceedingly high prestige among the group of elders. Although his strength was still very weak, and he also had many lacking aspects when doing things, in terms of sentiments, everybody already accepted this new palace lord. Moreover, behind Bai Chun even had Yi Yuan, this grand elder, assisting. Bai Chun finally gained a firm foothold in the White Knight's sacred palace. Originally, Bai Xiao and the rest were planning on hosting a grand ascension ceremony, but it was refused by Bai Chun. After coming back on the battlefield, Bai Chun trained in the spear art bitterly every day. This were also let Bai Chun mature. He knew that if he could not become strong, all of the authority and all of the wealth and glory were all a fleeting illusion. Could see, could not touch. He did not know how long Yi Yuan would stay here still. He could only train himself to become stronger as soon as possible. Hua, hua, hua. Bai Chun stabbed straight one spear after another, bringing along a piercing wind sound. His spear art seemed to be no different from mortal martial artists. In reality, each spear carried the undulations of the power of laws. This spear art was very powerful and consumed a lot of divine essence. Very soon, dense sweat beads seeped out on Bai Chen's forehead. Hua! Another spear stabbed out. There was suddenly a blur before his eyes. An additional figure actually appeared. Bai Chun was greatly astonished, hurriedly wanting to pull back the spear. But this spear had an imposing momentum. He was not prepared at all. How could there be time to pull back if he wanted to? But in the next instant, Bai Chun opened his eyes wide. His heavy spear was actually unable to advance further. "And Master Yi Yuan," Bai Chun exclaimed. Yi Yuan just extended 2 fingers and easily caught his spear. Bai Chen's heavy spear was actually unable to advance further. Such a soft and feeble spear, how can it kill people? Yi Yuan shook his head and said. Bai Chun could not help choking when he heard that and said unyieldingly, "I pulled back the spear momentum just now. That's why I would be caught by Master so easily." He had just broken through, but Yi Yuan poured cold water on his head. How could Bai Chun not be depressed? He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was formidable, but he was also very confident in his own spear art. To say that it was soft and feeble, he was unwilling to submit. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Use your strongest move and try stabbing over. I'm standing right here." A hint of slyness flashed across him by Chen's gaze, and he said with a smile, "Master, that's what you said." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said it." Bai Chun pulled back the spear and stood there. The spear momentum on his body started gradually condensing. "Be careful, Master." He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was exceedingly powerful. Even if he used his full strength, it was also not possible to shake Yi Yuan in the slightest. What he wanted to do was force Yi Yuan to defend. He wanted to prove that his spear was not a soft and feeble spear. After several breaths, Bai Chen's spear momentum rose to the peak. Bai Chun suddenly stabbed a spear out. The powerful force made Yi Yuan's clothes flutter wildly. This spear was extremely fast, arriving in front of Yi Yuan instantly. But in the next instant, Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, revealing a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan extended 2 fingers once more, clamping onto the spear tip in front of his face. No matter how he exerted strength, he was also unable to pierce through in the slightest. Chapter 1424, Divine Ruins. 1424 Divine Ruins. Yi Yuan's finger shook. The hand that Bai Chun was grabbing the long spear with had been directly shaken off. It was only to see the long spear turned lightly, twirling around. It was grasped by Yi Yuan's hands. Although I haven't extensively studied the spear Dao before, the great Dao is multifarious, all roads leading to the same goal. I'll deploy one spear move. You watch closely. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the aura on his body suddenly changed, suddenly stabbing a spear out. Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, staring fixedly at the heavy spear in Yi Yuan's hands. This spear was the exact same angle and strength of the spear he did just now. It was practically the reproduction of that spear earlier. But the power of this spear was more than 100 times stronger than his. Boom! Yi Yuan's spear momentum abruptly ceased. The entire S.P.A.C. produced an intense tremor. The area where the spear tip stopped, the S.P.C. actually produced fine cracks, then returned to normal very quickly. Bai Chen's expression was incomparably ugly as he said in disbelief, How? How can it be like this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, The way of the heavens diminishes the excess and compensates for the shortage. The spear art's heavy momentum. You must pay attention to that indomitable, imposing momentum. However, it was easily broken just now. Your spear art has excessive toughness and inadequate gentleness. Although the might of a spear is fierce, once blocked by the enemy, you won't have the strength to battle anymore. When you comprehend a trace of gentle force from the toughness and understand the logic of restraint, your imposing momentum shall continue unbroken, akin to a series of waves, advancing forth irresistibly. Bai Chan was still perplexed as he said, But wouldn't mixing gentle force and the spear art lose a portion of strength? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, You're still staying at the realm of seeing the mountain as the mountain. In order to have the strength to continue fighting, forcefully pulling back a portion of the force. This is the true way. I'll display it once more. You see if I held back power or not. Bai Chen's expression turned intent, retreating to one side, his eyes glued on Yi Yuan. Still the same identical spear. Yi Yuan made a move again. That indomitable, imposing momentum did not hold back in the slightest. Bai Chan stared fixedly at the spear top. His body suddenly shuddered. That spear move, just now, Yi Yuan did not point out anything, leaving many details unspoken. But this time he saw it clearly. Master clearly did not pull back the spear, but at the final juncture, the heavy spear's speed seemed to slow down. It was as if it was traversing S.P.A.C. in time. This feeling was indescribably bizarre. Boom! The S.P.A.C. produced fine cracks once more. What a terrifying spear! Bai Chun was certain that even if Master's realm was the same as his, using this spear, he could easily kill middle-stage grotto profound martial artists too. Understood it? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bai Chun shook his head and said, I can't do it. Yi Yuan was tickled the moment he heard it and said with a laugh, If you can do it, what can I teach you? Carrying gentleness in toughness. Carrying toughness in gentleness. A combination of toughness and gentleness. That's the strongest attack. You need to remember that spear move just now in your head and practice hard. There will come a day where you'll be able to understand. Bai Chen nodded his head solemnly and said, Master, I got it. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly. He knew that Bai Chen really understood. There was no shortcut to cultivation. Only by paying even more sweat than others could only gain even more. But Yi Yuan pointed a direction for Bai Chun. It was like a lighthouse in the vast ocean, able to let Bai Chun take fewer detours. Yi Yuan's words sounded simple, but performing it required many, many years of bitter cultivation. Bai Chun understood that his road was still very long. However, Bai Chen's talent was indeed very decent. It was no wonder that Bai Yehai chose him to be the young lord. Given time, it was merely a matter of time for him to usurp those older brothers of his. And master, are you looking for me for something? The two people came to a small pavilion by the side to rest. Bai Chen suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Yi Yuan nodded and said, My ident. One. Tai. I believe you already know, right? Bai Chen's expression changed, and he pretended to be puzzled as he said, Your ident. One Tai. Aren't you my master? White Knight's Sacred Palace's Grand Elder. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You still want to play these little games in front of me? Those medicinal pills, if you don't recognize those pills, could it be that Mo Yin can't recognize them either? Bai Chen's expression instantly became incomparably embarrassed. Said. He did not expect that Yi Yuan had everything under control. Master, Yi Yuan stopped Bai Chen from carrying on with a hand gesture. Suddenly, his expression turned stern, and he said in a cold voice, My objective of coming to the Sky Foothill world is very simple. It's for the sake of the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. For this, I'll do whatever it takes. Bai Chen's expression changed. That powerful aura of Yi Yuan's crushed him until he virtually could not breathe. Master, the White Knight's Sacred Palace doesn't have myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. Bai Chen said FLU, tearedly. Yi Yuan withdrew his aura and asked, Could it be that myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are all controlled in the hands of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace? Bai Chen nodded his head slightly and said, The myriad longevity heavenly soul stone is immensely helpful toward the breakthrough of deity realm powerhouses. Even origin deity realm powerhouses can't do without it either. Therefore, the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are basically all controlled in the hands of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stones that flows out of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace are extremely, extremely few. It's basically very hard to see in the outside world. Hearing this, Yi Yuan immediately felt his head swell. Each day that he delayed, Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness would flow away a bit. Originally thought that the White Knight's Sacred Palace, this kind of powerful faction, would have 1 or 2 pieces of myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, but did not expect that this thing was actually rare to this sort of degree. Bai Chen was very perplexed when he saw Yi Yuan's sorrowful look and said cautiously, Master, according to what I know, don't you all just need myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, 9 melody psychic immortal fruit, purple sand gold? One of the 3 kinds will do. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, I'm not finding the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone in order to complete the mission, but it is for another purpose. It has a life-saving usage for me, so I have to obtain it at all costs. Bai Chen was slightly surprised, not expecting that it would actually be like this. No wonder when Yi Yuan obtained the 9 melody psychic immortal fruit, he just sized it up slightly, then kept it. It seemed like this master of his was also a person with a story. Not only did Master Yi Yuan save my life, he even gave me a new life. His kindness to me, I can't repay finish even if I die 10 times. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stone must be very important to him. No matter what, I must help him obtain the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. Without going through much mental struggle, Bai Chen made up his mind. Master, actually, if you want to obtain the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, there's an opportunity. It's just that, still have to wait for 10 years. Bai Chen said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, You say. Bai Chen said, After 10 years, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace will open up the divine ruins. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stone is produced there. It's just that, talking until here, Bai Chen hesitated for a moment. Yi Yuan immediately understood and said with a smile, It's just that place is very dangerous, yes? Bai Chen nodded and said, That's right. Inside the divine ruins is full of opportunities, but it is also full of dangers. Furthermore, when the time comes, the Sky Foothill world's 7 great sacred palaces will all enter inside. It will be very perilous. Yi Yuan said without any care, I've said it before, at all costs. Chapter 1425 Death Cultivation SPAC 1425 Death Cultivation SPAC Cough, 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 poor. Inside a hidden underground palace hall in the sky foothill world, Qin Tian coughed violently, and following that, vomited a large mouthful of blood. Really, D.A.M. In it. I didn't expect to get implicated by accident, being severely injured by that D.M. in life in Palace Lord. With this, no idea how long I'll be delayed. Qin Tian said with a gloomy face. After Qin Tian infiltrated into the sky foothill world, he did not dare to move about in the outside world in such a flagrant manner like Yi Yuan. Once discovered by people that he was an outsider, he would face the entire sky foothill world's pursuit, especially that mysterious sky foothill divine palace. Just how powerful was its strength? Body knew either. He had laid low for a long time and finally found an opportunity, running into a lone sacred palace elder. With Qin Tian's strength, as long as he did not encounter the sky foothill divine palace's origin deity powerhouses, he could basically roam as he pleased in the entire continent. Hence, he finished off that elder with momentum like a thunderclap, searched his soul, and knew about this elder's everything. Done with all these, Qin Tian, disguised as this elder, covered his face, planning on infiltrating into the sacred palace and borrowing the sacred palace's strength to investigate Yi Yuan's whereabouts. He did not expect that on the way, he encountered the signation of an sin with extremely fearsome strength. With this, Qin Tian met with 8 lifetimes of rotten luck. Although that killer's realm was inferior to Qin Tian's, his concealed signation abilities were first-rate. Under the ambush, he seriously wounded Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian was Wu Ming capital city's peerless genius in the end. By relying on his powerful strength, he slew this sin. Only upon searching the remnant soul of this killer did Qin Tian learn that this guy's signation target was precisely that elder. He actually blocked the spear for that old thing. The killer's strength was not weak, causing sieve wounds to Qin Tian. It was hard to recover in a short while. However, he learned from that killer's remnant soul that this killer was the palace lord of an sin organization called Life in Sacred Palace. The strength of the opponent this trip was too powerful, and that was why he would personally take action. With this, Qin Tian was even more depressed until he went crazy. What was called pious, sing away before getting the final victory, was probably this sort of situation, right? Qin Tian's mind stirred. Might as well disguise as this life in Palace Lord and hide in the life in Sacred Palace. This way it was safer. Suddenly, someone outside the hidden room requested an audience. Qin Tian forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body and pretended to be profound. Reporting to Palace Lord, the thing that you wanted to inquire about. This subordinate has already inquired clearly. Recently, there was indeed an expert called Yi Yuan who rose to fame, even slaying a Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse with grotto profound deity realm cultivation, already becoming a legend in the entire sky foothill world, said the subordinate outside the door carefully. This palace lord did not have a good temper and would kill people at a drop of a hat. Inside, the hidden chamber became silent, with no activities for quite a while. That subordinate did not know that the palace lord currently had monstrous waves stirred up in his heart. Grotto profound realm slaying Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. This was also something that virtually no one could accomplish in the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan actually did it. Although the strength of Sky Foothill World's Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists could not match up to the Heavenspan worlds on the whole, Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm was Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. It was absolutely not what Grotto Profound realm martial artists could compare to. This guy's rise already cannot be stopped. If I don't kill him here, probably after he ventures out, I won't have the chance to kill him anymore. Qin Tian secretly thought. Qin Tian imitated the life in Palace Lord's voice and said in a cold voice, "Go and spread an intel. Say that this Yi Yuan is an invader. This matter must be settled, and let all of the sacred palaces know. Lastly, it even has to spread to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace, understood?" That subordinate's expression turned fearful, and he hurriedly voiced his assent. "Yes, Palace Lord. This subordinate understands." Poor. The moment that subordinate left, Qin Tian could not resist vomiting a large mouthful of blood again. This life in Palace Lord's concealment killing arts are truly profound. I have my heart meridians wounded by him. Without a few years' time, I probably can't recover. Qin Tian swallowed a medicinal pill, slightly alleviating the injuries. This guy used no idea what kind of method to actually be able to hide from the Sky Foothill World's powerhouse's eyes and ears. But you probably never dreamed that Qin Tian, would infiltrate into the Sky Foothill World, right? When the Sky Foothill Divine Palace finds you, I see how you still continue to be arrogant. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Yuan indeed did not know that Qin Tian actually followed his footsteps and came to the Sky Foothill World in Wu Meng Academy. The missions that students accept were strictly confidential. Firstly, it was in order to protect the students' safety. Secondly, it was in order to protect the small world's coordinates from leaking out. Unless there was the Wu Meng City Lord or Academy head's tacit consent. For Qin Tian to be able to get the coordinates already indicated many problems in the first place. Learning that the divine ruins were opening 10 years later, Yi Yuan entered close seclusion. Before departing, Yi Yuan used points and low-grade divine stones, respectively exchanging for a large batch of Tier 1 spirit medicines. These Tier 1 spirit medicines, he had refined all into medicinal pills to use for cultivation. Now, each minor realm that Yi Yuan raised had to expend Ma's civ resources. It was more than 10 times that of other people. Fortunately, he was an alchemist himself. Otherwise, he could forget about breaking through. In a blink, Yi Yuan cultivated for as long as 10 years inside the world-suppressing steel's S.P.A.C. His realm finally reached the peak state of grand completion grotto profound. Senior, I seem to have already touched the threshold of heaven glimpsed deity realm. But this chaos heavenspan canon, I keep on being unable to create the second level. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. With Yi Yuan's comprehension of heavenly Tao, as well as comprehension in the power of laws, breaking through to heaven glimpsed deity realm was just an inevitable thing. He had just reached peak grand completion grotto profound and already had a feeling in his heart. This was already much stronger than the vast majority of martial artists. It was just that the chaos heaven-span canon, this cultivation method, was too heaven-defying. Wanting to go a step further was truly as hard as ascending to the heavens. If not for so, Dustless also would not object to Yi Yuan creating a cultivation method back then. Dustless sighed and said, "Grotto profound, discerning heaven's secrets, it's just having a feeling in your heart. Having glimpse, looking a leopard through a tube, seeing only one spot, glimpsing a corner of heavenly Tao. The cultivation methods that others cultivate are shallow. The corner of heaven that they glimpse is naturally much smaller. While the heavenly Tao that you have to pry into is too many and too large. This step is more than 100 times harder than others." Yi Yuan said, "The battle with that heaven glimpse powerhouse the last time, I had a feeling in my heart. It's just that this trace of opportunity, no idea when it will come again." The last time Yi Yuan comprehended the chaos heavenspan canon, he opened up a gap with alchemy Tao as the opportunity. But this time he could not. Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao still only remained at the standard of 1-star alchemy G. O. D. and was totally unable to open the second level's gap. Dustless fell silent for a moment and suddenly opened his mouth to say, "You're in dire need to increase strength currently. Since that's the case, why not activate the world-suppressing steel's death cultivation S.P.A.C. then?" Yi Yuan froze and said, "Death cultivation S.P.A.C.?" Dustless nodded and said, This is actually the martial Tao inheritance that a mortal grave planned on leaving to his disciples. It's just that this cultivation S.P.A.C. is too dangerous, so I never told you all along. Death cultivation S.P.A.C. One will really die. Chapter 1426 Divine Envoy Azure Peak 1426 Divine Envoy Azure Peak Pa-S. Sing through a water screen, Yi Yuan felt his divine soul quiver a bit. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. But this feeling of discomfort vanished very quickly. Suddenly, Yi Yuan discovered that there was a blurry shadow ahead, gradually becoming clearer. Then, that silhouette walked over towards him like two sides of a mirror. This figure was exactly the same as Yi Yuan. This death cultivation S.P.A.C. did not have any special aspects. It was just that Yi Yuan's opponent was himself. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Groves means were exceedingly formidable. This death cultivation S.P.A.C. was very magical and could perfectly replicate Yi Yuan's strength, creating a clone that was indistinguishable from the real or illusion. And what Yi Yuan had to do was not to kill the other party, but break through his own limits under the other party's H.E.L.-lish training. Yi Yuan, think properly. Once this death cultivation S.P.A.C. activates, either you die or he perishes. Even I'm unable to make it stop either. Dustless's voice sounded out by Yi Yuan's ear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is already the 10th time that you said it to me. Let's go." Dustless scolded laughingly and said, "You, brat, are really a monomaniac." Finished talking, Dustless's voice was no longer heard. Then an icy cold voice sounded out in the S.P.A.C. Death cultivation activates now. The Yi Yuan opposite released an evil smile, making Yi Yuan's heart turn slightly cold. "You're very strong to actually give me such a powerful body," said the other Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He did not expect that this guy opposite actually had his own consciousness. The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looking at your expression, you're very surprised, right? I'm not a machine that only knows slaughter. I have an independent personality. I will think about how to kill you." After the shock, Yi Yuan's state of mind also calmed down, and he said with a smile, "Couldn't ask for me. Bring it." The other Yi Yuan smiled sinisterly, his figure suddenly disappearing. Clank! Yi Yuan waved his hand to execute Sundering Stars. Two terrifying attacks collided together, shocking Yi Yuan's figure back repeatedly. Sundering Stars. What the other Yi Yuan used was also Sundering Stars. Furthermore, the other party's strength, as well as the application of Sundering Stars, was not the slightest bit inferior to his. Even the sword in the other party's hands also perfectly replicated the evil extermination sword. No wonder it was called Death Cultivation S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of secret to speak of in front of the other party. Such an opponent was too terrifying. The power of this Sundering Stars is still pretty good, right? Relax, there are even more surprises waiting for you, said the other Yi Yuan with an evil smile. Didn't think that the other me is actually talkative. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Hoo-hoo, that's just you not understanding yourself. I'm actually just another you." All right, you win. Can you give me more surprises?" Yi Yuan said. "As you Wisconsin H, plus who's H, plus another ray of sword light." The two figures moved class H, I, plussing together violently. The two people's battle did not have the slightest skill to speak of. They both understood the other party too well. Any tricks had no place to show its prowess. The more Yi Yuan fought, the more alarmed he got. Not only did the other party perfectly replicate himself in strength, it even perfectly copied in terms of fighting will and combat talent too. The other party's keen insight made all of his schemes fall through in the end. This was a truly powerful opponent. In front of the other party, Yi Yuan did not have a shred of advantage to speak of. Two surges of terrifying power bombarded everywhere in this S.P.A.C. A sea, shocking the entire SP. A sea until it trembled endlessly. Sigh. This kid is bound to encounter many formidable enemies on his rise up, but probably any formidable adversary can't compare to as strong as this time. Immortal Grove, that old geezer, is really a genius to actually be able to come up with this kind of perverted method to hone people. However, if Yi Yuan is really able to defeat himself, it's absolutely a great benefit to him. Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Just as Yi Yuan entered death cultivation, the entire Sky Foothill world was lit on fire by a rumor. What? The White Knight's Sacred Palace's Grand Elder is actually an outsider world's intruder. Like I said, when did the Sky Foothill world produce such an impressive genius? Grotto, profound realm, actually capable of slaying Heaven Glimpse realm. White Knight, Sacred Palace, actually let an intruder become the Grand Elder. This is simply a massive joke. Under the life and Sacred Palace's deliberate spreading, this rumor spread throughout the various major sacred palaces like the wind. Currently, Bai Chun and Mo Yin duo were like ants on a hot pan, pacing about anxiously. Yet, Yi Yuan was in close seclusion at this time too. This made the two of them lose the main pillar. However, Mo Yin was much more experienced in the end. Seeing Bai Chen's utterly stupefied appearance, he opened his mouth and said, "Palace Lord, the more it's like this, the calmer we have to be. Your appearance, it will be seen through the moment others see it." After Mo Yun consumed the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan gave, he already successfully broke through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Currently, he already became White Knight's Sacred Palace's 9th elder rightfully. Bai Chun sighed and said, "Of course I know. It's also only in front of teacher Mo Yun that I'll be like this." Mo Yun nodded his head. He knew that Bai Chun was indeed much more mature now. This matter is a huge deal. Even in front of me, Palace Lord mustn't be like this too, Mo Yun said. Bai Chun nodded his head and said with a resentful look, "This matter, only you and I know. Just who leaked it out? Unless, apart from you and me, there is still someone else who knows about Master Yi Yuan's true identity." One Tai? Mo Yun frowned and said, "That's hard to say, but to be able to spread this rumor to such a degree, the other party's force probably can't be underestimated." Bai Chun said gloomily, "Sigh. I'm not worried about the rumor. What I'm worried about is the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's attitude. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace monitors the world. This matter is probably hard to escape their eyes and ears." Right at this time, the voice of a guard came from outside, appearing rather flustered. "Palace Lord, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine envoy has arrived. The Deputy Palace Lord requests Palace Lord and Elder Yin to go and welcome the envoy together." The two people's expressions changed. It was really whatever one feared, whatever came. They did not expect that the Sky Foothill Divine Palace was so sensitive toward intruders, actually arriving so quickly. Mo Yin drew a deep breath and said to Bai Chun, "No matter what, we mustn't reveal any flaws. We can take it as we don't know, but we mustn't let the divine envoy see through any further. Otherwise, the White Knight's Sacred Palace will be eternally doomed." Bai Chen's expression turned stern, and he nodded his head solemnly. Outside the White Knight's Sacred Palace, an azure-robed middle-aged man stood in the air. The middle-aged man's expression was frosty, his bearing extraordinary. One look, and it was an expert. Bai Chun swarmed out with Bai Xiao and the others, a large group of deity realm powerhouses, and bowed down toward that middle-aged man. White Knight's Sacred Palace's Palace Lord, Bai Chun, leads everyone to respectfully receive Lord Divine Envoy. The middle-aged man lightly gave an and slowly said, "This envoy is Azure Peak. Under the orders of the Divine Palace, I specially came to investigate White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder, Yi Yuan. Now, let him come and see me." Chapter 14:27, Might of the Clone. 14:27, Might of the Clone. Hugh. Yi Yuan's breathing became heavier and heavier. The face-off with his other self also became more and more ability, falling short of one's desire. These two people already had a great battle in the Death Cultivation S.P.A.C. for 3 days and nights. Even if Yi Yuan's divine essence consumption was extremely small, he also could not quite sustain anymore at this time. After all, his opponent was not someone else, but himself. This opponent was too strong. In these 3 days, Yi Yuan virtually used all of his means once, but just could not do anything to the other party. Haha, why are you getting weaker and weaker? Seeing my other self so weak, it really feels shameful. So, you go to H.E.L.L.? The other Yi Yuan had a mocking smile, the strength in his hands becoming greater and greater. The two people were evenly matched from the beginning. Until now, Yi Yuan could only be wary of warding off blows already. The other Yi Yuan's moves did not deviate from Yi Yuan's vital areas, making Yi Yuan face constant danger. Haha, in this Death Cultivation S.P.A.C., my divine essence is limitless. But your divine essence will become lesser and lesser along with the consumption of battle. Your final outcome can only be death, said the other Yi Yuan with a loud laugh. This cloned Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of compa. Sound for the original body. The mission that this S.P.A.C. gave to him was to kill the original body. In this S.P.A.C., the clone body's divine essence would continually be restored. While Yi Yuan himself, although Yi Yuan drew the surrounding spiritual energy when fighting, the recovery speed clearly could not match up to the clones. Hence, as time went on, Yi Yuan would be in greater danger. Outside the S.P.A.C., Dustless paid close attention to Yi Yuan with a nervous look, clenching both fists together nervously. He knew that Yi Yuan already arrived at an extremely dangerous juncture. If Yi Yuan still could not find a method to defeat himself, he was bound to die inside. Once Death Cultivation activated, even he was unable to stop it too. Dustless knew that Yi Yuan encountered his greatest challenge since birth, because his opponent was not someone else, but himself. This Death Cultivation S.P.A.C.'s terrifying aspect lied here. Regardless of how powerful your strength was, if you did not have the determination to overcome yourself, you would never be able to walk out of here. Come on, Yi Yuan, don't disappoint this old man. The expression on Dustless's face was almost twitching, displaying the tension in his heart currently. The reason why he suggested such a dangerous cultivation method was because he knew how difficult it was for Yi Yuan to create the second-level Chaos Heaven Span cannon. If Yi Yuan was unable to Serpa S himself, he might never find this hint of opportunity as well. Even if he found it, it would also be no idea how many years later. At that time, Mu Ling Xue would have long been dead. The current Yi Yuan needed powerful strength. He needed to seize the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone for Mu Ling Xue. Although this method was perilous, it was the most effective method to squeeze out potential. When people face their true self, then get pressed to the limits, they would try everything to Serpa S themselves, seeking a lease of life from there. Except, people able to do it were extremely few. Actually, this Death Cultivation S.P.A.C. was an incomplete product of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Groves. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove had once captured quite a number of people before to go in and experiment, in order to perfect this Death Cultivation S.P.A.C. He hoped to find a method that could squeeze out potential and also reduce the mortality rate. Among them had Origin Deity Realm Martial Artists, Divine Lord Realm Powerhouses, even Celestial Deity Realm Powerhouses. Adding them up, there were probably hundreds. It was just that the final result, not a single person came out of the Death Cultivation. Those able to cultivate to the Celestial Deity Realm could be said to be 1 in 10,000 geniuses. But such geniuses were unable to overcome themselves too. The danger of this cultivation method could be imagined. When Dustless proposed this method, he was actually very conflicted in his heart too. It was just that spending a long time with Yi Yuan, Dustless more or less received a bit of Yi Yuan's influence. On one hand, Yi Yuan's talent was absolutely very terrifying. On the other hand, Yi Yuan's spirit of betting it all on one throw also unknowingly affected him. Swiss. H. Plus a sword edge tore apart Yi Yuan's clothes, slicing his muscles. Dustless' expression changed. Yi Yuan was starting to get injured. This was not a good sign. It showed that Yi Yuan's divine essence reserves were already inadequate to support this battle. However, this battle had to carry on. Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus. Wound after wound was torn open on Yi Yuan's body. Haha, you're too weak. Weaklings shouldn't exist in this world. Give up. The clone's sword hacking on the original self's body seemed to have a bloodthirsty delight. Yi Yuan's divine essence became more and more drained. His physical abilities were almost reaching the limits too. Fighting with himself, the load on the body was too great. The current Yi Yuan felt like he almost could not raise his sword anymore. So tired, could it be that this is the end? Inside Yi Yuan's mind, this voice kept on echoing. Immediately go and call Yi Yuan, no matter what he's doing right now. After 2 hours, if I don't see the person, you all will bear the consequences yourself. In the White Knight Sacred Palace's Great Hall, Azure Peak sat on the Palace Lord's position, his face sullen. This White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder had such haughty airs. He, this divine envoy, descended, and he was actually in close seclusion. Bai Qin's expression changed, and he said, Lord Divine Envoy, Grand Elder, he just went into a retreat not long. At this time, he's probably at a critical juncture in cultivation. Telling him to exit seclusion at this time probably isn't appropriate, right? Why not? Lord Divine Envoy, stay in the White Knight's Sacred Palace for some time first. When Grand Elder leaves seclusion, Bai Qin will definitely notify Your Excellency right away, all right? Bang! Bai Qin's voice had yet to fade when Azure Peak gave a palm with a wave of a hand, directly striking him flying. Poor. This Azure Peak was a grand completion Heaven Glimpse realm. How could Bai Qin's bit of strength be enough to look at? If not because he was the White Knight's Sacred Palace's Palace Lord, this palm would probably directly take his life. This Lord Divine Envoy was so arrogant. The Divine Palace's orders. Do you think that it's a joke? This Divine Envoy says 2 hours means it's 2 hours. Could it be that whatever Grand Elder really is, as the rumors say, an intruder? Amen? Azure Peak stared with his eyes wide. Everyone's hearts turned cold. The moment this unwarranted charge was put on, once ascertained, it would be an apocalyptic catastrophe. Bai Qin struggled to crawl up, glaring at Azure Peak. He was just about to flare up, but was forcefully pressed down by Mo Yun. But Bai Xiu came forward at this time and said to Azure Peak with clasped hands, Lord Divine Envoy, this hearsay is absolutely a rumor. Most likely, it was intentionally cooked up by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of guys. Lord Divine Envoy, please investigate. Grand Elder Yi Yuan had once taken action many times. His strength wasn't rejected by heavenly Tao in the slightest. It's absolutely impossible to be an intruder. Azure Peak gave him a glance coldly and said, This Divine Envoy is on orders from high up this time, and brought the Tianlu Shrine over. Whether or not he's an intruder, one test, and it will be known. Now, don't make this Divine Envoy repeat it again. After 2 hours, this Divine Envoy wants to see him. Chapter 1428, Entering Selfless Realm Again. 1428, Entering Selfless Realm Again. Puffed. The clone's sword plunged deeply into Yi Yuan's body. Laws entering the body. Yi Yuan's body seemed to be lacerated. The heart-piercing pain finally made Yi Yuan regain some consciousness. Pain, right? Give up struggling. A weakling like you isn't fit to live in this world. As the other Yi Yuan was talking, he agitated the sword in his hand, churning Yi Yuan's wound bigger and bigger. Golden blood spouted out wildly like a fountain, even being mixed in with some minced meat. The swift and fierce sword Dao laws penetrated the wound and wreaked havoc in Yi Yuan's internal organs. Yi Yuan's consciousness was getting more and more blurry, his eyes becoming more and more lax. Yi Yuan, seeing this scene, Dustless's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of despair. Along the way, the hope that Yi Yuan gave him was too great. In fact, he never even thought that Yi Yuan would fail. But this time, Yi Yuan really did not have such good luck anymore. That rapidly flowing away vitality was currently showing that Yi Yuan was currently walking towards death. Under this kind of situation, Yi Yuan already completely did not have the possibility of retaliating. Sure enough, it still can't work. Dustless's words actually appeared rather choked up with sobs. These close to 100 years, he and Yi Yuan already fostered extremely deep affection. If one took the length of time into account, his time together with Yi Yuan was even longer than Long Tongue's. One could say that he watched Yi Yuan grow up step by step. But now, Yi Yuan was going to die. So tired, really want to sleep just like this. Yeah, give up just like this then. A burst of intense weariness welled up, making Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes. Walking all the way was really tiring. Seeing Yi Yuan's aura get weaker and weaker, a hint of a delighted, hideous grin flashed across the corners of the clone's mouth, as if this scene made him incomparably refreshed. But if I sleep, what will happen to Ling Xue? Lier, she is waiting for me too. Also Luer, White Light, father, mother, so many concerns. I can't die. The clone Yi Yuan, who saw fresh blood pouring in torrents, seemed to have become even more bloodthirsty. Ha ha, go and die. The clone shouted fiercely and was about to move his sword to cut open Yi Yuan's body. But right at this time, a hand suddenly grabbed the sword body and slowly pulled the sword out of the body. This action made the clone and Dustless outside the S.P.A.C. tremble all over, gazes revealing frightened looks. The clone's gaze turned intent, pouring divine essence crazily into the sword body, wanting to chop off Yi Yuan's palm. But Yi Yuan's palm was like an iron tong. He actually could not cut it. The current Yi Yuan still had both eyes shut like he was sleeping, but the power in his hands was unusually great. The clone sword was forcefully pulled out of the body by Yi Yuan. His gaze turned intent, revealing a horrified look. Yi Yuan's body was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan had the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, but those sword Dao laws of his earlier already ravaged Yi Yuan's internal organs beyond description. Wanting to recover absolutely could not be done in a short while. More importantly, Yi Yuan was still in that state of sleep right now. Selfless realm. Selfless realm. The clone and Dustless practically shouted these two words at the same time. But the two people's expressions were completely different. The clone's shock could not be any greater, while Dustless was incredibly encouraged. Dustless completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually entered the selfless realm once more at the final juncture before death. Humph. So what if you entered selfless realm? You're still that Yi Yuan. I can kill you all the same. The clone gave a cold snort. Lifting his hand, it was sundering stars. Clank. Yi Yuan's sword tapped on the clone's sword at a strange angle, directly sending him flying out. The clone's gaze was full of disbelief as he said in horror, his sword Dao laws broke through just like this. Yi Yuan's sword Dao laws were originally grand completion, first layered heaven realm. There was still a Civ gulf away from initial stage, second layered heaven. The power of laws breaking through from first layered heaven to second layered heaven was similarly a huge hurdle. People with poor comprehension might not be able to break through for life. Now, after Yi Yuan entered selfless realm, he directly broke through to initial stage, sword Dao, second layered heaven. This casual tap earlier seemed simple, but in fact, it was already totally different from Sundering Stars. This was a brand new move, a move that the clone did not know. What the clone replicated was the original Yi Yuan, not the current Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan Serpa Sing himself, it was equivalent to announcing that his doomsday was coming. The clone's expression flickered incessantly, clearly unable to accept this fact. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Sundering Stars. This time, what the clone unleashed was the complete version Sundering Stars. The power of this move could cut down Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Its power could be imagined. He previously fought with Yi Yuan. Both sides knew the prowess of this move, so he was not given the time to launch it at all. But now, Yi Yuan was asleep. Clank! The clone only felt a blur before his eyes, and the evil extermination sword tapped on his sword body once again, directly resolving his complete version, Sundering Stars. Kill, kill, kill. The clone's state was as if it was crazy, waving his sword and charging over towards Yi Yuan. But this time, no matter how he used martial techniques, he was unable to touch Yi Yuan in the slightest. Yi Yuan's every action was nimble and precise to the point where it made people's hair stand on end, making people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The current Yi Yuan was like an ice-cold machine, precisely calculating everything around, controlling everything around. Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus Swiss. H. Plus the clone could not touch Yi Yuan, but his body unknowingly had quite a number of wounds cut by Yi Yuan. I won't fail. The clone actually had human emotions and was very afraid of failure. However, the current Yi Yuan was very cold. Cold until he did not seem like a human. Puffed. Yi Yuan's sword pierced right through the clone's sea of consciousness. Clone body dead. Death cultivation ended. However, Yi Yuan did not break out of the state of selfless realm. His figure moved, arriving in front of the lesser heavenspan mountain. A burst of faintly perceptible aura emitted off Yi Yuan's body. The lesser heavenspan mountain suddenly erupted with a powerful aura and actually produced a resonance with the aura emitting from Yi Yuan's body. Dustless watched this scene fixedly from afar, inexplicably agitated. The current Yi Yuan was unmoving like a mountain, giving Dustless an unreal feeling, as if Yi Yuan also incarnated into a heavenspan mountain. Under selfless realm, Yi Yuan inexplicably set up a trace of connection with heavenly Tao and could be said to have incarnated to become a part of heavenly Tao. Under this state, he could communicate with the lesser heavenspan mountain to the greatest extent. Ha! This kid indeed didn't disappoint me. Indeed didn't disappoint me. Dustless said agitatedly. Chapter 1429, Looking for Trouble. 1429, Looking for Trouble in the Great Hall. Divine Envoy Azure Peak's 2 eyes slowly opened. 2 hours is up. Looks like you guys aren't planning on handing over the person. Very good. Since that's the case, this Divine Envoy will go and invite him personally. Azure Peak gave no chance to explain, slowly walking out of the Great Hall. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace had always been transcendent, not caring about the various major sacred palaces' fights, letting them develop unrestricted. No idea how long it had been since the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's Divine Envoy had descended upon the secular world already. Everyone did not expect that this Divine Envoy was actually so overbearing. Interrupting other people's closed seclusion cultivation was all martial artist taboo. It could virtually be mentioned in the same breath as killing one's parents, because a single mishap and it would ruin other people's cultivation road. This sort of thing, to any martial artist, especially deity realm powerhouses, was unacceptable. Yi Yuan was undoubtedly a savior-like existence to the White Knight Sacred Palace. No matter who it was, they were not willing to risk a grave mistake to go and interrupt Yi Yuan's close seclusion, even if this one in front of them was the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's Divine Envoy. Amen. Azure Peak's brows furrowed, looking at the Bai Chun in front of him coldly. This kid actually dared to block his path. Are you courting death? This Divine Envoy brought the Sky Foothill Divine token down. If you stop this Divine Envoy from doing my mission, even if you're the Lord of the Sacred Palace, I'll kill you all the same. Azure Peak glared. A surge of powerful aura crushed over toward Bai Chun. Bai Chun's entire body trembled, directly backing up a few steps before barely managing to stand firm. The injuries that he had just suppressed flared up again, a strand of fresh blood remaining at the corners of his mouth. But he was completely oblivious of this, and said with azure peak with clasped hands, "Lord Divine Envoy, please calm your anger." Bai Chen doesn't dare to contend with the Divine Palace. It's just that Grand Elder is too important to our White Knight's sacred palace. Once he runs amok because his cultivation is interrupted, it could be said to be a catastrophic blow to our White Knight sacred palace. Bai Chen begs Lord Divine Envoy to give us another 3 days' time. We've already sent the communication talisman into Grand Elder's closed seclusion venue. Once he reaches a cultivation interval, he'll definitely exit seclusion to welcome Divine Envoy. Mo Yun was originally on tenterhooks at one side, planning on making a move at any time, but did not expect that Bai Chen actually said these words. It looked like their young lord finally grew up. Get lost. However, Azure Peak was not moved at all as he shouted to Bai Chen in a solemn voice. Bai Chen's expression changed, not expecting that this guy was actually so unreasonable. If he's in closed seclusion for 100 years, does this Divine Envoy have to wait 100 years here? This Divine Envoy doesn't have so much spare time. One more time, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me. Azure Peak said coldly. The expressions of Bai Xiao and the rest changed several times, and they spoke up to warn him, "Palace Lord, move aside." Bai Chen's face actually had a look of unwillingness, but knew that this Divine Envoy could not be offended. The consequences of offending the Divine Envoy, the White Knight's sacred palace could not afford it. If he was just a loner without anyone, he would rather die than take a step back. But he was currently the White Knight Palace Lord, representing the whole White Knight's sacred palace. Yes, Bai Chen finally still opened up path. Humph! Azure Peak gave a cold snort and walked right by Bai Chen's side. And Mo Yun heaved and went up to pat Bai Chen's shoulders, saying, "Let's go over and take a look too. Just hope that Lord Yi Yuan isn't at the most critical juncture right now." Bai Chen nodded his head unwillingly and followed after helplessly. "This is Yi Yuan's closed seclusion place?" Replying Lord Divine Envoy, "Precisely so. Your Excellency." Bai Xiao was just about to persuade some more, but was directly interrupted by Azure Peak with a hand gesture. The orders of the Divine Palace cannot be defied. If he's really an intruder, body can shoulder the responsibility. As for whether or not is he currently at a critical juncture of cultivation, it will depend on his fortunes. Azure Peak's voice did not carry the least bit of emotion. Clearly, this Divine Envoy, had a lofty and aloof perspective. At this time, the aura on Azure Peak's body skyrocketed, suddenly throwing a palm out, slamming right at the door. The hearts of Bai Chen and the rest all leaped to their throats. Wisconsin plussing to pounce to block this palm. But this palm was very powerful. Even the grand array set up outside the cultivation room was bound to not be able to withstand it too. Boom! This palm shattered the grand array without any surprises, slamming onto the cultivation chamber's door. But right at this time, an incomparably sacred aura enveloped the entire courtyard, making everyone have an impulse to prostrate in wars. I+P, Poowork. Azure Peak's entire person was akin to suffering a heavy blow, directly spewing out a large mouthful of blood mist, his body flying out backward. He was actually knocked unconscious straight away. Everyone all stared at this scene with dumbfounded looks, completely unaware of what happened. A sacred light screen descended from the sky, enveloping the entire cultivation chamber inside. What on earth is going on here? The aura coming from the cultivation chamber is so terrifying. I actually have an impulse to want to run away. Could it be that Lord Yi Yuan is the legendary son of G.O.D.? Lord Divine Envoy profaned the might of G.O.D. just now? Just what is Lord Yi Yuan cultivating? This is too terrifying. Lord Divine Envoy is a grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse. He was actually knocked right out. Seeing the Azure Peak lying on the ground unconscious, no idea why, but Chun actually felt satisfied in his heart. This guy really brought trouble to himself. Master Yi Yuan is Master Yi Yuan. Forever can't be estimated with common sense. Bai Chun was secretly pleased. Before long, the light faded. Everything returned to normal. Creak. The cultivation chamber's door opened from inside. Yi Yuan slowly walked out. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, the many deity realm powerhouses in the courtyard actually felt like Mount Tai Cruz. I. Plussing down on top all of a sudden. That sacred aura on Yi Yuan's body was cut from the same cloth as that light screen earlier. Seeing so many people gather in the courtyard, Yi Yuan said with a puzzled look, "What are you all doing here?" Bai Chun came before Yi Yuan and briefly recounted the events that happened recently. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly when he heard it. This rumor was clearly intentionally spread by someone. In an instant, Yi Yuan thought of a lot. With Yi Yuan's understanding of Bai Chun, he would not do so. Then it was Mo Yin? Either that, or it was the Autumn Rain's sacred palace who was unresigned to suffering a huge loss, deliberately fabricating this rumor and spreading it out. Except, this hearsay was not a rumor, but real. Of course, there was still another kind of possibility, that was that somebody else knew his ident. 1. Tai and wanted to borrow the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's strength to finish him off. These three situations were all possible. Could it be that Wu Ming Academy also had someone enter the Sky Foothill world? Yi Yuan's heart sunk. An inexplicable anger burned in his belly. It was not without this possibility. The Qin family could even influence Wu Ming City Lord's decision-making. Knowing that he was in the Sky Foothill world and getting this world coordinates did not seem to be something unthinkable. Yi Yuan gave Bai Chun a glance and said with a frown, "You're injured?" He shot another glance at the azure peak lying on the ground and said, "It was done by that guy." Chapter 1430 Secret Tampering. Chapter 1430 Secret Tampering. Seeing that Yi Yuan had signs of flying off the handle, Bai Chun hurriedly said, "Master mustn't get angry. Lord Divine Envoy cannot be offended." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said with a nod, "Fine, I got it." But Bai Chun only felt a blur before his eyes, and he lost sight of Yi Yuan. Bang! Everyone only felt their chrysanthemum tighten. Azure Peak's body was directly kicked flying. When Azure Peak made a move earlier, it was precisely when Yi Yuan and the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain produced a resonance. With the might of the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain leaking out, how could it allow a heaven-glimpsed deity realm fellow's impudence? With this, it just nicely knocked onto the spearhead. He was knocked unconscious by the recoil force. Right now, Azure Peak was in a deep coma. Yi Yuan was like kicking a rubber ball, one after another, not letting him land at all. Kicking over a dozen times in a row, Yi Yuan landed floatingly. Bang! Azure Peak's robust body landed. Cruise. Plussing a stretch of green bricks. The group of martial artists all turned their faces over, unable to bear looking straight at it. But no idea why, including by Xiao, each and every one of them all felt very liberated. This Azure Peak relied on that he was a divine envoy. That was high his nostrils were almost pointing to the sky. Furthermore, regardless of whether Bai Chun's strength was strong or not, he was the White Knight Sacred Palace's palace lord. Azure Peak disciplined him like a grandson that was disciplining the White Knight Sacred Palace as a grandson. How could they all, these people, feel like they had a face? Yi Yuan's way of doing things, they did not dare. But they felt very relieved watching. Amen about there. Either way, he's unconscious and won't remember the things now either. Bring him down and remember to arrange a first S wing room. Don't let people say that we slighted Lord Divine Envoy, Yi Yuan said faintly. Everyone exchanged glances and followed Yi Yuan to the Great Hall. After arriving at the Great Hall, everyone looked at Yi Yuan with eager eyes, wanting to speak, but finding it hard to speak up. Yi Yuan could not help smiling and said, "Say whatever you have. I'm not some ferocious beast either." All of them turned their gazes to Bai Chun. Bai Chun toughened his scalp and said with clasped hands, "Master Yi Yuan, actually, everyone is all worried about this rumor. We all want to ask whether, Master, you are an intruder or not. After all, Master Yi Yuan, you were originally a reclusive powerhouse. Furthermore, your age is young, and you have such terrifying cultivation. This is completely out of tune with our Sky Foothill World's powerhouses. But this time, Lord Divine Envoy brought the Tianlu Shrine over. Under the Tianlu Shrine, everything will be revealed. The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes were all glued on Yi Yuan, wanting to see what he had to say. In reality, everyone was stifled until they were about to explode. After all, it was a major life and death matter. Furthermore, the more it spread, the more vivid and dramatic. Everyone was naturally anxious and doubtful in their hearts. Bai Chen's complexion appeared somewhat pale because of nervousness and injuries. He was asking questions on the surface, but was actually warning Yi Yuan that it could not be hidden anymore. Take the chance when Lord Divine Envoy had not woken up yet, and hurry up and leave the Sky Foothill World. Yi Yuan gave him a glance, understanding tacitly, but said with a smile, "It's useless to say anymore. Since Lord Divine Envoy brought the Tianlu Shrine over, then let him try. See whether or not he can reflect me, this intruder." The moment everyone heard this, they immediately heaved a long sigh in relief. With Grand Elder's words, this large stone in our hearts finally landed. How can Grand Elder possibly be an intruder? When he was in a fierce battle with Lan Jiru, they already fought to that extent and didn't see Heavenly Tao produce any rejection towards him either. You don't say. These few days, it spread really vividly and dramatically. I was really somewhat scared. Isn't that so? That's primarily because Grand Elder is too young, too formidable, on a completely different level from us, these mediocre people. Ha ha ha. After everyone dissipated, inside the secret chamber, Bai Chun and Mo Yun's expressions were not too good. "Master Yi Yuan, you'd best go. I know that you said that in order to placate everyone, but the Tianlu Shrine is different, because it's created to specifically target you all, these trial takers." Bai Chun urged. Yi Yuan could not help becoming interested the moment he heard. Although this Sky Foothill World's Tao of artifact refinement was not above the Heavenspan worlds, it had its uniqueness. "Just what is this Tianlu Shrine? Talk about it," Yi Yuan asked. Bai Chun saw that Yi Yuan had an indifferent look and explained the origins of the Tianlu Shrine in detail. It turned out that the Sky Foothill World discovered that quite a number of trial takers all had many concealment means. As long as they did not urge divine essence to the limit, it was very hard to arouse Heavenly Tao's rejection. Even when facing deity realm powerhouses, they could cover up very well too. Hence, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace refined the Tianlu Shrine in order to make these people reveal everything. This Tianlu Shrine was said to be a celestial divine artifact refined by a peak 3-star artifact G.O.D., containing a portion of Sky Foothill Heavenly Tao's oppression. As long as one activated the Tianlu Shrine and intruders drew near within a certain range, it would automatically have a response and attack the other party. Even if your concealment means we're heaven-defying and able to hide from the Tianlu Shrine's response, as long as you drip a drop of fresh blood in, it could sense it too. According to what I know, there are already no less than several hundred trial takers who have died under the Tianlu Shrine. Lord Yi Yuan, you'd best leave. Mo Yun also urged bitterly. Yi Yuan also clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard. This artifact refining ability was truly impressive to actually be able to integrate a trace of Heavenly Tao into the divine artifact. This artificer's means were really impressive. After listening to these, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "I said before, for the sake of the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone, I'll do whatever it takes. You guys rest assured, if I really can't hide from the Tianlu Shrine's investigation, I won't implicate you all either." The moment Bai Chun heard, he was indignant and said angrily, "Master Yi Yuan, what are you saying? This life of mine was given by you. Would I still be scared of you implicating? It's just that this Tianlu Shrine is truly too formidable. I'm afraid." One could tell that Bai Chun was really worried about Yi Yuan's safety. If he really was found out, even if this Azure Peak could not make Yi Yuan stay, it would also be very hard for Yi Yuan to escape the Sky Foothill world. Yi Yuan smiled and patted Bai Chen's shoulder, and slowly left. Azure Peak abruptly opened both eyes and suddenly sat up in shock. Arg! Pain! So painful! Green veins throbbed on Azure Peak's forehead, instantly breaking out into cold sweat. Waves of heart-piercing pain seemingly spread throughout his entire body like an uninterrupted electric current. Slam! Azure Peak directly rolled off the bed and tumbled about on the ground in agony. He could not even emit a cry for help. Those few kicks of Yi Yuan seemed ordinary and bland. Actually, each kick was very particular. One should not look at what Yi Yuan's background was. In fact, he was too familiar with the acupoints on a martial artist's body. With the physical body toughness of deity realm powerhouses, those few kicks did not leave any hidden injuries on his body. It just released his backlash injuries to the greatest extent. Now, the moment he was awake, this pain instantly erupted, making him suffer for quite a while. The current Azure Peak was curled up on the ground, his body twitching nonstop, looking incomparably miserable. 1BUT, T-Clench. Chapter 1431, Testing Blood. Chapter 1431, Testing Blood. No idea how long had passed. Said either, the pain finally subsided. Azure Peak's four limbs finally recovered some mobility. However, he only barely managed to stand up after trying for a long time. His entire person seemed to be drained, without a trace of strength from head to foot. During this long time, he maintained clarity of his consciousness from start to end, but was utterly helpless. Every hint of pain on his body was transmitted into his brain clearly, like tide water, without break. Azure Peak very much wanted to faint, but he discovered to his dismay that he could not do it at all. This period of time was simply even worse than death. B.A.M. In White Knight's Sacred Palace. If I discover that Yi Yuan is an intruder, I'll definitely not spare even the chickens and dogs. Azure Peak gnashed his teeth and said in hatred. At this time, Bai Xiu's voice sounded out from outside the door. Has Lord Azure Peak rested well? Palace Lord and Grand Elder have made this lowly one come and invite Lord Divine Envoy to the Great Hall. Hua! The door was opened violently from the inside. Azure Peak's face was sullen until water was virtually about to drip out. Rest? That was called rest just now. He was hurting until he was practically about to commit suicide just now. You guys actually said that it was resting. Azure Peak wanted to kill people right now. He really wanted to kill people. What's with Lord Azure Peak? Could it be that you're blaming our White Knight's Sacred Palace for the poor reception? Lord Divine Envoy suffered the backlash force and injured the internal organs. Grand Elder said that he helped Lord Divine Envoy purge the hidden injuries with a special technique. There's absolutely no sequela. Could it be that Grand Elder, he didn't cure Lord Divine Envoy's hidden injuries? Bai Xiu pretended to be surprised. Azure Peak was just about to flare up when he suddenly frowned. He viewed internally and discovered that the internal injuries he suffered because of the backlash force were indeed already cured. The meridians in his whole body were obstructed and actually had a refresh. Plusing feeling. This discovery made his expression ease up slightly. Could it be that Yi Yuan really treated him? Recalling that palm of his, the backlash force was indeed not small. It would likely leave behind considerable hidden injuries. Now, the injuries were completely healed. Clearly, he had obtained treatment. It was just that this treatment was a little too painful, right? Amen. The hidden injuries are already healed. Lead the way. Azure Peak said coldly. This Azure Peak, as a divine envoy, was clearly an extremely prideful person. Since the other party was really treating him, he did not wish to let the other party know such a deplorable side of him. Bai Xiu already had flowers bloom in his heart long ago. If he was not in front of Azure Peak, he would practically be laughing until he rolled on the ground. But Bai Xiu was not Bai Chun, that sort of little chap. He was in a high position all year round. His shrewdness was rather deep. He did not show the slightest hint of emotion on the surface. Yi Yuan invited him to watch a good show. That scene of Azure Peak rolling about on the ground in pain previously, he saw it all clearly outside the window. How smart was Bai Xiu? He knew that it was Yi Yuan's underhanded trick done in secret. Originally, he was still apprehensive, worried that Azure Peak would utterly rampage after coming out. But when he said it according to the words Yi Yuan taught him, he discovered that Azure Peak's complexion immediately became much better. Just as Yi Yuan said, not only would he not blame, he would even be secretly grateful in his heart. Currently, he was simply prostrating on all fours in admiration toward this grand elder. Azure Peak sucking in cold air while on the ground in pain, he heard it clearly outside. To be able to make a grand completion, Heaven Glimpse powerhouse agonized until he wished he was dead. That pain could be imagined. Not only did he not sign blame, but his reaction was also really calm and smooth. This method, probably only Grand Elder, this kind of figure could accomplish it, right? Coming to the Great Hall, Yi Yuan greeted with a smile and said with clasped hands, White Knight's Sacred Palace's Grand Elder, Yi Yuan, respectfully welcomes Lord Divine Envoy. Previously, this Yi Yuan was in close seclusion, resulting in slighting Lord Divine Envoy. Truly sorry. This Yi apologizes and asks Lord Divine Envoy for punishment. Yi Yuan's attitude was very sincere, like he was really going to bow down. Azure Peak hurriedly supported his arm and said coolly, No need. Yi Yuan said joyfully, Lord Divine Envoy is indeed an exalted envoy with a broad breadth of mind. Oh, right, the cultivation method that this Yi cultivates is rather peculiar. Once somebody draws near, there will be an extremely powerful backlash force, resulting in accidentally injuring your excellency. This Yi is truly guilty and deserves 10,000 deaths. Fortunately, this Yi has some unique methods and helped Lord Divine Envoy open up the meridians, relieving the hidden injuries. This method is a bit painful, but the effects are very good. I wonder if your excellency still has ailments now? Azure Peak's muscles twitched slightly. It was more than a bit painful. It was simply painful until he wished to die. However, the effects were really good. Otherwise, if he went back to report completion of the mission with hidden injuries, he really had no idea how he would be laughed at. Amen, it's already well. Azure Peak still said coolly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then that's good. Since Lord Divine Envoy already arrived, then let's get down to business first. This Yi was just a reclusive cultivator previously. How am I some intruder? Some people like to cause trouble by spreading rumors. Truly detestable. Seeing Yi Yuan so calm, Azure Peak unwittingly really started to somewhat doubt it in his heart. Although this rumor started from D knows where, without a doubt, the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's suspicions were the greatest. But, as long as there was a trace of possibility, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace would not let it go either. Furthermore, such an expert suddenly emerged. How could they possibly not be careful? Whether or not it's a rumor, we'll know after testing. Azure Peak still continued his indifferent style. Finished talking, Azure Peak slightly formed a seal. A box-sized shrine rested on his palm. Yi Yuan was currently in a position of face-to-face with Azure Peak. This distance, if the Tianlu Shrine had a response, it should have long unleashed an attack. But the Tianlu Shrine did not have any movements at all. Seeing this scene, everyone in the White Knight's Sacred Palace all heaved a long sigh in relief. Like I said, how can Grand Elder possibly be an intruder? It must be the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace, that bunch of bastards. After the miserable defeat this time, they harbored hatred in their hearts and deliberately fabricated rumors. In Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace, we are not done with them. The White Knight's Sacred Palace's powerhouses all pointed the spearheads at the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace, obviously thinking that this was their idea. However, the worry of Bai Chun and Mo Yun in the two persons' hearts did not disappear at this point. After all, the most crucial part of the Tianlu Shrine was still the blood test, this checkpoint. Sure enough, Azure Peak said coolly, the aura on the surface can be disguised. But the heavenly Tao laws contained in the martial artist's blood cannot be disguised. Elder Yi, please. A martial artist's growth was the process of absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual energy. During this process, one would naturally bring the aura of heavenly Tao into their own blood too. Hence, verifying a martial artist's ident. 1. Tai, the most reliable, was still blood. When Mo Yun and Bai Chun duo heard this, their hearts leaped to their throats. The rest also stopped the din, looking towards Yi Yuan with unmoving eyes. The instances of finding out using blood were not few. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and did not hesitate either, only to see a cold light flash. Yi Yuan's finger had a gash added to it. Drip! A drop of fresh blood flowed down the fingertip and dripped into the Tianlu shrine. Everyone's breathing all became ragged. Chapter 1432, Addressing as Brothers. Chapter 1432, Addressing as Brother Swiss. H. Plus all of a sudden, the Tianlu shrine burst forth with a dazzling golden light. S. H. I. Plus Ning until everyone could not open their eyes. Azure Peak's expression turned sharp. His deadpan face finally revealed a surprised expression. It was also the group of White Knight powerhouses' first time seeing the Tianlu shrine, and they did not know what this golden light represented. Bai Chun could not resist asking, Lord Divine Envoy, what does this golden light represent? Is Grand Elder an intruder or not? Azure Peak's expression turned cold, and he said solemnly, Intruder my ass. The guy who spread this rumor will die a horrible death. Elder Yi is pure until he cannot be pure sky, foothill martial artist. Everyone was first stunned and immediately revealed a look of great joy. Since Azure Peak said so, then it was impossible for Yi Yuan to be some intruder anymore. The shock in Bai Chen's heart could not be any greater. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly, giving him a calm look. Except the elation on Bai Chen's face. At this time, he did not need to act at all. This result, he was really too surprised. Only he and Mo Yin, two people, knew best. Master Yi Yuan was absolutely an outside trial taker. But just what method he used to actually even outsmart the Tianlu Shrine? One had to know that all of the outside world trial takers, even Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse trial takers, could not escape the Tianlu Shrine's verification. Yet, only Yi Yuan did it. This kind of ability was simply inconceivable. To be able to change the exterior aura and hide from the Tianlu Shrine's investigation, this was not anything impressive. But the blood in a martial artist's body, how did one change the aura to hide from the Tianlu Shrine's investigation? He naturally did not know that Yi Yuan did not use some secret art to conceal the aura in his body, but simulated the sky, foothill, heavenly Tao's aura with a lesser heavenspan mountain. This kind of imitation was not on the surface, but fused into every inch of the skin on his body, including the blood. Forget about a measly little Tianlu shrine. Even the real heavenly Tao could not distinguish it. Bai Chun discovered that this master he acknowledged was simply an omnipotent God. It seemed like there was nothing he could not do. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Seems like this Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai shouldn't have anything worth suspecting, right? At this time, Azure Peak's face actually squeezed out a hint of a smile and said to Yi Yuan with clasped hands, Elder Yi, I've given offense previously, but Azure Peak is here under orders and didn't have the intention of being hard on the White Knight's sacred palace. Please excuse me. The moment these words came out, White Knight's group virtually did not dare to believe their own ears. Such a proud divine envoy Azure Peak was actually so courteous to Yi Yuan? This was not logical. It seemed like the issue lay with that golden light. It was just that, no idea what that golden light represented. Yi Yuan smiled and said, What's Lord Divine Envoy saying here? You're a divine envoy, representing the paramount sky, foothill, divine palace. To be able to welcome Lord Azure Peak is our White Knight Sacred Palace's honor. Azure Peak suddenly felt that this Yi Yuan looked so pleasing to the eye. Don't keep calling Lord Divine Envoy. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Big Brother Azure Peak. Azure Peak said with a laugh. Yi Yuan did not stand on ceremony either, and said with a smile, "Big brother Azure Peak." The two people exchanged glances and smiles, writing off all enmity. "All right, this matter is settled. I'll also have to go back to report on completion of the mission," Azure Peak said with clasped hands. "Since that's the case, I won't hold Big Brother Azure Peak back anymore. Take care." Yi Yuan also clasped his hands and said. Azure Peak bade farewell to everyone. When he turned around and left, he said with vicissitudes of emotion, "This child is actually able to trigger the Tianlu Shrine's golden light, indicating that he has grasped the complete sky foothill laws. No wonder his strength is so powerful. This child's future is limitless and is bound to enter the sky foothill divine palace in the future. Building good relations with him might be beneficial to me in the future." Finished talking, his figure flashed, disappearing from where he was. In the White Knight's sacred palace, everyone finally truly relaxed. That golden light is definitely remarkable. You all didn't see Lord Azure Peak's expression, it changed at that time. Haha. Grand Elder actually addressed Lord Divine Envoy as his brother. "Let me see if the Autumn Rain's sacred palace, that bunch of trash, still dares to be arrogant." The Autumn Rain's sacred palace, that bunch of trash, used this kind of despicable method to disgust us when they can't beat us. Truly too abominable. One of these days, we'll exterminate that bunch of grandsons. Everyone tried to get a word in, but Yi Yuan fell into contemplation. Was it really a stumbling block done by the Autumn Rain sacred palace? Afraid not, Yi Yuan thought. What did you say? The divine palace's divine envoy went to the White Knight's sacred palace, and then left just like that? When Qin Tian heard this news, he nearly jumped up. No, wait, should be almost spilled the beans. Yes, Palace Lord. Somebody saw that when Yi Yuan saw the divine envoy out, they addressed each other as brothers, their relations. I plus P appearing rather good, that subordinate said. A mouthful of coagulated blood in Qin Tian's chest nearly spewed out. He forcefully suppressed that mouthful of coagulated blood and said coldly, "All right, it looks like it was this palace lord who made a mistake. Withdraw. Continue keeping a close watch for me." Yes, Palace Lord. After that subordinate withdrew, the coagulated blood that Qin Tian suppressed could not be endured anymore, spouting out. "This is impossible. That Tianlu Shrine is so formidable. How in the world did Yi Yuan avoid it? Could it be that he came out of the sky foothill world to begin with? No way. This coordinate had restrictions placed by City Lord His Excellency. It's impossible for somebody to escape the sky foothill world. Just how many secrets are hidden on this D.A.M. in fellow's body?" Qin Tian was depressed. Failed to screw Yi Yuan over. His heart was struck with anger for a moment, and his injuries actually worsened once again. Looks like there's only making a move myself personally after healing my injuries. Inside the world suppressing steel, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. His aura was much stronger compared to before. I didn't expect that after expending so many medicinal pills, I actually only cultivated to the half-step Heaven Glimpse realm. This Chaos Heavenspan cannon is truly too resource-intensive, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Without a doubt, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon was a top-tier, powerful cultivation method in the world. But the money-burning extent of this cultivation method, Yi Yuan felt greatly overwhelmed too. Before he came, he used points and divine essence stones to exchange for a large batch of spirit medicines. It was actually only able to support him cultivating to the half-step Heaven Glimpse realm. If it were others, they would have long cultivated to initial stage Heaven Glimpse. This cultivation method of yours is indeed unusual. The resources expended is a lot, but it can exchange for powerful strength. What's there to be unsatisfied with? Fortunately, you entered the selfless realm last time and already created the second-level cultivation method. You only need an opportunity now, and you can break through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Dustless said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That death cultivation was really very scary. I almost died under my own sword at that time. Such a perverse cultivation method. I really don't know how Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove thought of it. However, while this method is dangerous, it's really very effective. For people, their greatest opponent is not the enemy, but themselves. Right at this time, a communication talisman broke into Yi Yuan's close seclusion area. Yi Yuan checked it, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of a smile. The Divine Ruins was finally about to open up. Chapter 1433, Powerful Enemies All Round. Chapter 1433, Powerful Enemies All Round. Ha ha! I finally recovered. Yi Yuan, this time, I'll see where you can escape. Inside the life and sacred palace's hidden chamber, Qin Tian suddenly snapped open his eyes, bursting forth with rays of brilliant light. He was in close seclusion here for 10 years. Today, he finally healed all of his injuries. All of the grudges and enmity shall be settled in full this time. Wu Hen, your subordinate, is present. Has the White Knight's sacred palace set off yet? Already set off for the Divine Ruins. Palace Lord, should we set off too? Depart. This trip, we have to return fully loaded. Yes, Palace Lord. After Wu Hen left, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Qin Tian's mouth. All right, I came, so I can't return empty-handed. In front of him was a massive stretch of ruins, but the waves of terrifying aura exuding out from inside. Even Yi Yuan felt his heart palpitate too. This divine ruins seemed to have existed here since ancient times. This place was both unusually dangerous and also full of opportunities. This place was also a place filled with dangers to origin deity realm powerhouses. The entrance to the divine ruins was a volcanic crater. The place had a stretch of pure white bones, seemingly declaring to everyone death. Yi Yuan had not approached the entrance area yet and already sensed the rolling heat waves surge over. This terrifying temperature, even he, this half-step into heaven-glimpsed deity realm powerhouse, not quite bear it. Once entered from there, the temperature inside could only be imagined. It's probably Grand Elder's first time coming to the Divine Ruins, right? When Bai Xiu saw Yi Yuan's expression, he guessed it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, In the past, I've always been cultivating bitterly in closed seclusion. It's really my first time coming to this Divine Ruins. Bai Xiu said, The peripherals of the Divine Ruins have a natural flame restriction that can incinerate everything. Even peak origin deity powerhouses aren't able to enter inside normally too. Every 1,000 years or so, this restriction power will have a period of dormancy. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace's Divine Palace Lord will use a celestial divine artifact, the Flame Restriction Seal, and break the restriction, letting us enter. Yi Yuan nodded and said, So that's how it is. At this time, a large group of deity realm powerhouses flew over from the horizon. They were precisely the Autumn Rain's sacred palaces Hua Tianyang and company. The atmosphere on the White Knight's sacred palace's side changed all at once. Especially Bai Chun, his 2 eyes were about to spew fire. He only hated that his strength was too weak. Otherwise, he would have long charged forward to fight it out with Hua Tianyang. The moment the Autumn Rain's sacred palace landed, it became dangerously explosive between the 2 major forces, with major signs of attacking at a word of disagreement. Goodness me, my eldest nephew, don't use this expression to look at this palace lord. In a while, when inside, it wouldn't be good if this palace lord accidentally pushes you into the fire pit, Hua Tianyang said with a taunting look. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, With the likes of you? Hua Tianyang's expression became stifled, his eyes full of apprehension. If not for this guy in front of him, they would have long eradicated the White Knight sacred palace. Now, punk, don't get C. Oh, C. KY first. It's not late to be C. Oh, C. KY after you can come out of the Divine Ruins. Hua Tianyang said with a cold smile. Finished talking, Hua Tianyang brought the Autumn Rain's sacred palace's powerhouses to one side. Yi Yuan's expression turned grim. This Hua Tianyang had an underlying meaning in his words. Bai Xiu's expression was not too good as well. Moving close in front of Yi Yuan, he said softly, "Grand Elder, this Hua Tianyang seems to be somewhat off." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Looking at his appearance, he seems to be relying on something. You go and warn everybody. After entering the divine ruins in a while, be more careful." Bai Xiu nodded and said, "Amen, got it." As they were talking, one group of force after another arrived in succession. The entrance area became much more lively all at once. But the various major forces seemed to be very interested in the White Knight's sacred palace. I really didn't expect that the White Knight's sacred palace actually let a kid still wet behind his ears become the palace lord. I really don't know what that Bai Xiu is thinking. This is probably the funniest scene in the history of the Sky Foothill world, right? An initial stage grotto profound chap is actually leading a group of Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Really funny. Heard that their Grand Elder Yi Yuan is very formidable. Not only is his strength powerful, he even has a powerful ghost Dao powerhouse by his side, capable of fighting evenly with Hua Tianyang. These discussions made the Bai Chun beside Yi Yuan appear rather restless and uneasy. He knew that after Master obtained the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone, he might be leaving the Sky Foothill world. At that time, how is he going to face the numerous powerful enemies? Everybody in the world can look down on you. Only you can't. They all feel that you can't make it. So you do it for them to see and make all of them shut up. Yi Yuan said coolly. Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, and his mood immediately calmed down, and he said with a nod, "I understand, Master." Right at this time, several profiles flew over from the horizon again. The person in the center rode on a tiger with wings, with the air of an expert. This person's aura was incomparably powerful. The person had yet to arrive, and a powerful aura already enveloped over, making everyone's faces change. Origin deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern, looking at that old man on the tiger's back. This should be the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine official. Very soon, his gaze was placed on a person behind the old man. It was actually an old acquaintance. Who could it be if not Azure Peak? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the faces of everyone around him changed. The atmosphere on the White Knight's sacred palace's side became oppressed all of a sudden. Yi Yuan had a blank look and asked Bai Xiu, "What's wrong?" Bai Xiu's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said, "No wonder Hua Tianyang was so Kentucky. It looks like he had long gotten the news. This divine official is the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's previous generation palace lord, Duan Fei." Yi Yuan's expression also changed when he heard it. He did not expect that there was actually still such a coincidental thing. He knew that in the Sky Foothill world, as long as one could break through to the origin deity realm, they would be called away by the Sky Foothill Divine Palace, becoming the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine official. After becoming a divine official, they must cut off all relations with their original sacred palace and serve the Sky Foothill Divine Palace faithfully. However, even if he became a divine official, he was still a human after all. People had feelings. How could it be possible to turn a blind eye to their original faction? From Hua Tianyang's performance, he had clearly long known that the divine official coming this time was Duan Fei. This indicated that Duan Fei definitely notified him in advance. Then during the Divine Ruins trip this time, what Duan Fei would do, use one's to think, and they would also know. Yi Yuan immediately felt a headache coming on. One Hua Tianyang was already troublesome enough. Adding on another origin deity powerhouse, Duan Fei, this trip was really perilous. Yi Yuan, that guy wearing a mask, his entire body's aura cold and gloomy, seems to be constantly paying attention to you. This person seems to be rather familiar. Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's mind, making Yi Yuan's heart jump again. Paying attention to me? Rather familiar? A hint of a bitter smile flashed across in Yi Yuan's heart, and he said, "I think I know who he is. I really didn't think that everyone got together." "You know who he is?" Dustless said curiously. "Apart from Qin Tian, who else can there be?" Yi Yuan said coldly. Chapter 1434, A Bunch of Cannon Fodders. Chapter 1434, A Bunch of Cannon Fodders, it's him. Dustless was also somewhat surprised as he said, "The rumor that spread last time, everybody said that it was done by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. However, that doesn't conform to common sense. The most logical situation should be that somebody knows my identity. 1. Tai, and wants to put me to death. Previously, I was only suspecting. Now, already his aura has changed drastically. I'm very certain that he's Qin Tian." Yi Yuan said. Dustless came to a realization and said, "Looking at it this way, it really is so. Looks like Wu Ming Academy, that side, is really unreliable." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Our city lord is really indulgent enough toward the Qin family." Dustless fell silent. Qin Tian's appearance made Yi Yuan lost the last trace of favorable impression towards the Wu Meng city lord. Now an origin deity realm Duan Fei, a grand completion heaven glimpse Hua Tianyang, plus a grand completion heaven glimpse Qin Tian. This divine ruins trip was really extremely dangerous. These three people added up were even a bit more dangerous than the divine ruins. "Then, do you still want to enter?" Dustless said. "Why wouldn't I go in? I have no time to wait anymore. This divine ruins open once every 1,000 years. For the sake of the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, I must enter," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Boom! Right at this time, the volcano that had always been in turmoil finally erupted. Violent magma was seemingly like a fountain, spraying out nonstop, presenting a magnificent sight. Everyone was extremely far away, but under the impact of wave after wave of heat waves, some staggered unsteadily on their feet. Everyone all mustered up divine essence, covering the surface of the body to resist these heat waves. Suddenly, Duan Fei felt something, turning his head and looking in Yi Yuan's direction, only to see that when those air billows approached Yi Yuan's proximity, they seemed to split, automatically dividing into two halves, flowing past from Yi Yuan's side. A hint of strange look flashed across in Duan Fei's eyes, and he turned his head around again. No idea how long had passed, said either. The volcanic eruption was finally done. Everything returned to normal. Those horrifying heat waves finally took away the temperature. Now is the time. Duan Fei gave a cold cry. A hint of stunning light flashed in his hands. The flame restriction seal flagrantly attacked. Everyone only saw a streak of white light tear across the horizon, flying straight for the volcanic entrance. A light halo spread out. Everyone immediately felt that temperature drop significantly. That natural flame restriction finally had a gap opened up. Done with all these, Duan Fei looked in the White Knight's Sacred Palace's direction and said coolly, "White Knight's Sacred Palace enter first, the others follow closely behind." It indeed came. The divine ruins had not opened for 1,000 years. It was not known how many powerful existences had SPAW net inside again. Letting the White Knight Sacred Palace enter first was the idea of letting them be cannon fodders and scout the path. This targeting was truly a bit too obvious. The White Knight Sacred Palace's people all dared to feel indignant, but did not dare to speak. Bai Chun was even angered until his face turned red. Wisconsin H.I. plussing to go up to find Duan Fei and risk his life. While the other sacred palaces let things drift if it did not affect them personally, gloating over others' misfortunes by the side. Yi Yuan gave Duan Fei a glance and discovered that he was currently sizing him up with interest. At once, he said indifferently, "Come on, Grand Elder," Bai Xiu said unwillingly. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "Go." The current Yi Yuan already established an absolute prestige in the White Knight's Sacred Palace. With him being furious, the others could only swallow the insult and endure in silence, following him and flying towards the volcanic entrance. Seeing this scene, Duan Fei's face revealed a trace of surprise. He thought that Yi Yuan was young and would definitely find him to argue. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually forcefully endured it. Hua Tianyang's face revealed a smug smile. With the old palace lord around, It is really too awesome. I hope that these guys step on more landmines and die out. Grand Elder, they are being too much. Bai Xiu said indignantly. Yeah, Master. Why do we just swallow the insult and endure in silence? Bai Chen also said unhappily. Yi Yuan said coolly. Otherwise what? You guys finding him to go and risk your lives? Everyone could not help choking up. Finding an origin deity powerhouse to put up a desperate fight? Wasn't this courting death? But the Divine Palace has regulations. The Divine Palace is not to have ties with their original faction. Bai Xiu said with indignation. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, My deputy palace lord, you're also someone up in the years. How can you be so naive? If you become a divine official, will you break away, but still remain connected or not? Bai Xiu froze, his face immediately flues. Plussing read but said no more. In all fairness, he could not do it. Hence, don't feel any psychological imbalance either. Want to blame, can only blame you all for not having people in the Divine Palace. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace setting this rule. It's just in order to better govern the various forces and maintain the Sky Foothill world's balance. But to really talk about completely prohibiting it, that's impossible. Therefore, going to find him to reason can only invite humiliation. Yi Yuan said coolly. The words made everyone speechless. Clearly, Yi Yuan saw it more thoroughly than them. For Duan Fei to dare do so, there must be a contingency plan waiting for them. As long as they knocked into the spearhead, it was not overboard to make one or two people the first targets of punishment. Hence, it was better to be more low profile. Wasn't it just being cannon fodders? We'll do it. At least on the surface, Duan Fei did not dare to kill people without any reason. After all, so many eyes were watching. Yi Yuan entered first, flying straight into the volcanic entrance. The rest followed him, entering in a single file. No idea how long he flew either. Yi Yuan finally landed. What entered the eyes was full of magma, with sparks flying in all directions, looking soul-stirring. Careful, Grand Elder! Bai Xiu suddenly shouted. Yi Yuan had just landed when a ball of fire flew over towards Yi Yuan, its speed quick to the extreme. However, Yi Yuan's sword was even faster than it. Whose? Plus Yi Yuan had long detected the approach of danger. Lifting his hand, it was sundering stars. Boom! That ball of fire was directly chopped, flying out, SMAs. Plussing into the rock wall. It's a lava flying monster. Divine rank lava flying monster. Not good. They normally appear in groups. Bai Xiu's expression changed as he said. Bai Xiu's voice had yet to face when everyone just felt a blur before their eyes and saw many fire ebb. Rush out of the lava, just like that one earlier. They were precisely the lava flying monsters. At a glance, the numbers were likely no less than 100. Over 100 divine rank lava flying monsters made people's eyes blurry. The commotion was outrageous. As long as by one, they would be crippled even if not dead. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, Be careful. Elders guard the periphery, the rest in the inner circle. Of the 9 elders, only 3 came this time. Adding Yi Yuan and Bai Xiu, there were a total of 5 having glimpse and above strength. Under Yi Yuan's word of command, everyone immediately formed inner and outer, 2 circles to carry out the defense. These lava-flying monsters were extremely powerful. Even if Heaven Glimpse powerhouses were struck, they would probably lose a layer of skin too. Even Yi Yuan did not dare to slide it too. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The lava-flying monsters' trajectories were virtually untraceable. Furthermore, they were swift to the extreme, simply impossible to guard against. In a blink, that bunch of flying monsters arrived in front of them. Attack! Yi Yuan gave a loud cry. Lifting his hand, it was several sundering stars tearing through the air. Bang! 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 Several lava-flying monsters were hacked flying. Bai Chun hid in the inner circle, only to see a blur before his eyes. A surge of heat waves. It him head-on. Wanting to defend was already too late. Chapter 1435, Giant Flame Stoneman. Chapter 1435, Giant Flame Stoneman. Whose? H. Plus a ray of sword light came through the sky, chopping that lava flying monster flying. Bang. At the same time, only to hear a loud bang. Yi Yuan's body was directly smashed flying out. Poor. Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of blood, but immediately adjusted his position in the air, abruptly borrowing force, and returned into the group battle. In midair, he even managed to find time to release several swords, cutting down lava-flying monsters. Master Yi Yuan. Bai Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. If not for Yi Yuan helping him to block this, he would be dead for sure. I'm fine. This thing's speed is too fast. Be careful. Yi Yuan said solemnly, forcefully taking the hit of a lava-flying monster. Yi Yuan felt his blood in turmoil too. Fortunately, his fleshy body was already grand completion, first transformation, and what he cultivated was also the black tortoise treasure body divine art. His defensive power was more than several times stronger than those in the same rank. A one-time impact would not cause fatal damage to him yet. Bai Chen clenched his jaws. Self-reproaching emotions had long already filled his chest. Who said that the trial takers were all bad guys who destroyed the Sky Foothill world? Master, he values relations and sentiments immensely. Gee. Oh. D knows how many times better than the Sky Foothill world's people. It's all my fault. All my fault for being too weak. I want to become strong. I can't become Master's burden. A surge of powerful fighting spirit erupted from his body. Kill. Bai Chen's spear was peerlessly domineering, brazenly attacking. In this instance, a trace of enlightenment was produced in Bai Chen's heart. Originally, he could not catch the lava-flying monsters at all. At this time, he actually saw it incomparably clearly. His spear tip was actually slowing down. Boom! This spear struck a lava-flying monster without any deviation. Yi Yuan's hands did not slow down in the slightest, but taking this spear of Bai Chen's into his sights, revealing a hint of a praising smile. Haha, I finally did it, Bai Chen said excitedly. Pretty well done. Careful, coming again. Yi Yuan warned. Bai Chen's face fell, his spear stabbing out once more. In a blink, over 100 lava-flying monsters were all blasted away. On the ground, on the rock walls, were holes everywhere. Yi Yuan alone virtually resisted over half of the lava-flying monsters. Otherwise, their party would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Bai Chen came before Yi Yuan with a self-reproaching look and said, Master, it was all my fault, causing you to be injured. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You've already done very well. These lava-flying monsters are not what the current you can resist. These few years, your painstaking cultivation, Master has seen it. Now, your spear art finally improved further. Congratulations. With Bai Chen's strength, blocking one or two that were weaker was still okay. Some lava-flying monsters' impact force already approached Heaven Glimpse Realm. How could it be what he was able to deal with? These few years, Bai Chen trained in the spear for all he was worth, wanting to reach the realm of that spear Yi Yuan exhibited. For this, he was tired out until all the divine essence in his body was exhausted. Oh, D knows how many times, collapsing weakly onto the ground. All these, Yi Yuan naturally saw it. Presently, his spear art was finally mastered, his strength increasing greatly. Oh, Elder Ye's sword art is transcendent. How impressive. Facing so many lava-flying monsters, not a single person actually died. Truly impressive. At this time, the others also descended from the sky and landed onto the ground. Hua Tianyang directly taunted Yi Yuan knew that they had come over long ago. But each and every one of them watched indifferently without lending a hand. Most likely, they all hoped to see the White Knight's sacred palace suffer heavy casualties. Just now, that lava-flying monster almost killed Bai Chen. Hua Tianyang had a look of excitement. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan saved Bai Chen at the risk of suffering a blow himself. Even more unexpected was that Yi Yuan was actually still able to maintain such powerful combat strength after suffering such a heavy blow. Right now, although these words were ridiculing, It actually also had some sour taste in it. Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard that and said, "Sorry about that. Disappointed you. This bit of minor trouble, this he can still resolve it. Just take it as blazing the trail for Lord Divine Official." "Don't you say so, Lord Divine Official?" Yi Yuan looked at Duan Fei with a wide grin. Duan Fei grunted his assent and said, "Elder Yi indeed has fine means. If you don't fall, you and I might even work together one day." Duan Fei's words immediately caused an uproar. There were dozens of Heaven Glimpse powerhouses here, but among them, Body dared to say that they would become origin deity powerhouses. Breaking through to the origin deity realm was far too difficult. Hence, Duan Fei's appraisal of Yi Yuan could not be said to not be high. Of course, the prerequisite was that he did not perish. Plus everyone was smart and naturally heard insinuation. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "This he likely won't have that good fortune." Everyone's expressions changed. This Yi Yuan's guts were plucky. The meaning of his words was naturally not saying that he would fall, but saying that Duan Fei would not live till that day. These two people's words hid needles, the smell of gunpowder rather strong. Duan Fei's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Elder Yi, please go ahead." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Go." Yi Yuan took the lead and continued leading the White Knight's Sacred Palace's people as cannon fodders. This was a wide stone bridge. The two sides of the stone bridge were endless magma. Yi Yuan could sense those powerful restriction undulations on both sides and above walking on the stone bridge. Yi Yuan reckoned that this celestial deity, sky, foothills comprehensions and fire laws must be extremely deep. This restriction power, forget about the deity realm, 3 realms martial artists, even divine lord realm probably could not withstand it too. Quickly look, purple sand gold. What a large chunk of purple sand gold. Bai Chun suddenly shouted. Duan Fei's eyes lit up and saw that at the end of the stone bridge, a piece of enormous rock was mounted on that cliff wall. It was likely as large as 3 people wrapped their arms around. Purple sand gold was an excellent material for refining celestial divine artifacts with a wide range of uses. The Sky Foothill World artifact refining path being prosperous had a lot to do with the existence of the purple sand gold. Such a large chunk of purple sand gold could be said to be worth several cities. But everyone's faces did not have very happy expressions. Because according to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's rules, purple sand gold, this level of material, all completely belonged to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. Palace Lord Bai Chun, go and pluck down the purple sand gold. At this time, it's time for your White Knight's Sacred Palace to show loyalty. Duan Fei turned to Bai Chun and said indifferently. Bai Chun was practically about to explode. He glared at Duan Fei and said, "Places that have purple sand gold are bound to have giant flame stone men. If Lord Divine Official wants to kill me, just say a word. Why is there a need to do so?" Duan Fei smiled and said, "Why? Palace Lord Bai Chun's meaning is that the White Knight's Sacred Palace is going to oppose the Divine Palace." Bai Chun's expression changed, simply infuriated to the extreme. Duan Fei, this guy, was clearly going to screw the White Knight's Sacred Palace to death. Best for me to go then. Lord Divine Official's charge is a little too big. We can't bear it. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Master, a giant flame stoneman is extremely strong. Such a large chunk of purple sand gold. It must be adult giant flame stoneman guarding it. Existences that rivals middle stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses." Bai Chun gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, it's fine." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure floated away, arriving at the purple sand gold's area in a blink of an eye. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan unleashed several slashes with a raise of a hand and directly cut out that purple sand gold. Slam. 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 Indeed, as expected, a giant stoneman covered in flames all over appeared in front of everyone. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Duan Fei's mouth. But very soon his smile turned stiff on his face. Chapter 1436 Winds of Fortune Change. 1436 winds of fortune change, lore divine official, catch. Yi Yuan urges palm force. That chunk of incomparably ma. Sieve and heavy purple sand gold flew straight at Duan Fei. Duan Fei's expression changed several times, finally still catching it, and putting it away into his storage ring. But right then, everyone's expression became unbelievably ugly. The front of the bridge and rear were all blocked by giant flame stone men. These giant flame stone men all had incomparably strong auras. Clearly, they were not easy to deal with. There are normally only one or two giant flame stone men around purple sandgold. How come there are so many? These giant flame stone men's auras are so strong. Quite a number are even heaven glimpse realm existences. We're dead this time. You guys look, there are still more below. They are climbing up. Everyone looked down the bridge and discovered that there were still many giant flame stone men scaling up the rock wall. With this, the surroundings were all surrounded by giant flame stone men. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he shouted fiercely, "Charge with me! Rush in!" Done talking, Yi Yuan held the evil extermination sword out and charged over toward the giant flame stone men ahead. The White Knight's sacred palace's powerhouses did not hesitate in the slightest, following Yi Yuan and charging over in the direction of the divine ruin's depths. Clank! Yi Yuan dealt sundering stars with a raise of a hand. But chopping onto the giant flame stoneman's body, only sparks splashed out. That giant flame stoneman raised its fire fists and smashed over towards Yi Yuan. The fist had yet to arrive when a surge of powerful fire laws battered over toward Yi Yuan. So strong, Yi Yuan's heart went slightly cold too. This was just an initial stage heaven glimpsed giant flame stoneman, and its strength was actually so powerful, virtually able to one-shot same rank martial artists. Although Yi Yuan was shocked, he did not panic. Raising his life, it was another sundering stars. Bang! The stone fist that was currently in full swing directly exploded. The moment Yi Yuan made a move, it crippled one of the giant flame stoneman's arm. Elders pinned down all the stonemen together. The others break through first. Yi Yuan shouted, "Yes!" Everyone immediately answered. But at the back, Duan Fei's face fell, and he said, "We're going too." Slam! His voice had yet to fade when an even more robust giant flame stoneman flew out of the magma, directly blocking in front of Duan Fei. Duan Fei's expression turned sharp, and he cried out in shock, "Origin deity, realm, giant flame stoneman." That giant flame stoneman did not give him the chance to be surprised at all. Its fist already SMAs. Plussing over towards him unreasonably. Boom! Duan Fei was forced to exchange a blow with the giant flame stoneman, being shocked back over a dozen steps. Before waiting for him to catch a breather, that giant flame stoneman's punch arrived again. Damn thing. To actually dare scam me? How did he discover this giant flame stoneman? Duan Fei gnashed his teeth in hatred. How could he still not know that Yi Yuan dug a pit for him? Yi Yuan giving him the purple gold sand right away was to lure this giant flame stoneman to deal with him. At this time, the giant flame stone men around Duan Fei were the most. Those stone men that crawled up from beneath the bridge, most of them closed in around him. It was just that those giant flame stone men were nothing to him. The most terrifying one was still this origin deity, realm, giant flame, stoneman in front of him. Duan Fei was clearly aware that he was scammed by Yi Yuan, but could only suffer a quiet loss too. After all, Yi Yuan's way of doing things could not pick out the slightest fault. Yi Yuan, they all were treated as cannon fodders at the front of the team. But now, the giant flame stone men on their side were the least instead. They had already reached the end of the bridge. Ahead was a large cave, and the giant flame stone men that came out from the direction of the cave were only 5 or 6, while what the rear battalion had to deal with were several dozens. These giant flame stone men were very powerful. Yi Yuan already heard miserable cries lingering on incessantly from behind. "Finish the fight quickly. Don't cling to battle," Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. He summoned Gui Yin out too. The Nether Ghost Claw was incomparably fierce, smacking over toward a late-stage Heaven Glimpse realm giant flame stoneman. Yi Yuan recently had breakthroughs in laws and cultivation realm. Displaying the complete version, Sundering Stars was already no longer that taxing. Swiss H plus Swiss H plus Swiss H plus Yi Yuan released 3 sword moves in succession, directly blasting that giant flame stoneman's upper body into smithereens. But executing these 3 sword moves, Yi Yuan's divine essence, more than half were consumed. He hurriedly took out a divine essence recovering medicinal pill to consume and could not be bothered with refining it, directly covering Bai Chun and the rest over to this gap. Bang! The Nether Ghost Claw slapped down directly SMAs. Plussing that giant flame stoneman into dust. Looking at the others again, inclusive of Bai Xiao, they had all fallen into hard battles. You go and help Bai Xiao, I'll go help the rest. Yi Yuan said to Gui Yun. Yes, master. Gui Yun voiced his sent and went. After he cultivated the ghost Dao 100 runes, his combat power was extremely powerful now. Although these giant flame stone men were strong, they would be blown up after lasting a while under his hands. Fortunately, their side did not have grand completion Heaven Glimpse giant flame stone men. This made their battles easy to resolve. Before long, under Yi Yuan and Gui Yun's cooperation, those 5 to 6 giant flame stone men were all smashed to pieces, becoming as a fire ebb. As scattering all over the ground. He did not have the awareness to return to save people, directly bringing the White Knight's sacred palace's powerhouses inside. Yi Yuan, you dare! The Duan Fei, who was currently fighting fiercely with the origin deity realm giant flame stoneman, felt something in his heart and shouted at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Lord Divine Official, it's not that I'm not helping you. But this origin deity realm giant flame stoneman is seriously too powerful. I have the heart, but not the strength too. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. We'll continue scouting the path ahead for you. Let's meet again if it's fated. Boom! Yi Yuan's words stirred Duan Fei's mind. The giant flame stoneman's fist rumbled over Bruss. Plussing by his cheek and flying past. Although Duan Fei dodged it, the power of laws still burned a chunk of his skin, turning it charcoal black. Duan Fei cried out tragically and was considered to be disfigured. The burns of fire laws were not that easy to treat. Bai Chun, does your White Knight's sacred palace want to be enemies with the Divine Palace? Duan Fei could not be bothered with the injuries on his face and shouted fiercely. Bai Chun's expression changed and indeed stopped his footsteps. Master, Bai Chun said hesitantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Wait for him to go out alive before coming to threaten us. Not leaving now, we'll all have to be buried in death. Go. Bai Chun's gaze turned intent. Gritting his teeth, he said, Go. Bai Xiao and the rest understood this logic too. Furthermore, they held resentment in their hearts toward Duan Fei and the rest. Duan Fei let them be cannon fodders. Not a single person stepped forward to say something. When they suffered the attack of the lava-flying monsters, no one lent a helping hand too. The resentment in their hearts had long reached the peak already. If without Yi Yuan, their group of people would probably have long been completely annihilated now. How could they still have the chance to stand here and watch a joke? Seeing the other 7 major sacred palaces screaming miserably on the bridge, everyone felt very pleased in their hearts. Weren't you guys watching a show just now? Now, the winds of fortunes changed. It's our turn. This divine ruins seems to have some abnormal changes. It will likely not be very safe in front either. Everybody, be more careful. Take care not to get lost. Yi Yuan warned. Chapter 1437, Qin Tian arrives. Chapter 1437, Qin Tian arrives. Whose? H. Plus whose? H. Plus whose? H. Plus. The giant flame stoneman punched again and again. The momentum was vigorous, with its power sweeping away all. Similarly, Origin Deity Realm, Duan Fei could only keep on dodging and not dare to face the enemy head-on at all. This giant flame stoneman was too strong. Each punch carried extremely profound fire laws, incomparably powerful. In Yi Yuan, when I catch you, I'll definitely tear you limb from limb. Duan Fei already hated Yi Yuan to the extreme. It was just that thoughts were thoughts. This giant flame stoneman in front of him was too powerful. Duan Fei was so fully occupied that he had no time to spare for other things at all. All around, screams lingered on incessantly. Everyone fell into the besiege of the giant flame stonemen. There were already quite a few people who had fallen. Swuz. Plus right at this time, a black silhouette charged out of the giant flame stoneman's encirclement, turned into an afterimage, Vanis. Plussing from everyone's line of sight. Duan Fei's face fell, and he shouted fiercely again, "Life End. Could it be that you want to betray the Divine Palace too?" However, Life End ignored him, directly disappearing from his line of sight. Duan Fei was gloomy, virtually about to explode. This divine official, there was actually no one who took him seriously. Forget about the White Knight's Sacred Palace. The Life in Sacred Palace's Palace Lord actually dared to not listen to his words too. This was too much. In it. After going back this time, I must charge White Knight and Life End. Let the Divine Palace punish them. These guys are simply too arrogant. Duan Fei sulked in his heart. Qin Tian's head was full of thoughts about killing Yi Yuan currently. So how could he have time to care about Duan Fei? How the life in Sacred Palace would end up had nothing to do with him at all. Qin Tian's strength already reached the extent of half-step Origin Deity. Furthermore, his law comprehension was exceedingly high, much stronger compared to those so-called palace lords. With his strength, although charging out of the heavy encirclement took some effort, it was not considered too hard. Hence, he was the first to charge out. He had concealed in the Sky Foothill world for 10 years. The objective was in order to kill Yi Yuan. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, how could he possibly let it go? The White Knight's Sacred Palace's party, Yi Yuan was scouting out the path in front, advancing slowly. Grand Elder, I keep feeling that something is not quite right. Entering the divine ruins this time feels much more dangerous. Bai Xiu said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "If I didn't guess wrongly, there should be a precious treasure coming into being." Precious treasure coming into being. Hearing these words, everyone was aroused. Precious treasure being born. Who could remain calm? Perhaps it was a lucky chance. Seeing their expressions, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All of you, you don't have this expression. Precious treasures coming into being are obtained by the fated. It can't be forced. If one doesn't have self-awareness, they will only lose their lives in vain." Yi Yuan directly splashed a tub of cold water on him, but it clearly could not extinguish their enthusiasm. These words, everyone all knew, but facing a precious treasure, how many were able to stay calm? Suddenly, everyone arrived at an open area. The boundless essence energy undulations made everyone's eyes lit up. 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruits. So many. There are also quite a number of matured ones. What a big haul. Before their eyes were around 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruit trees. The trees were full of 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruits. 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruit was categorized into semi-mature and mature. That one that Bai Chan gave Yi Yuan was semi-mature. In reality, even in the Sky Foothill Divine Palace, there were extremely few mature 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruits too. Mature 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruits were greatly beneficial to Origin Deity realm powerhouses too, even capable of increasing the chances of having glimpse realm martial artists breaking through to Origin Deity realm. Therefore, when everyone saw these 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruits, they naturally coveted endlessly. Grand Elder, can we pocket it or not? Bai Xiu could not resist asking. According to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's rules, myriad longevity, heavenly soul stone, 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruit, purple sand gold. These precious treasures all belong to them. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace would occasionally reward that little bit according to each sacred palace's contributions. The 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruits in Bai Chen's possession was obtained like that. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace's ACCU. Mulat always too immense. Hence, Bai Xiu, this kind of wily old fox, did not dare to arbitrarily take forcible possession of these fruits. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "If you pluck all the fruits, then destroy all these trees, will Duan Fei know that you obtained the immortal fruits? As long as you all don't say, what can he do to you? Moreover, whether or not he can get out alive is still up in the air." The moment everyone heard this, they could not help being greatly roused. "So let's do it," Bai Xiu said rather excitedly. "Do it," Yi Yuan said without any hesitation. With Yi Yuan's instructions, everyone immediately acted like being injected with stimulants, dividing up these 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruits in no time flat. Bai Xiu carried 5 to 6 mature fruits and came before Yi Yuan, saying with a silly grin, "Grand Elder, without you, there wouldn't be our White Knight Sacred Palace. These 9 melodies, psychic immortal fruit, are what you deserve. Also, that pile of semi-matures over there all belong to Grand Elder." Yi Yuan reached his hand out and took one of them and said with a smile, "At least you have some conscience, but I don't really need this thing. This one, just take it as receiving your kindness. The rest, you guys divide it." The White Knight Sacred Palace's group of experts were like bandits entering a village at this time, sweeping it clean. After that, they destroyed all of these fruit trees without leaving even dregs behind. Each and every one had grins on their faces, like having eaten honey. Suddenly, a black-robed person wearing a ghost mask slowly stepped into this open area. Yi Yuan's face fell. He did not expect that this guy actually charged out so quickly. "Qin Tian, looks like I still underestimated you," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Hearing these words, Qin Tian clearly felt very surprised, slowly took off the mask, and said, "You actually know that it's me. Looks like your probing means are indeed impressive. No wonder Uncle Yuan Long would suck. You, and be at your hands." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Ha, your Qin family really cover the skies with one hand." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Looks like you're very furious. I enjoy this expression of yours very much. Want to blame that you didn't reincarnate well. Better forget it. Reincarnating into your Qin family. I'm afraid that I'll be ashamed until I commit suicide," Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Qin Tian's face turned cold, and he said solemnly, razor-tongued, "Today, you can't escape your doom. The humiliation that you gave me will be washed off with your fresh blood." While talking, Qin Tian slowly opened, but his sword sheath, the aura on his body rising sharply, directly soaring to half-step origin deity realm. The White Knight's Sacred Palace's group of experts had puzzled looks and had completely no idea what happened. All the way until this instant, the expressions on everyone's faces changed. "An intruder. He's an intruder," Bai Xiu cried out in shock. When Qin Tian's aura rose to its peak, a faint pressure of heavenly Tao descended, oppressing over toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian's realm was finally suppressed at grand completion heaven glimpse. What the White Knight's Sacred Palace was shocked at was not Qin Tian, but Yi Yuan. They used dumbfounded gazes to look at Yi Yuan, each and every one revealing looks of incredulity. Through this conversation, even a fool also knew that Yi Yuan and Qin Tian were the same. Yi Yuan was an intruder too. Chapter 1438, Fierce Fighting, Qin Tian. Chapter 1438, Fierce Fighting, Qin Tian. The moment Qin Tian's sword momentum rose, everyone's expression turned fearful. Even when suppressed by heavenly Tao, Qin Tian's strength was also so terrifying. Grand Chant Sword Void. This move was precisely one of Wu Ming Academy's 6 Supreme Academy skills, the Grand Chant Sword Void. Back then, when Yi Yuan had the life-and-death battle with Qin Shao, He had once witnessed the power of this move before. Except, this move being displayed in Qin Tian's hands, the power could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. This was a grand completion, sword, Dao, second-layered heaven martial technique. Gue Yun. Yes, master. Gue Yun's figure flashed out, facing off with Qin Tian from afar. Qin Tian was an entire major realm higher than Yi Yuan. He was not what the current Yi Yuan could handle at all. When Qin Tian saw the situation, he said disdainfully, "A mere late-stage 2-star evil spirit wants to deal with me. Do you think that I'm Qin Shao, that inept? Go to H.E.L.L." Finished talking. Qin Tian's Grand Chant Sword Void carried powerful Sword Dao laws and charged towards Yi Yuan. Immediately, the entire S.P.A.C. pervaded with powerful sword intent. The group of experts avoided it like the plague. So strong, his realm is clearly being suppressed a lot, and he's actually still able to display such a powerful martial technique. Could it be that the strength of the outside world's martial artists, they all are so powerful, truly terrifying? This person is clearly so young, but his strength is sufficient to sweep across all sacred palaces, palace lords. The moment Qin Tian made his move, everyone was incredibly appalled. But right at this time, Gue Yun's hands drew a bizarre rune. After that, a surge of terrifying ghost energy rose up from under his feet out of thin air. Gue Yun's strength actually instantly broke through to grand completion 2-star. Ghost Dao 100 runes, ghost energy, spiritual possession. Nether Ghost Claw. The moment Gue Yun attacked, it was 2 ghost Dao 100 runes. Under Dustless's teachings with close to 100 years of cultivation, his strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath long ago. He was already completely different from that evil spirit hiding in the Wind Den. Boom! The Ghost Claw and Sword Dao laws collided together violently, shaking the entire cave until it was about to collapse. Qin Tian's gaze turned intent. Clearly, he did not expect that this 2-star evil spirit actually still had such means. 2 ghost runes adding together, he actually forcefully withstand a blow of his. Indeed have some skill. But how much time can this trick last? Qin Tian laughed coldly, sword momentum rising again, directly class. H.I. Plussing together with another Ghost Claw. Qin Tian's strength was truly daunting to the extreme. Even when suppressed at Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse, the power of his Grand Chant Sword Void was irresistible too. The Nether Ghost Claw actually showed signs of being unable to endure it. One had to know that when Gue Yun was at late stage 2-star, he could rely on the Nether Ghost Claw to forcefully resist Huatian Yang for several hundred moves and not be defeated. Now, Gue Yun had ghost energy possessing, his strength skyrocketing. The power of the Nether Ghost Claw would also soar greatly. He actually could not defeat the Qin Tian in the same rank as him. Even if his realm was the same, Qin Tian's strength shook Huatian Yang that fellow off more than a dozen streets. If he did not have his realm suppressed by heavenly Dao, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying. The T.I. Tlee of Inner Court's #1 person was really not called in vain. Yi Yuan's expression turned grim and knew that it could not carry on like this. He flashed, arriving behind Qin Tian. Raising his hand, it was a complete version, Sundering Stars. Who knew that Qin Tian's back seemed to have grown eyes? He just casually pointed and directly annihilated this complete version, Sundering Stars. The powerful Sundering Stars actually could not withstand Qin Tian's casual tap. Just a bit of strength. You actually still want to play Ambus. H.I. Plussing. When I take care of this ghost, I'll let you know what's called despair. Qin Tian, who was in the midst of fierce fighting, appeared to have plenty of room for maneuver, still having strength left over to speak with Yi Yuan. This battle situation was rather bad. When Bai Chun saw this scene, his heart really burned with anxiety. His omnipotent master actually encountered such a powerful adversary. Bai Xiao, what are you all still waiting for? Could it be that you all are going to passively watch Master Yi Yuan get killed? Bai Chun could not resist saying to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao had a conflicted look too and said with difficulty, but he's an intruder. So what if he is an intruder? You recall it yourself. How did Master Yi Yuan treat your white knight sacred palace? Without him, do you still have a chance to stand here and question him right now? Without him, even if you became the palace lord, can you withstand the autumn rain's sacred palace's assault? Without him, could you all escape from under the hands of the lava, flying monsters, and giant flamestone men? Bai Chen's words were like a machine gun, bombarding everyone's heart. Bai Xiao fell silent. The expression on his face became even more conflicted. While at this time, Yi Yuan and Gue Yun fell into a bitter fight. Yi Yuan's divine essence was already insufficient to support him releasing multiple perfect versions of Sundering Stars. He could only move around and continuously hara Qin Tian so as to ease Gue Yun's pressure. But his hara Smin also seemed to be trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. Bai Chun gritted his teeth and said, "If you all are not going, I'm going. I, Bai Chun, am not willing to be an ungrateful person." Finished talking, he swung his long spear and charged straight for Qin Tian. Regarding Bai Chen's attack, Qin Tian completely ignored it. Yi Yuan's attack still posed a threat to him, but Bai Chen's attacks did not pose any threat to him at all. Bai Chen's strength could not even breach his protective divine essence. Bang! Bai Chen's heavy spear had not entered the battle yet, and was directly shocked away by the aftershocks, immediately knocked flying out and SMAs. Plussing heavily onto the rock wall. Poor! Bai Chen's internal organs shook, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. But he did not give up. Gripping his long spear, another spear shot over again. Bang! Bai Chun was flicked away once more without any surprises. But the stubborn Bai Chun did not have the intention of giving up at all. He crawled up again and again, attempting to enter the battle time and again. "Let me, Palace Lord." Emoyan finally could not hold back. He held his long spear out and joined the battle too. It was just too bad that his strength was likewise unbelievably weak. "Dam, in it, don't care anymore. I will screw you to death." Bai Xiao could not resist swearing and charged straight for Qin Tian. He was a late-stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Although his strength was lacking to Qin Tian, restraining him was enough. With him joining, Gue Yun's pressure dropped sharply. Regarding Bai Xiao, Qin Tian could not possibly ignore him. He must divide out a portion of his energy to deal with him. I'm coming too. Seeing Bai Xiao join the battle, Bai Rong and another elder both charged over. 5 great Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses plus a Gue Yun. 6 mighty powerhouses besieged Qin Tian. Gue Yun was the primary attacker, the others restrained. For a moment, they actually could not determine who was better. Qin Tian's sword dealt with enemies everywhere, but did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. However, Qin Tian also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so popular. Under the circumstances where they clearly knew that Yi Yuan was a trial taker, the White Knight's Sacred Palace's powerhouses would actually still help him deal with him. Carrying on like this is out of the question. I need to finish off that late-stage Heaven Glimpse first. Qin Tian thought in his heart. Suddenly, Qin Tian's sword art changed, dealing a false move towards the Nether Ghost Claw, then stabbed toward Bai Xiao with momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. "Careful, Deputy Palace Lord." Everyone did not expect this sudden turn of events. Right at the critical moment, Bai Rong actually pushed away Bai Xiao. This sword of Qin Tian's stabbed into his chest.